was, you know, it was kind of over a couple moves in due to the tactics. So if we see the position extend a little bit, I think what I've seen so far is very classical stuff. The guys are playing good openings. It's an unfortunate tactical blunder, but otherwise pretty solid games. So I expect both sides to get castled safely here. But let's pay attention to the opening. Got to make sure you hang on to all your pieces.
Yep. So here we have a Sicilian and the C3 variation. Is that called the Alapin, or am I tripping?
No, definitely is. And one of the most popular Sicilians, especially at the club level, it's so easy to learn and it's so easy to play incorrectly with black. A lot of the natural developing moves just allow white to get the full center. So this from Voy is a very combative line to bring the queen out. But you know, things can go wrong, Alex, when you bring that queen out too early. So let's see how prepared Voy is.
Yep, and is this a beginner-friendly line against a Sicilian because you get the center and it's easy to develop, or what do you like about it for newer players?
Well, I think that the fact of the matter is you avoid a lot of the theory. If you play the open Sicilian, you have to learn probably 4 to 5 top openings as a response. And black gets to choose which one they play. So your opponent's learning one variation. You got to learn like 5 or 6 just to keep up, depending on which one you're facing. This one, you kind of make the choice early. You say, I'm going to pick this variation. And then you learn everything about this, whereas your opponent has to learn this. They have to learn all the main lines. So you're just reducing the work, which is why it's a great club level opening, but maybe not the best at the highest level where it's worth investing the time to play the best moves.
And here, Spargo right now has more control over the center, but he also has the isolated d4 pawn, which he's going to have to be careful with. Voy continues with bishop g4. He's putting pressure on the f3 knight. He's pinning it. His queen is going to get kicked out really soon. After a move like knight c3, Voy has a few options of where to put his queen. I'm assuming you know the theoretical options here.
Well, I'll put this move on the board because it is the most natural move. Most players that bring the queen out do not like to put it back. You know, it's just one of those things. Once it's out, it's got to stay out. So queen e6 is a check, which is always tempting. Queen a5 pins the knight. If you bring the queen back, a very common opening trap and a big issue for black, if you move the queen at all, is always going to be pawn to d5. This is a big problem. There's no pieces developed on the king's side. And if you play knight e5 to take advantage of a pin, it's a very, very common opening trap for white. It's to give up the entire queen and then give this beautiful bishop b5 check. Black, with zero development here, is forced to give up the queen. And then, of course, not only is the rook hanging in the corner, the bishop's hanging as well. It's disaster here, Alexandra. So let's see how Voy responds here. But I have a feeling, we've just seen the move knight c3, that if Voy kind of carelessly places that queen somewhere, we might see a pawn move in the center and could be bad early on for Voy.
And Voy usually plays extremely quickly. The fact that he's taking his time now makes me think maybe this is not theory that he has studied in the past. But he's also really aggressive, so I feel like his intuition would tell him to bring the queen up. Oh! Wow.
Okay.
Are we going to see an opening trap? Do we think Spargo knows it? That would be incredible to watch.
The thing is, d5 is an easy, like quote-unquote, easy move to play, but you have to know that it's bothersome for black. Voy actually played a move into the center last game and took advantage of a pin. So I'm feeling that knight e5 is a move he is likely to play. It's d5 that's the tough one because there are so many good moves to make. You can play bishop e3 to guard your pawn, bishop e2 to unpin. You have to kind of know that this is a good thing to do, to play d5 before black has a chance to control that square themselves. So it's a pretty big moment here in the position. Bishop takes f3 previously was a better move probably than moving the queen, but we're here now, Alexandra, and queen d8 offers a huge chance for Spargo.
I saw Spargo temporarily hover his mouse over d4. Why don't we take a look in on his stream and see if he's going to give us any hints here? Oh my gosh, he's hovering again. Oh, this is really a tease. He just keeps his mouse over the... Oh, he pushed it!
Okay, this is another huge moment because Voy can move that knight back to the starting square, right? All the way back to b8. That would now be the best move, but it's tough as a chess player. To take your piece, you so confidently developed and move it back to the start. The shame, the embarrassment, it's a lot. Some of us would rather lose the entire game than shamefully retreat our knight back to the start.
Yeah, but even if Voyboy plays knight e5, it is hard to see that you could just sacrifice your queen fully.
That's correct. There are a few other decent moves there. For example, bishop check anyway, without the beautiful queen sacrifice, is still good. So even if Spargo doesn't find the absolute brilliancy there, there's going to be some good moves available.
And Cat Nasty says, if he knew the trap, he'd have played that more confidently. But I have faith. No, it's true. I don't think he played d5 knowing it was a trap. It seems like it was the move he wanted to naturally play here. But he still might find not the main continuation, which could happen, but at least some good options.
Yeah, there's lots to play here. I'm not worried about any of these players seeing. Of course, I'm presenting the whole line, but it can go wrong, it can go right at any point during this whole sequence. d5 is a good move anyway.
And Voyboy does play knight to b8. I'm not sure if he has seen this trap before, if he calculated, if he just wanted to play it safe, but he is not going to fall for that trap, although the position still seems really hard to defend here.
Yeah, it certainly does. The fact is, queen a4 hits the bishop and the king, so it is a fork, although bishop can react with bishop d7. One disaster. Oh, h3 has just been played. I was going to say one real problem is after queen a4, if Voyboy blocks the check with the queen, the bishop comes out and wins the game again. So there are so many ways for this to go wrong. But like I said, even if you don't play these amazing, beautiful combinations, the fact of the matter is, Alex, Spargo has a phenomenal opening, and Voyboy has currently 0 pieces developed.
Yep, and I was even wondering if instead of queen takes f3, just going queen a4, bishop b5, giving up the knight was the best way to do it here. But like you said, this is already strategically much better for white. Voyboy, though, is really comfortable with his king in the middle, not castled, so I think he might be able to survive this okay.
Yeah, I wonder if the word is comfortable, or if that's just the status quo for Voyboy. That's just what he does. The king is just in the middle. So I agree, it could work out in his favor, even when the position is maybe bad, and some players that know and usually get castled earlier might be panicking here. Voyboy's like, this is fine, that's comfortable for me. I'm not concerned. What I am concerned about is development, and if you do not play e6 to get the bishop out this way, you only have one other option, and it's putting the bishop there. So we're at the point, Alex, where knight d7, knight f6, g6, and bishop g7, for me, are the necessary next moves in some order or another. But let's see if Voyboy is going to try to develop the bishop this way instead.
And when you say some order or another, you're saying that he could play e6 or knight f6. Either is fine as long as he's going for that general plan.
Yeah, I think not e6, but g6. So this plan of 2 knights developing here, g6, and then bishop behind, I think most of those moves could happen in any order. e6 is the other option than all of that, and I think it's definitely worse, but it's more natural. Chess players, we usually develop our bishop this way instead of fianchettoing, so I understand why he did this. It is definitely not good.
Right, because if white recaptures on e6, he has to take with the f-pawn. b7 is hanging, the checks are coming in, but also the king is not going to be able to castle as easily because the queen is blocking the f-file, so he can't castle through check.
Yep, there's already a couple variations that we can just put on the board briefly here. Pawn takes threatens a checkmate, so it's quite significant. Does need to be recaptured immediately. And after queen takes pawn, the rook is now attacked. There's really only one response, knight to d7. And after bishop to b5, we're now threatening to capture the knight and then capture the rook, because the queen would have to move away. And there's not really many safe places for this rook. If you play rook to c8, then I can continue by moving this bishop, bringing the rook in. If you develop another piece, which would probably be smart, I mean, it just starts to get so dangerous. There's pins everywhere here, Alex. And Spargo is the type of player that I think he has that good position. He is able to develop with tempo.
Yep, and I see chat asking, is this really how a 1700 plays the Alapin? Well, his move seemed really natural. He moved his knight back onto the correct square when he played knight b8. It was an opening trap. It happens to everyone, and again, it is so much easier to watch than to be the person actually playing. So yes, this is how 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, even higher rated sometimes play the opening and fall into a trap.
Oh, and traps will get anyone. You can be a well-studied player, but just not have seen a trap before. We all fall for a trap once. I've done like opening traps to grandmasters just in a blitz game, and I'm sure it'll just never happen to them again. I've fallen for traps that are probably quite embarrassing, but as long as it only happens once. Now I agree, you definitely question if it's happening every time you're playing an opening, but as long as you're learning, I'm not too concerned.
And Voyboy is still trying to at least develop his pieces. Spargo's playing really quickly. He played rook e1. He's putting pressure on the open e-file. And I'm getting deja vu. I feel like we've seen this kind of position with Voyboy's king on e8. And I don't remember which player it was, but somebody was putting his rooks on the semi-open e-file.
I definitely agree. I remember the same game, and it was a good move then, and it's a good move now. If you don't want to lose a pawn, then you probably take on d5, but it is a disaster to make that move. So Voyboy, not in a great position here, but probably making the right calls, focusing on castling.
Yep. D takes e6. He has to recapture with the pawn because his knight is under attack, but he'll just give that pawn, get his king to safety, and that is worth way more than keeping his pawn at this point.
Yep.
And honestly, the semi-open f-file might help him out a little bit, just so that he can create some kind of counterplay.
Agreed completely. I think that the computer is probably going to say, oh my goodness, Spargo's dominating here, but I agree. Once the king castles, the rook is lined up, and combined with the bishop can do some real damage there. So definitely advantage Spargo. It's been a really great game so far. Time is even. So Voyboy, for better for worse, has sort of fallen into a little bit of this opening trap, not all of it, and he's navigating the best he can. I think this is still very much a fight.
Yeah, the hardest part is getting your king to safety and getting rid of the awkwardness when you fall for some kind of opening trap, and he's almost there. Spargo is continuing to develop his pieces. Bishop g5. He's keeping the tension, which I like. I think it's a lot harder to play when your opponent isn't taking your pieces right away, because it makes you think, oh, should I do something about it? Should I continue with my plan? Voyboy just castles. His intuition is correct that he just needs to prioritize getting his king to safety. And now, if Spargo ends up taking on e6, the rook on f8 is pointing towards the queen on f3. So there are a few tricks to be wary of.
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, it's really hard at this point not to capture this pawn. It's kind of been sitting there for a while, but you could continue to delay. Rook into the center of the board. Spargo has clearly indicated that he's comfortable not rushing into that capture, or else still he would have done it earlier. Now, rook to d1 threatens pawn to d6. That wins a piece immediately, and after you capture rook d1, there's still a lot of pins in the position. So Voyboy's not out of the water yet, but I'm curious to see if Spargo is going to continue to apply that pressure or cash in for one of these hanging pawns.
Well, it looks like he cashed in. He did end up taking on e6, and now we'll see which pawn he decides to take, the e6 pawn or the b7 one. From his stream, it looks like he's considering both, which is good. He's taking his time. He's not just instantly taking a pawn here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook to d1 is also still playable in order to pin. I definitely dislike this move, but it's a move that I think could have been good maybe on a previous turn with the king in the middle if maybe the knight couldn't recapture. There's options here. You can take with the rook to solidify things, but even taking with the knight and just giving up this pawn was good enough. Alex, we just lost our bishop pair. That's why I don't love this, and that open f-file you talked about is suddenly super dangerous.
Yeah, and whoa, queen takes b7 is actually a mistake. Why? Well, the computer says knight e5, and the question is, where does the queen go after that?
think this is kind of an advanced queen trap here, and such an unlikely one. If we put knight c5 on the board, queen, if you're kind of counting off the squares that are available, you'll see how they are not, right? The knight, the rook, the pawn, the knight backwards, the pawn here, everything takes something, so you only have c6. And then I'll just ask the question again, where are you going? Amazingly, there's just, the knight's covering everything. I don't know, there should be a square, but there's just not. So with a couple of natural moves, the white queen actually will end up trapped here, and this is a little bit of a, shall I say, punishment maybe for not playing the rook into the middle and maybe giving away that bishop, but it's almost a shame how quickly that turned around. Great defense from Boy, but Spargo, you felt, deserved a little bit more from that advantage.
Yeah, I don't blame him. This was not an easy trap to see. The b7 pawn had been hanging for so long, so he was thinking about it for a long time. I can't tell from his facial expressions if he realizes what's happening here. But at the very least, he'll be able to at least get a rook back in return, which is enough compensation to keep fighting.
Yeah, it definitely is. Boy is going to play rook c8, I think, quite quickly, because, I mean, it's almost like the easiest move to play, because who doesn't love to attack the queen? You just pick a move, attack the queen, and, calculate it after. So I definitely expect rook to c8. The only other consideration is to push that pawn up in the middle of the board for black, which would uncover the rook's attack laterally. Definitely not as good, but I could see it happening.
And I see chat asking, what if Spargo tries a move like rook d1? Well, it's a nice attempt because you're attacking the queen as well, but then Boy could just move his queen and the issue remains where the white queen is still trapped and has nowhere to go.
Yep.
That's a good move to spot.
Yeah, queen e8 played from Spargo with genuinely that might be one of the better moves. You're not losing your queen, but you're losing a bishop. He knows it though, and again, Boy has fully made this comeback. It's unfortunately not going to be enough for Spargo here. He's now in the back foot, down another piece, just like game number 1. We saw how good Boy was at converting, Alex. Now we get to maybe see it again. Spargo needs to keep the pieces. Boy wants to trade them.
All right, chat, I'm going to throw you the question again. You are playing white in this exact position against somebody your exact elo. What percentage do you give yourself that you're going to win? I phrased it very concisely this time since people were asking. See a lot of, okay, it's never 100%. Some of you don't understand probability here. 95, okay, at least somebody's a little bit more honest. 80, the person who said 10% I feel really bad for you. 35, what are you talking about?
Rook d2 instead of knight d3, so a little bit of a miss there by both players. Rook d2 is a great looking move.
Oh, I said white. That was my bad. Sorry, continue on.
Oh, you mean you asked them if they're white here, what would they score? And some people said 100?
Yeah, that was. We're all confused. I guess we're just going to come back to the commentator.
Honestly, it's a great confidence there. 100% winning with white. I got to respect that.
Yeah, most people saying 100%. They take this down no matter what. I want chat's confidence. But okay, the position is heating up here. Boy has gotten his rook up to the second rank. He's putting pressure on f2. It is defended for now, but there's a fork on the board. And wait, there's a fork on the board.
Yeah, double fork. I like
wow.
it. Knight d3, knight e4. Who's fork? Okay, taking with check makes sense, but in some ways, Alex, this is a glorified trade. Like, I know that we all got fancy there with tactics and forks, but for being honest, we just traded pieces. And again, Boy's found a way to trade pieces down, and Spargo, I feel, has not played a bad match at all, but Boy had one game where he got ahead and never looked back, and another game where he had a come from behind victory, is what it's looking like. So just kind of showcasing all different styles of his game.
Yeah, and Spargo is getting close to a minute on the clock. If he could somehow get the A7 pawn, so at least black doesn't have any pass pawns, that would be his best chances to hold. But of course, the difficulty is that even if he holds and gets draw, that's not enough to come back in this match. So he's in a must-win situation, down a full piece.
Not enviable. And now with the rook passively defending, definitely the best move, by the way, but certainly very passive here. There's not much to do in this position. Yeah, Boy can advance some pawns in the middle, maybe bring that king in, and I'm guessing we are maybe a couple moves away from a rook trade, which might seal things in Boy's favor.
Yeah, rook a2 is the natural move, but actually trying to keep the rook on the board, rook c1, rook d1 would have been better. Give the pawn, just try to keep it a little bit more complicated. Rooks are off the board. Boy is playing quickly. He knows that he has to activate his king in the endgame.
Yeah, I want to say for Spargo's rating in this SuperPogChamps event, I'm tremendously impressed. Really, for me, one of the standout performers at 1500, pretty much the lowest rated in his group. So I think that this is a performance you can be very, very happy with. Boy, on the other hand, converts positions where he has an edge really, really well. The technique, being up material, how he looks for trades and keeps it simple. It's really tough to manage a comeback when Boy gets ahead. So just a tough matchup here, but at 1500, Alex, I think Spargo really, really had a good tournament.
Yeah, no, he's played incredibly well. And here he can actually shuffle his king between b3 and c4, or king d3 and then go back to c4. But the problem is the pawn on a4 isn't defended anymore. I would have liked it if he was just trying to hold on to those two squares and putting a little bit more pressure on Boy to show that he knows how to convert this. But I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to go for the e6 pawn, which is actually a cool little idea as well.
Yeah, bishop b2 would be really clinical. Something about Boy makes me think a move like that is possible. But otherwise, taking these two pawns is a very, very sufficient idea.
Oh, he should have played king e5 first just to stop that bishop b2 move, because he does need to take the e6 pawn. It would have given him the best chances, but Boy still needs to find bishop b2.
Yeah, making a pass pawn here, but that long-range bishop can always cover. It's not like a knight where you're worried about, can it get back in time? No, bishop b2, it's already back in time.
Yeah, and we get that resignation from Spargo. Very well fought out. Congratulations to Boy for converting both of those two games and coming back from a really hard opening position as well.
Yep. Yeah, surviving a very difficult opening, a 2-0 from Boy. Very clinical. Like I said, when Boy gets the advantage, does not let it go and moves on to the consolation final. And like I said, Spargo can really hold his head high after a tournament like that, coming in as one of the lower rated players, not only in the event, but certainly in his group. So really impressed by the work that he put in.
Yep, and again, he was able to score that upset against Tyler 1. Incredible result. Boy is going to be going up against the winner between SonicFox and Will Benson, which we will be watching next.
Yeah, that's another one that I'm excited for. It feels like, it's been a little while since we've seen Will play. I'm almost like, okay, no, we got to refresh, get his chest back in here, because Sonic has been playing, right? They took out Daryl in a tie-break, really, really close match. So I think this one is sure to deliver.
But before we get there, we have a quick little announcement. You guys remember, this tournament is being supported by Lide. We are proud to be partnered with Lide Haiti, a nonprofit focused on supporting Haitian girls from underserved communities in health, learning, and art, supporting over 1,000 girls and young women between 10 to 24 each year. SuperPogChamps couldn't be happier to support Lide's mission of positive, transformative change. Be sure to use the command Lide in chat to learn more or get involved. And if you remember, Amon or I will be donating $500 as well at the end of the final match, depending on who wins. But we'll be back soon.
Bonjour, famille, c'est Gina Alexis. Moi, j'ai 16 ans. L'année passée, madame a travaillé avec nous. Je ne suis pas tellement honnête parce que c'est la première fois que je rejette ça, parce que c'est madame qui t'a montré. C'est à cause de madame, je me prends ça rejeter. Il fait m'apprendre, il fait me focus, n'importe jeu qui me pas connaître, focus. Je ne pas toujours timide pour m'apprendre, focus, malgré que je ne pas connaître là, c'est la première fois, je dois toujours essayer. Je vais jouer, et puis madame n'a pas passé ça avec moi, tout pour me montrer. Je ne pas attendre que le temps de Jenny, le temps de jouer à Jenny, nous avons gagné, nous avons saisi de ça. Que Samna me dit, nous avons souhaité retourner commencer à faire échec là pour nous plus fort, comme ça tout, nous participer dans n'importe quoi. Deuxième Anaïka, on a 14 ans. Commencer à jouer jeu d'échecs, pas du combien de temps parce que jusqu'à présent, je joue échecs sur tablette. Moi, j'aime pour me qui jouer. Et en plus, pour jouer avec l'autre monde qui est plus fort passer. Et je dis, au plus toujours continuer avec l'échec là, et plus tu as plus aidé Timonio, plus faire concours avec l'autre participant pour te plus élevé dans l'échec.
I think Andrea, because she has so much tournament experience and she's been doing it for a long time, and she streams on it as well. So I would think she's the heavy favorite. No. Well, it all, to be honest with you, it depends on the game. I mean, if it's just like random games like Blitz game or Bullet Frame, my risk tolerance is pretty high. I would say like an 8 or 9. But when I think like in a tournament case, I might be more of a 4 or a 5.
see because of you. I just don't understand all this language. Walk dances at the end.
Checkmate! 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 Oh! Oh!
This is very smooth baiting technique, by the way. Good job by Sonic.
For sure.
Nicely done.
There we go.
Stalemate, by the way.
I did. That's why.
I've played a long time, ever since I was a kid. I really appreciate the great players. Just like, you know, in basketball, people come to watch the best players in the world. No! No!
Oh my god.
When the pressure's on, you crumble!
He still has really good chances here.
Whoa!
If he just resigned, Hikaru.
No, it choked its game. No. I can't believe it choked.
But now King...
Oh, you
No,
put
my
it
God.
Yes! Yeah!
We are back, about to watch the quarterfinals match in the Consolation Bracket between SonicFox and Will Benson. Aman, what are your predictions going into this match?
Well, as I said before the break, Sonic had that long tiebreaker match with Daryl Morey. It actually could have been either player moving on, so Sonic had to defend a tough position. You know, there were a lot of blunders in that one. It was a really crazy tiebreak. Whereas Will Benson is coming in off of a bye, didn't even play the quarterfinals, now in the semifinals. So kind of different paths. A lot of chess for Sonic, which you can say maybe has Sonic more warmed up and experienced a lot of different situations. Whereas for Will, I haven't played in a while, feeling fresh, but maybe not as in practice. So I'm curious to see how Will is going to perform against Sonic, who should be the favorite, just according to the rating, Alexandra. But let's see what kind of chess these two bring today.
And let's also remind you guys what they're playing for. We have a $50,000 total prize pool in the Consolation Bracket. First place is playing for $5,000. Second place is playing for $3,500. Third, $3,000. Fifth, $2,250. This is really exciting. So the further they make it, the higher the pay gaps. This is looking really good for a chess tournament, Aman.
Yeah, I've been outspoken many times that it's quite possible. I'm pretty sure my top prize in a chess tournament ever is not more than 5,000 to 6,000. So someone could probably eclipse maybe not my total career earnings put together, but certainly my top prize, perhaps in this one event.
Wait, what was the event that you made 5,000? Because that sounds like a crazy number even in chess. I'm like, wow, how'd you do that?
I know. Yeah, I say 5 to 6 because I think it was 6,000, and this is Canadian Monopoly money for co-winning the Canadian Open. So yeah, that's the most that I can recall taking home. So very, very generous prizes, and I wish I was 1,200 and able to compete in this one, Alexandra.
And for those of you who don't know, Canadian Open is Canada's strongest tournament. Anybody can enter. There's a lot of GMs. So this is a really big deal. It's also content. We're also doing it for a good cause. Day is who the fundraiser is for, which actually we are at $11,000 fundraised. And I know that Rain Wilson, the co-founder, is matching every single dollar donated. So that is really exciting to see. And
Amazing.
I see that we have Will Benson sitting in his hotel room, ready to play against Sonic. Oh, they're both in their hotel room. Well, we're going to show you guys that point of view really soon.
Nice. Yeah, we have everyone here and looks like ready to play. So yeah, I'm excited to get into this. Will has shown like kind of similar to Spargo, I want to say, a level that's a little bit above the rating that's posted. Probably hasn't had a ton of opportunities to play chess in a sort of competitive setting, which is what we've got here. And Sonic, on the other hand, has actually played a lot. I feel like in this tournament, going to those tie breaks, those extra quarterfinal matchups. So let's see, because Will against Daryl definitely had some really successful attacks. So I wonder if we can get those open tactical positions that I'm expecting Will to do pretty well in.
And I saw that Will was warming up right before this. He was doing his puzzle rush. Is that something you'd recommend to people for warming up?
Oh, I like that. That's, I think, probably one of the better ways to do it, because there's something that feels weird to me about playing a game before your game. I don't know. It feels too official. It's like I generally want my first match to be the official match, but I don't want that to be the first time I touch the chess pieces. So I think that Puzzle Rush is actually pretty good as an intermediate ground there.
Yeah, and we usually don't talk about that, but if you think about sports, you stretch, you do a little bit of a warm-up, whereas where most people play in a classical tournament, or at least me, I'm just cramming theory until the latest possible moment. But doing a little bit of a stretch or a warm-up seems like a good idea. Chat, do you guys ever warm up for your matches? I know the answer. I don't know why I'm asking. There must be one guy
That's a
who
great
does at
question.
least.
Yeah. No, I can definitely picture everyone in chat before logging on and losing 150 points. They are definitely stretching, warming up. That sounds accurate.
Yeah, no, exactly. Amon, have you been working out at all anymore? I remember, there was a fun time when we were all in the chess bra house and we were doing those warm-ups. My arms, I feel like, didn't get as jacked as I would have wanted them to, but I'm curious if you've been keeping up with it.
Well, Jeff's not around as much anymore. He was leading those in-house workout sessions, so naturally we've all fallen off the wagon. But doing the chess boxing was obviously a nice excuse, for Andrea as well. Just a nice excuse to do that full body workout. So I think I just need that or some sort of reason to do it, and then I've no problem with the motivation and discipline.
Yeah, you do have that belt and that championship, those boxing gloves and the belt behind you. But the games have started. Here we go. D4, D5. We see a symmetrical position so far from Will and Sonic.
Yeah, we are definitely in. I didn't realize that Will was playing the London system like this. I'm curious to see how the rest of the pieces are going to develop. One London, I guess, sort of like a London piece of advice is normally you actually keep that bishop on the f4 square. It's a little bit strange, but you kind of keep it here unless there's a lot of pressure on d4. And if there's no pressure on d4 and there's none here, leave that bishop on this square, because what's going to happen is Sonic is going to play a knight to one of these squares. It's going to happen, and the next move intended is going to be pawn to e5. It is mission critical that Will plays knight e5 here, but without knowing that you need to prevent this move, you might castle, because that looks like a great move, but it would be a pretty significant opening mistake. So let's see if Will plays knight e5, and I'm very happy to see that move. You can follow it up with f4, and this is now after knight e5, Alex, this is a fantastic London system.
This is the dream as a London player. Not myself, but I've watched enough of my sister's game to get the general gist. And here, I'm curious how Sonic's going to reply. Obviously, you can't take with the knight, because then you're going to get forked after d takes e5. You can take with the bishop, but then you're giving away the bishop pair and you don't have a good square for your f6 knight. So there isn't a great way to capture, and now your position is a little bit cramped. So maybe you could try something like c5, which is what he goes for. But what white should do here is keep the tension. Would you go f4 right away, Amon?
It's a good question. I think it's a great move, but there's so many nuances to the London. I'll point out a couple things, and I'll just take this move back to do so. We have some quick moves here, so I'll just jump back. The knight on d2, people often think this London knight is to support the e5 square. Big misconception. This knight is to prevent black's knight from doing the exact same thing that white is intending. So probably 90+% of the time, you're supposed to leave it on d2 to monitor that square. And when I see the knight coming here, it's kind of a mistake because black could then jump with this knight into e4, then f6 happens, you might lose this bishop or this bishop. None of that is any good. So big misconception there, bringing this knight to support. And for that reason, yes, I would like to use the pawn instead. Castle, this is a tremendous position. And keep in mind, b6, as soon as that's played, knight c6 is a pretty important move. So let's see the current position here. h6, and just watch out. b6 loses on the spot if it's ever played, and I'm telling you, it looks really tempting.
That's really cool. Yeah, knight c6, it attacks the queen, and the queen isn't trapped. It can move to e8, but when the queen moves to e8, it doesn't defend the bishop on d6 anymore, so white can end up a piece. I do wonder if black doesn't play knight e4 here, if white could actually consider moving their knight back to d2 as one of the best moves.
Yeah, it honestly would not be a bad move, but at this point, rook e1 and queen e2 probably do the same thing while also developing. So you could probably get away with it at this point, but you're actually not wrong. I bet knight d2 is not even a mistake.
And Sonic is taking their time here. I wonder if he sees that c6 is such a dangerous square, but okay, well, hey, I asked and I got my answer. There you go.
Yeah, we'll see. Will has to sort of take a moment, recognize the possibility, because it's not an obvious tactic, but it is a very common one. You just kind of don't really expect it, right? It was previously covered by the pawn. Amazing move by Will. It's actually a disaster because you're going to lose the bishop and the rook thereafter. So this has been so far, I won't say a London masterclass because I'll be pinky up critical of knight f3, but Will has played a very, very good game so far, and this is a phenomenal tactic.
He played it so quickly as well. He has almost the amount of time he started with. And Sonic has no expression on their face yet. I do like that they seem to not be bothered even when they're in more difficult positions. I remember the first day they were always smiling no matter what, and that's actually a really good mindset to have because it's hard to come back otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good mindset, but unfortunately not a good move here. Knight b8, yes, this rook is hanging, but when you think about it, that rook is trapped. Can't move, and so you can take it next turn. Here, the best move is just going to be knight captures the knight on b8. The bishop is just doing everything from d6. This is a total disaster, and even if you don't play the best move, knight takes knight here, everything is winning. Will is going to be up at minimum a rook here, maybe more.
Yeah, it's looking a little tough for the black pieces again. And we have
wow.
a resignation. Wow.
Okay, clearly Sonic just did not see the knight could take, was trying to uncover an attack on the knight with the queen, but this has been a disaster. I will always say, Alex, I think it's a little bit early for resignation. People can have their opinions there. I just think there's always a chance, but that was pretty bad. It was getting out of hand.
Yeah, although sometimes you just want to cut the suffering and move on. But I agree. I think the correct advice is to keep playing for a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless,
Yep.
On to the second game here. We have what looks like a perk for black. White gets to keep center. I find the perk really hard to play as black. It's just a little bit awkward. You don't have that much space. Your bishop is pointing towards the center. That being said, Will already has 1 point in the lead, so let's see how he's going to play it here. Is this an opening you'd recommend for beginners?
Absolutely not. No. This is probably one of the worst for beginners. It's also not much better for advanced players. So,
Yes.
it's definitely one that needs a lot of justification, and that immediately makes it tough for newer players to play because it's not something that's naturally good. It's something that you kind of have to prove is good. And right here, you're seeing the plans in action. Sonic wasting no time, going directly for an attack here. The center is going to be closed, and honestly, g4 knight e2 to g3. Let's see how Will defends this. I am going to be impressed, though, if Will can kind of emerge the next couple moves unscathed, because I think it's so easy to play for white. The attack is obvious. I have seen both Will and Sonic in this event play this type of opening, not against each other, with mixed success. So let's pay attention to the next couple moves, because Alex, huge attack is being launched here by SonicFox, who needs a win to tie this up and go to tiebreaks.
Yeah, and we've seen Sonic play the G4 H5 idea many times this SuperPogChamps. I'm certain that we will see him do it again. What do you think Will's best defense is to D5?
Well, I definitely think knight to d4 is a must-play move. There is a sort of unwritten rule about, maybe it might be written as well, about the King's Indian or the Pierce. So basically any of these openings, even the Grunfeld, just where black has a fianchetto setup, which means, yeah, the bishop in front of the king like this, not developed on this natural diagonal, but instead over here. And the general idea is that white's dark square bishop, which corresponds to that, is so valuable. And trading it for a knight is never worth it. Trading it for a knight and a pawn, I'll just put this move on the board. First of all, you're not even winning that pawn because of some quite nice tactics here in the middle of the board. Knight takes e4, attacking the queen, and then rook e8. But even if you were winning the pawn here, this is still not good. You usually want to protect that dark square bishop as white at all costs. So knight to d4, absolutely the best move for black, and knight e7 by Will, I think is good, but a little bit subpar.
Yeah, and that's a plan that is really hard to see because it's so deeply strategical. If you're seeing this position for the first time, you think you're just going to be down a pawn. It's hard to calculate it through, but it is a good reminder to keep in mind for anyone who is a masochist and likes to play the Pierce. I used to say perk, but now I heard Amon say it, Pierce. We corrected it. Fantastic times.
Perfect. Now that you're bestowing a lot of power on me, because now I'll just pronounce something else completely incorrect and send you off on the wrong path. So be on the lookout for that in the future.
Yeah, you're going to fool me, and that's okay. It happens. I see that Sonic is trying to trade off his bishop here. Do you think that's a good trade to go for?
Yes, this is a fine trade. One thing is, I was just talking about bishop for knight. You never really want to make that trade. Bishop for bishop is okay, and it does contribute to the attack, weakens the black king a little bit. Here, I'm looking at the squares that are controlled, and a move that kind of controls them back is knight e2. So I was looking at knight e2 to cover those squares, and then I wanted to play g4 as an idea. Keeping the tension for now seems okay, because if black takes on h6, I'm perfectly happy to take with my queen. So I would have preferred knight e2 there, but at least knight h3 is developing.
Yeah. Ooh, so he's just taking the knight here. I like that move because if it doesn't really matter what you take with as white, you're not going to be able to castle anymore.
Okay, I really like this move. I think this is a potentially very, very good move. Let's see the reaction. It just looks like you're winning a pawn here, but this is exactly what black usually wants in this opening. So I like this from Will. This is back to our strategic understanding of don't give that bishop up for a knight. And here, it's a knight and a pawn, so you might think, oh, this is just free material. But to be honest, pawn to f5 and maybe c6 and queen b6 or a5, I like black's attacking chances a lot more. And we wait and see, what happens here. But I really think that black is about to take control of this game.
And I was about to say, usually you don't want to trade your dark squared bishop for a knight on c3 unless there's some kind of tactic that makes it worthwhile. And here, I guess both Will and the engine thought it was worthwhile to give up the bishop because the white king is in such an awkward position. He can't castle kingside, and if he castles queenside, I mean, that pawn structure is certainly not winning any beauty contests.
That's correct. Knight d5, a really nice tactic from Will. The one thing that Sonic has going for them is once you move the queen back, let's say to d2, guards the pawn, hits the knight for real this time, you've already got the attack started. So as damaged as those pawns are, white can play bishop c4, castles, takes on g6 and bring the other rook over to h1. So I actually think that this is a pretty dangerous attack. As much as I like Will's position and I give credit to a great tactic, I just think the value of that dark squared bishop is really high, like probably more than the value of just winning one pawn. So we'll see how this
Yeah.
plays out, but you can see, Alex, the top engine move is queen f6, losing the knight on purpose to win the rook in the corner. That is probably not about to be played.
Yeah, if he doesn't see this, then the position is going to swing back to being better for white. The only reason the engine is valuing it as such is because of the
Yeah.
tactic, and Will is playing really well. That is an insane move to spot, so knight f6 feels very natural. And
Yep.
now the attack is starting to look really scary. The queen is even looking towards h6.
Yeah, and h takes on g6, queen h6 immediately might just come very close to ending the game on the spot. I do think that Will is going to take some time, think with the f pawn, which is the correct decision, and then castling, I think, is really important to get that king out of the middle of the board, out of the pin, and then you're going to see bishop c4 with a check, queen up, rook over, full attack on Will Benson's king. So let's see the important thing first, the recapture. H takes,
Right.
Alex, could lose the game.
I mean, I'm trying to look. I think h takes does lose the game. Is there any way black can come back after queen h6?
Yeah, I mean, knight h5, g4, you probably are going to lose that knight. So yeah, for all intents and purposes, I think that is just game losing.
Very important decision, and he spots it. F takes g6. He takes with the correct pawn. Do you think that white should castle right away, or start with queen h6 to start the tension?
Definitely castle, because queen h6 doesn't threaten anything. So definitely castle, and also bishop c4, very tempting. Might even be the move that we see here, but I think d5 is truly annoying, and it's based on the fact that the king is still in the middle. So I 100% want to castle, and that's going to set up all of the other beautiful plans that I might have.
Including bringing the a1 rook to join the attack on the king side.
Yes, definitely. Definitely want to just use all the pieces. So here's that bishop move. It is the move I expected. As I mentioned, d5 is a very strong reaction and kind of reminds us why we're supposed to get castled. There's no rush for this. However, if Will decides to move the king, it'll just transpose. So big moment here if Will finds d5 or not.
Yeah. Oh, and he did not. He played king h8. Kind of a normal reaction to have here. Sonic
Definitely.
does need to castle here, which I think is going to start feeling pretty organic because he's ready to double his rooks on the h file.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you think
Castles
Will
is
should try
necessary.
and counter the attack here?
Well, at the moment, as much as I hate to say it, I think we need to be on defense here, which is, I think, not an unfamiliar position for Will. But also, rook h1, queen d4, queen h6. There's so many threats. I think we need to take care of ourselves first, and then look, to the future, maybe some attacking ideas. But for now, no. I think if you try to counterattack, you're probably going to get mated.
And queen d7, it looks like it's helping with the defense. His queen is defending on h7, also looking towards a4 in the future. It's not doing any attacks right away because the a2 pawn is defended by the bishop.
Yep.
Interesting. Makes sense to me. I'm not sure what the computer was spotting or why it hated black's move here, but doubling the rooks on the semi-open h-file where black's king is super natural.
Yeah, I think for Will, it's just, why are we not keeping our knight defended, I guess. So queen e7, probably over to g7, I'm guessing was what the engine preferred. Rook e5 is a perfectly fine move. I happen to like it because it controls this diagonal a little bit. I think Will is trying to maybe slide that queen over, maybe double the rooks. And for Sonic, you kind of have to involve something else in the attack. Right now, it's not enough. Just to put an idea on the board to appease the chat, queen f4, hitting that knight, which is hanging. And you might think, okay, well, let's maybe bring the queen over. And then well, I can take that knight. Queen takes f6, and the crowd goes wild as rook takes h7 would be a checkmate in the corner. So lots of very dangerous ideas afoot here.
That would be so cool. And honestly, maybe we'll see something like that. G4 doesn't attack in the right way. If you push, I guess G5 is a nice threat because he's trying to get the defender away from the H7 square. So maybe it's not the worst option, actually. Just not as clean as the queen taking the knight idea.
Yeah, a few things are, so we'll allow that. B5 is a nice bit of counterattack, saying rook e5 can help in defense and attack. And if bishop goes back, I think you're looking at a5, you're looking at c5, some moves that continue to harass the bishop. If pawn to g5, there is knight h5, so it's not fully game over on the h7 pawn.
Yeah. And c5 is going for a similar idea to a5. He's trying to go for c4.
Yeah, c4 is very strong. The reason that white's position is probably quite good here, I think it has a lot to do with this sacrifice. So if you start to not see that move, I don't think it's so easy.
Yeah, and bishop d5, very intuitive here. You see your bishop is going to get trapped. It's the best square to put your bishop. He is attacking the rook on a8. Black can't take the bishop because then h7 is going to be not defended, so he's just going to have to move his rook somewhere, but he probably wanted to activate his rook regardless.
Yeah, the nice thing is, at the end of the day, allowing rook takes h7 does not lose the game. It's probably still fine for black to play, but you could decide to move the rook somewhere central and then take later. The nice thing for Will is that I think the worst is behind him, and now with knight takes bishop at some point, I think the position should be okay.
Rook b8, he's trying to get a counterattack. I'm guessing he's going for a move like b4, but b4 feels way too slow here relative to white's attack, and the rook on b8 can't help defend the kingside pawns. He can't go to b7, which would be the only way to do it, so that's why the computer doesn't like that move.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The computer is always going to prefer, multi-purpose moves. Rook e8 doubles, but also maybe helps with rook e7 in the future. And if you take on d5, then maybe the e file is open. So just thinking about potential outcomes in the future. f4, g5. These are the types of moves I'm starting to think about in this position to try to really punch the attack through.
Yeah, they both seem really scary here. And the clock is ticking. They both have around 5 minutes, but they seem really comfortable with time pressure. They've been moving quite fast. But the truth is, once you start having to defend, you start really thinking using, like 1 to 2 minutes. So it's actually less time than you might think.
Yep. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, pretty much a piece here. As rook b8, it also doesn't really make enough of a threat. I'm curious in this position after rook b8, maybe if Will is kind of going through some variations. My understanding is that Will is also, just like in our previous match, is also streaming. So curious to hear if his thoughts match the difficulty of this position.
And I think his stream is lagging a little bit. He has delay on, so we'd probably have to just be looking at past Will. So I guess we're just going to have to imagine it from now.
Got it. How did he end up on delay and no one else? He's taking fair play to the next level, Alexandra. He said, no one's coming for me.
Exactly. He doesn't want anyone to know what his plan is.
I like it. Yeah. It's like sometimes you're streaming certain games where it really matters, maybe where you are on the map or something. He's like, no one's seeing the board from my POV. Can't have that.
Oh, although it looks like this is actually right where we want to be. Maybe this is the chess.com official feed rather than the stream.
Yeah, the nice thing is we happen to be looking at a position where he's basically not moved for that amount of time, so the delay is on. we get to hear his thoughts. So this is a pretty good time to look in.
Nemo, if you're watching this, I hope you just jump for joy when I make this crazy sacrifice. Think about it, right?
Wasn't he?
Bam, wait, sorry. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. So I'm fine right now, actually. I don't have to make a singing sacrifice. Not yet. But once he comes charging down here, it's over. It's over. And I can see that.
This is all very accurate. I'm going to take us back to the live board because we're, due to the delay, we're a little bit ahead. But that was nice to hear how Will was dealing with the attack. And just to update everyone, Will played the best move, queen to g7, certainly the most natural move. And after takes, we're waiting to see if Sonic is going to continue in the correct way. So far, so good. But I'm telling you, this is a really difficult calculation. I think what is about to happen is g5, and if the knight goes to h5, f5, and f6. So let's pay attention here, but Sonic has been playing a really phenomenal attacking game so far.
And Will kept talking about this insane sacrifice he wants to do and impress his coach Nemo. I wonder if he's thinking about sacking the rook for the bishop?
It must be, right?
Seems like it, because I don't know what other insane sacrifice there is on the board. Although, it's probably better for him to just keep his rook and move backwards if he's missing the g5, f5, f6 idea. Oh, did he play it or did you play it?
I did not do that. That is on the board. And after the knight recaptures, losing this pawn as well, I think that's why we had trouble seeing it, because it didn't seem that crazy. But losing the h7 pawn at the end confirms that was definitely a crazy sacrifice. And the a pawn is loose. Will had played some great defense the entire time. It's almost like he started to underestimate himself, because g5, knight h5 was always keeping things boxed in.
Okay, but I think he thinks that this position is actually very good for him, because he was smiling, he was rubbing his hands together, and I know there's a little bit of delay on the camera, but actually, if he thinks he just made a brilliant sacrifice, that might help his confidence carry through this endgame.
Yeah, completely agree. The pawn quality is not there at all for SonicFox. Obviously, the material is, but you can solidify this knight with g5. You can even play king g5 and try to take here. Black is going to have a lot of chances in this endgame. Let's see how it plays out, but I like the confidence to even go for the sacrifice. A lot of new players, they just see the values of the pieces. The sacrifice doesn't even occur because they're like, oh, it's a bad trade. I would never give away 5 points for 3. So the fact that Will is even considering stuff like that, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, and I see Sambuca in the chat. I'm not sure if it's the Sambuca who played in the previous PogChamps, but if it is, it's good to see you. He's commenting, and he has a pretty good POV because he used to be in these shoes himself. If Will does end up taking the g-pawn, he will at least have some compensation because he has a passed pawn. I like that Sonic is trying to just trade off. They know that when they're out material, that's what they should be going for, and Will also knows that he should be taking it.
That's right. And in this case, rook takes the pawn here on b5 is going to start to take all the pawns that matter, and the most valuable thing to have, not just a pass pawn, but an outside pass pawn, which is basically a way of saying a pawn on the side of the board, so that if you're going to go deal with it, you have to take your pieces, which are in the center, and kind of put them away from the action. It's really annoying.
Yeah, all of Black's pawns are about to fall, other than the g-pawns, so he might as well just YOLO, king takes g4, move his king out of the way, and start pushing that g-pawn and hope for the best.
Yeah, it really will just be a hope, unfortunately. The knight on f4 was a lot better because it would defend everything. Jumping to e2 was sort of a I guess sort of like a desperate check. But let's see how it plays out. I do think, though, that Sonic is converting this game in a really, really nice way, and it's not easy at all.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna have to play his king to a3. I guess he could also play king a1, but it looks a little bit scarier. And then Will's best move might actually be putting his knight back on f4 and trying to hang on to that d pawn for a little longer.
That's right. I think black should probably play knight here, move the king, and try to get this pawn going. If king a3, maybe the benefit is that the pawn can't move. So the dangerous a pawn, which is a pass pawn, is suddenly stuck. So king a3, knight f4, I agree. It's probably the only chance you have.
And one cool thing is that now Sonic's pass pawn is blocked by their own king, so that might slow it down a little bit.
That's correct.
But again, Sonic does need to win to tie this match and go to tiebreak. This is the quarterfinals. The winner advances to the final, so this is a really important game for them.
Okay, so king b3. There might be a weird knight c1, and ooh, I don't know about this. Hang on a sec, you're losing a lot of pawns here. Alex, this could be a big mistake.
I was not expecting this. Even if Will draws this game, that's an incredible result, and he moves on to the finals.
Yeah. Ooh, mistakes are happening. The very weird knight c1 earns yet another pawn.
Wow,
This
and
is
he
starting to
sees
get awkward.
it.
You know,
It's
I would
fast.
even consider king b4, rook b2. That, to me, is a real elite move, potentially, because it might set up the king to get on another forking square. So we'll see, but this is perfectly fine. Like, you have to be impressed at what Will has managed to do with the position here, but the fact remains, it is better for Sonic. Still, rook g5 coming.
If he did play rook b2 and then rook takes e2, I would have been a little suspicious. That's a bit too much GM finesse there. So I think he found the best move possible within his range here.
Hey, there's all, you know, he could have mouse slipped the correct answer. There's lots of ways
True.
to end up playing rook b2.
Well, the g pawn is not going to make a lot of progress. You have those doubled rooks on the 5th rank. Black probably still wants to move his king over just to make space and come a little bit closer to the passed c pawn. It's hard because there's no moves that feel incredible from Black's point of view, but he has to do something.
Yeah, it's not an enviable position. The pawn is going to drop if Sonic decides to play that way. Rook d4 is another way to move, but if you see this fork, you definitely play it. Now, it's clearly an advantage for white, but the most tricky piece, the knight, is still on the board, and that can always end up literally taking one of your entire rooks, and you feel like you could almost lose the game potentially. So I think all results are still possible.
Especially with 1 minute on the clock, that's where knights start to get really annoying.
This is an interesting move. Rook a5 got me thinking there's an option to take and play king f4 and then try to escort the pawn, or do what is a bit more standard, which is keep material on the board, and of course, do not trade when you're down material.
If you were giving advice to Will Benson, you guys were in a break right now, what would you tell him?
In this position, if we're in a break and sort of we resume from this position, I'd probably be saying, like, don't ever trade your rook. And at this point, our goal is to try to find a way that our knight forks the king and the rook. Not even forks both of the rooks, because there'll usually be a check available. So try to locate the square that the king is on and bring your knight to a square that will give it check. For example, this is the worst. This is the worst square or distance you could be from the king, so I'd immediately want to correct that. Knight g3, knight e4, and then at least I have a couple squares that are available as potential checks. Obviously, if the white king moves, which is part of chess, you're going to have to reposition your knight, but I would just say, look, back's against the wall, try to position your knight a lot, only move your rook to, like, avoid trading it, and see if you can get a fork. That's the best we can do.
That's really good advice. Sonic, again, a little low, under 30 seconds on the clock. We'll see if they're able to convert it now.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks like Sonic is kind of abandoning going for a queen and instead trying to get this checkmate to work, but some difficult defense being played by Will.
Rook F2. Ooh,
Yeah, this
it's going to lose
move
the
will win the
knight.
game. Let's see though. It does look like a fork with the king, but I think that yes, Sonic is trying to go for a different idea, and these moves are not available.
I wonder if there's any stalemate ideas here. He might have,
Checkmate.
he might have to give up his knight here.
Yeah, Rook E3 gets mated. It's not easy to see that there's a checkmate threat, but if you do spot it, unfortunately, you might have to make a move you're not too happy with.
And then, yeah, he has to play Rook H3 here.
Yeah, I expected this
Ooh.
one to guard the knight, but what a great idea by Sonic to abandon the idea of queening and just go for mate. That was really impressive.
Yeah, nice job. Great comeback from Sonic. Now they're going to go into the tie breaks. If you remember, whoever has the highest accuracy score is going to get the white pieces. If there's a draw, which we haven't seen so far, at least while we've been commentating together, players swap colors and they continue going until there's a decisive result. It's going to be 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus. It's a huge game. Whoever wins makes it to the semifinals. We're going
That's
to
right.
check that game out really soon.
Yeah, and there's no way that Will does not get the white pieces, by the way, because the London system game was hardly any moves, and he was just taking free pieces. So that will definitely be the highest accuracy game, which means probably, unfortunately for SonicFox, it means that it's going to be another London. So if I'm playing this match, I'm probably immediately clicking the analyze button on that previous one, go straight into the chess.com analysis, because guess
Yeah.
what? It's another London coming your way.
Well, he's not going to fall for the same trick twice. You know, as you said, you can fall for an opening track the first time, but if you don't recover the second time, that's on you.
All right, let's get ready for this game. I think it's happening just any second now, and you already mentioned the time control a little bit shorter. That's for everyone to keep in mind. But I have noticed that it seems like both of these players are fairly good on the clock. Like, eventually everyone gets low on time, but we haven't seen discrepancies of like 5+ minutes. Like, I feel like both players are doing a good job managing the clock overall.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we do have their accuracies. It's actually closer maybe than we'd expect. Will was at 80%, so he's going to be white. And Sonic was at 75.9%, so around a 4% difference between the two of them. Let's see if Sonic can improve how he plays against the London. And I'm curious if Will is going to go for the same idea where he brings his knight to F3.
Well, he should. That's for sure. Or sorry, you meant knight F3. Yeah, that honestly might still happen.
Sorry.
So Sonic changes things up and goes with the C5. This is much, much better. Already much happier. Knight to D2, bishop D6, bishop to G3 would be very similar to how we played the previous game. This is a different idea, and let's see how the opening goes here. One thing about Sonic, they've taken on D4 in both of the games, and I would say overall this move is unfortunately not a good move almost ever in the London, because all that you're doing, and it's important for the viewers to kind of appreciate, you're not trading your C pawn for the D pawn. You think like, oh, I'm trading my wing pawn for a center pawn. Unfortunately, what you're doing is you're trading the C pawn for the E pawn. You're grabbing a center pawn, but really the quality of the C pawn was much higher. You could play C4, you could take in a better moment. And here, this is exactly what you want from a London system. Nothing too dangerous, but I will say Will should be pretty happy with this once again.
Why is this pawn structure something you want from the London system?
Well, I'm looking at the pieces. Bishop on C8 is not participating. This bishop and the bishop on F4 are on pretty much the best positions. So if I'm comparing the quality of the pieces, I've got this bishop, which is not even on its ideal square, which is d6, and this bishop, which is not even participating because of the e-pawn. So minor pieces for white are a little bit better, and a really great move by Sonic, which I'm going to go back and just say, Will, and for anyone playing these London system games, you know, you always want to sneak in h3 so that your bishop has that safety net. And what ended up happening was castles, knight h5, great timing by Sonic to grab that London bishop. And now, that bishop I said was not really any good, can now reach its best destination, the d6 square.
Yeah, and now white doesn't have the bishop pair anymore. He plays queen to c2, but it isn't attacking anything right now. And is white's plan here still at some point to try to get a knight to e5, or how do you continue? Because if you don't play the London, it's not really obvious what your plan should be here.
Well, that's the nice thing about the London when you have the bishop. The plans are a bit more obvious. Knight e5 would be a clear one. Without the dark square bishop, the London plays much differently, and for sure we could say it's definitely a mistake to not have h3 in. But if you find yourself in this position, I think unfortunately you have to kind of change your plan a little bit. If you play rook e1, black plays bishop d6, you're not playing knight e5, right? It's just not possible. So I would want to flip my queen back around here, if I'm being honest, to e2, and then from e2 I could support knight e5, or I could play bishop c2 and queen d3. It's like ring around the rosy to get my queen there, so I'm threatening a checkmate.
That's a hard plan to see. Just reshuffling your pieces like that. Wow.
And knight h4, I'm hopeful that Will is doing this to kind of get back to some f4 idea, and then maybe knight f3, knight e5. But queen d8 is putting a tough question to the knight, and yeah, gotta just move it right back.
Now, speaking of having a hard time coming up with plans, white is the only one struggling with that. Black is also going to have a hard time. Like Amon pointed out, his bishop on d7, it's locked up behind his white pawn, so it's not ideal. It would be incredible if Will would trade his knight for the bishop, at least for black's pieces. He might think that he's getting the bishop pair, but really he's trading off a bad bishop. Knight e5 might actually help black a little bit because it'll give space. Maybe his bishop can come to c6 and at least it'll open up long term.
Nice couple threats here. Easy to look at this move and just not appreciate the danger. Knight f3 is a great move, but I would say that knight b4 is tempting here. Probably the reason that it's not as good as we'd like it to be. I'm just going to put it on the board. Usually that's why you put the rook on c8. Well, here you can play bishop h7, which is a really strange move, but after you move your queen away, now you're threatening the knight, and black can't really win this bishop in a nice way, because all these moves are kind of bad. g6, f5, plus you have a knight hanging. So if you just move back, you haven't really accomplished anything.
Yeah, it's that kind of aggression that you get a dopamine hit, you get the check. I see it a lot in lower rated games, but then there's no follow-on plan. So
Yep. Yeah, Will has done the typical London plan, right? Get a knight to e5, and we talked about pawn takes on d4, and I was saying I'm really critical of this move. Another clear reason is the open e-file. If there's a pawn on e3 and a pawn on c5, I can't support this knight the way that I can right now. But now that this is clarified, I'm perfectly happy to play rook e1, queen e2, and I do think that this rook on a1 would actually rather be on f1, so that Will could follow up with pawn to f4 and really start to enjoy the great placement of those pieces.
this is really piecing together the advice you had at the start when you said that this is the ideal position for the London. Because I think when you look at that, it might be hard. Like, why is it so much better to take on d4 with the e pawn instead of the c pawn? And now we see it's because of this e5 square and being able to support it with the rook.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the e5 square, it's the flexibility of playing rook e3 and being able to utilize any of these kingside squares, queen d2 to f4, or maybe to sacrifice on h6 with another piece. The e3 pawn is in the way of everything. All of those ideas don't exist with the pawn on e3, and black is the one who handed over all those possibilities.
I looked at the clock for a second. I was like, whoa, how did they spend so much time? We are in a tie break. They start with 5 minutes. They get 3 seconds, so actually blitz is going to be really important here. And one thing I've heard from a lot of coaches is if you're down like a minute and a half, that's almost the equivalent of being down a pawn. So the time difference might end up having some kind of impact here. Sonic is under 2 minutes, Will is a little over 3 minutes, and his position seems easier to play.
Yeah, loving queen h5. Even the slower bishop c2 and queen d3 to threaten checkmate could be very good. Why do I like that idea so much? Because black has already played h6. And if you play g6, I can probably sacrifice most of the time. So I think Will is recycling the pieces over to the king side in a really, really good way. This is probably the first move I don't love because the knight was on an amazing square. I just want to bring more pieces over, double the rooks on the e file. I think Will is in control here on the clock, on the board, but I don't like moving out of the center. I think the knight was much better there.
And from Sonic's point of view, it's hard to figure out a plan here. If you're going for something like b5, you're trying to play on the queen side. I guess you could go for something like b5, b4. Your bishop on d7, still a problem. You don't really have a way to trade it right now. The rook on f8 isn't necessarily active, but it doesn't have a good square if it goes to e8. I guess e8 is not a horrible idea as far as improving the position of your rooks, and it's nice that this is what he ends up playing.
Yeah, it is. e5 is still very tough to achieve, and to play f6 to get e5 really weakens the light square, so I don't know about that. However, Will needs to play maybe a move like f4, maybe move like queen f3. I want to double the rooks on the e-file really, really badly, and to be honest, I love my knight on e5 so much, I would even consider putting it back, although that's probably not what Will is going to do.
And f4 looks like a really good move at this point in the game, but if somehow they end up trading pieces, White's kingside is pretty weak with the g3, g2 pawn, but you're right, there's no way to take advantage of that weakness right away.
Yeah, you play the long game here. You just remind yourself you're on the attack, so as long as you know to keep the queens on the board, keep that attack going, you can play those aggressive moves. But yeah, if you're ever going to trade queens, suddenly it looks like a regret. Queen f3 instead of f4 is played. I like it, and I hope that the idea is to double the rooks. For Sonic, it truly is tough. Like, it's not easy to play this position. You can dream of bishop b5 to trade bishops, and White just says no, goes back bishop c2. You can dream of b5 and b4. You know, White might delay things with a3. But if you ask me, it's a tough position to play. If I'm Sonic here, probably play b5, b4, because it's the best chance I have at counterplay.
And Sonic is around 30 seconds on the clock. He goes for e5, which I think makes sense. That's the whole idea he had behind rook fe8. He's also opening up his bishop on d7. Of course, it's going to create some problems. The d5 pawn is now no longer protected. Will can't take it right away because the knight on g4 is hanging, so it is a cute little tactic, but regardless, the pawn on d5 is going to be isolated and hanging no matter what after this move.
This is why you probably don't move your knight out of the center. And okay, we have a full commit here. This is what we call speculation. And what on earth was king f8?
Oh, I got a little confused at the order of moves that just occurred. A draw would be hilarious, though.
I have to guess that queen g4 check was anticipated by Sonic, and so they played king f8 in response. But I do not understand king f8 unless it was I thought you were going to play this move, because that happens.
Right, but now Sonic is actually surviving a little bit. He can't play bishop e7.
Oh no, the game's going to end. Got to leave some space. Great move.
Actually, even though check always feels tempting, you want to play like a move like queen g8, but then king e7 actually escapes because the king can now go to d7, tuck himself in, and there's no more checks.
Yeah, and queen e7 to trade queens also gets mated, so it's a waiting game, and Will has basically the queen g8 move is going to be extremely strong if you can prevent king e7. So until you can do that, I don't think it's worth doing anything different. Rook e2 here guards this pawn and also guards b2. Ooh, missing this. This is not good. That is a serious mistake for Will, who's not going to be happy. Missing that move.
Yeah, I was even thinking Queen f6 could be a funny baiting move, like trying to get black to play rook e7 or something like that,
Yeah, you're right.
or even queen e7.
We're close. As long as you leave the queen on g5, I think white's winning chances are extremely high. Because a piece to e7 is very likely to happen. What you should do is activate the one piece you haven't used yet, that rook. So rook f1, maybe rook f4, rook h4. Try to get the rook down there. White will win this game if black doesn't get the king out of there. I think queen d8 is the best way to do it because you force the queen to move and you finally get that king out, and it's been played. Let's see, this is a critical moment.
Oh, is there a forced draw somewhere here?
I believe the forced draw we're looking at probably has something to do with queen h6 and rook takes f7, which is, I'm just going to say, not going to happen. So overall, queen d8 I think is a fantastic move, but there is a very, very tricky tactical sequence, which if Will found that, I mean, credit to him because he's on stream delay. So,
Yeah, fair enough. But hey, the clock is still going to play some kind of role here. 30 seconds for both. White is going to have to move his king out of the pin so that he doesn't also lose his bishop. Ooh, that's a really nice move.
Great
Wow.
move. And there's, oh no, don't lose the queen now. King g1 drops the whole queen, and it's probably going to be played, and yes, it is. Ouch.
And the reason you don't see a reaction from Will is because I believe that's the delay cam, or he's just got ice in his veins. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if we just, when the match ends, we'll just keep Will's cam on for an additional minute so we can see the reaction.
I think 90 seconds, but yes, we'll be around.
Gotta keep playing this, right? This is a ticket to the finals. You don't resign this.
Nope. You could always get a stalemate, and a stalemate means you get to go again. So keep going. Don't give up. Tuck your king in somewhere.
Yeah, definitely keep fighting. You cannot, especially because black is taking all these pawns. So definitely keep playing.
Sonic looks extremely happy right now, and I don't. Oh, there's that reaction. All right, we got it.
Hey, all right. Well,
black.
I think you should have kept playing there, Will, especially that final ticket on the line. But that honestly is a resignable position if we're calling it like it is. What a result! Sonic smiles all around. In fact, from both competitors here, Alex, and that was a really entertaining game to watch. It got crazy with that sacrifice from Will.
Yeah, and that means that Sonic is moving on to the Consolation Final, where he'll be going up against Boy, who he actually already played a match against in the Group A. They did end up losing that direct match. I'm sure they want their revenge. We're going to see if they're going to get to that.
Yeah, I feel like the intrigue of that match was so high because Sonic was constantly in that tough London position. The first London went so poorly, so to bounce back and show that they've probably looked at the game, analyzed it even just briefly, and said, no, let me improve on that setup. Completely different in the second attempt, and rewarded for Will just kind of being impatient, going for the full attack with knight f6. Calm, collected moves would have been a lot better, but hindsight is 2020. That was a thrilling match, but ultimately Sonic moves on to the finals, and Boy SonicFox is our next matchup.
What's this? It's a Friday. All right, chat. Well, I was enjoying watching chess, but how many of you are actually doing your puzzles, okay? And don't lie to me. I know. Now is a great opportunity to get 50% off premium. You can do unlimited Puzzle Rush. 50% for those of you who want to know the math. That's half of the price for unlimited game review and all of the other incredible features, puzzles, lessons, insights, and more. Use command Cyber Monday in chat or visit chess.com/membership now. And we will be back after the break. It's going to be super exciting. We're going to have the finals. Rainn Wilson is going to be joining, so don't go anywhere.
I may or may not have been doing some prep, and I search up Masi Oka chess games because I can't find any of his games. And then when you Google him, the first thing when you search Masi Oka chess rating, I'm not kidding, this is the Google search that comes up. The actor Masi Oka has a chess.com account and participated in the 2024 Botez Chess Camp where he beat Andrea. His specific account username is not publicly provided, blah, blah, blah. And then the bullet points is Masi Oka is a 50-year-old actor who plays chess on chess.com. He participated in 2024 Botez. During the camp, he beat Andrea. That is just the fact that Google is just reciting for no reason. And when I saw this, I was like, he doesn't know it yet, but now he is my greatest foe.
All right, here we go. Ready? That was a bad mistake. Sling. That was lame. I had it too.
We are back, about to watch the championship match in the Consolation Bracket. We are also joined by Rain Wilson. Rain, welcome! Are you excited to see this match or what?
I can't wait. I'm so excited. Oh my god.
Good, that's
the
the energy we're trying
enthusiasm
to bring
we
in.
need.
Come on, let's liven this thing up. Come on, SuperPogChamps. SuperPogChamps. SuperPogChamps.
There
Okay,
we go.
petition Alex to just have that intro for all future PogChamps events. That was great.
Perfect.
No,
Yep.
I think it's great. We added over the music. Well, let's quickly show you, catch you up how we've gotten here. We'll look at the brackets real quick.
Here we go. This is, we're on to the consolation final. So this is Voyboy and SonicFox. Voyboy, the top finisher of the players that moved to the consolation bracket, which is why he had that bye. Then he beat Spargo 2-0. Now he's in the final against SonicFox, who Alex had to work a little bit harder, played quite a few more games, I would say, with 2 tie breaks that they were victorious in.
Yep, so we're going to get the match between Voyboy and Sonic, and they have actually already played in PogChamps. Voyboy did get that dub, but it was a really close match, so it can go either way.
Yeah,
I saw that match. I think I was commentating with you guys during that match last time. It was 2 days ago or something like that. It was very close, very close. Yep. I'm surprised Daryl Morey got out on his butt as quickly as he did. He's a terrific player.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
That match was a tiebreak against Sonic, which, truly could have gone either way. I think that had some of the most blunders missed by both sides. It was like a queen hang and then not seeing a queen hang. So we've seen it all.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've been there many times myself. And Rain, Amon and I also have a friendly wager. One of us is going to donate $500 to Lide, depending on who wins overall, but it's a win-win regardless. Maybe you can remind chat again why Lide is such a meaningful cause to you.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you to chess.com and SuperPogChamps for doing this collaboration with Lide Haiti. You know, we started working with chess.com a few years back. It's it's an education initiative in Haiti for young women and girls, and it provides scholarships, it provides tutoring, healthcare, meals, and arts programming. And recently, thanks to chess.com, we were able to add chess programming to our initiatives. And it is, I can't tell you what a delight it is to see these young women and girls coming into their own, gaining confidence from playing chess. A lot of them barely own a pair of shoes, and they're playing chess in the dirt. But they love it. It gives them such confidence. And, you know, Lide is all about taking these almost 800 to 900 girls that we're working with in various parts of rural Haiti and giving them confidence, giving them a voice. And their education certainly helps them do that. And I'm sure everyone watching that their education was a very important part of their life. And it also gives them confidence in their own voice. So thank you for your donations. Thanks for considering donating to Lide Haiti, and the girls, thank you as well.
Thank you so much for sharing about that. And I know you were also there in person, right, when you decided to start this foundation?
Yeah, I have been to Haiti at least 20 times. We went to go volunteer after the earthquake in 2010 and fell in love with the country. It's a beautiful country, obviously, you know, ravaged by poverty, but incredible culture, people, humor, food, music, you name it. And Haitians love education, and we just dug in. We saw that arts and literacy education for these young women and girls could be really transformational, and adding chess to the mix has been incredibly helpful.
Well, I really love that. Thank you for doing that. I'm excited that one of us is going to donate no matter what. And I'm also excited that we have a French defense. Let's go. Aman, I know you also like playing the French.
That's right. That's right. And if I'm not mistaken, should be Rain, maybe you know, is it an official language of Haiti as well?
It is an official language. It's the official government language of Haiti, although Haitian Creole is the language spoken by all the Haitians. But there's a lot of French speakers in Haiti, and we need to teach these young women and girls the French defense.
Wait,
That's
do you
right.
know how to say anything in Haitian Creole?
I know how to say "Comment nous y," which is "How are you?"
That sounds really cool.
Yeah. That's
does.
all I know. Yeah, it's a beautiful language. I love Haitian Creole. It's gorgeous. I hate playing against the French, by the way, and I don't mean the people like Sardoche, although I did hate playing Sardoche. But also the actual French defense is no fun. I get myself in this pickle right here, and I never know what to do.
What do
Yeah.
you not like about playing in the French? What about this position is hard? As a
Good
French
question.
player, I don't know what's hard to play against.
It's just annoying. Look how annoying that is.
I agree, and we need to stand up against people like Alexandra who play the French constantly, popularizing it, getting more people into it. I can say I laid down my sword a long time ago, championing the French, and I will say it's something that kind of the higher rated players look down on a little bit, always making the butt end of the joke, oh, the French is no good. But honestly, at the club level in chess, I think it's a super dangerous opening because it's all about allowing your opponent to in the center, maybe overextend, and then just relentless attacks against that center. And I think anyone who plays the white side against the French can relate to their entire center just collapsing.
Like I said,
Yeah,
it's
and
annoying.
I love hearing that. That warms my heart as a French player. Nothing gives me more joy than sparking annoyance in the heart of my opponents. But of course, the French also does have some challenges to play against. We always talk about the bad French bishop. If you look at the bishop at c8, he's completely blockaded by his own pawns, and it's been more tricky in these lines when you have your queen on b6, because otherwise you can sometimes push a5 or push the b pawn and trade your bishop on a6, but you can't do it in this variation.
I feel like Voyboy knows what he's doing against it, so I think he's doing a nice job.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best things to do if you're kind of feeling sure about a certain opening is just watching someone else play it confidently and just copying their setup. This looks like a really solid way to play with white. My recommendation would probably be to take that light squared bishop and improve it just one more square forward. Would hit the knight, be aimed directly at the black king, and definitely this is a position that Voyboy should play quite aggressively because you've got everything pointed at the black king and you've got black's queen on the other side of the board away from the defensive responsibilities. So let's see if Voyboy goes for an attack. That would be my top suggestion here. And G4 looks like he agrees.
Yeah, G4 looks crazy because you're pushing your kingside pawns, and it is actually creating a weakness long term if black survives the attack. But at least in the short term, yeah, you have bishop d3, knight g5 coming in, looking towards the h pawn, and the reason why it's important is because the knight on f5 was doing a really good blockade against the attack.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think this is the right idea, but one thing missing is this diagonal. I think bishop d3 would have been good. Queen c2 is fine, and the idea, I believe, is knight g5 with the best possible threat to make in chess. Checkmate in one.
Rain, how would you continue here as black?
No, I think Aman just pointed it out perfectly. That white diagonal is a great modus of attack, and the knight can get a lot of damage done. But the c1 bishop, the black bishop, is a little also stifled. Just wondering what you think about. Do you just leave it there on that first rank?
Yeah, it's actually a really great question because the answer is honestly maybe yes. You can develop that bishop to e3 to f4, and all those moves would be great. But there may be more important pieces.
Sorry to interrupt. Would you ever sacrifice right here? Maybe in speed, in a faster speed chess.
Would I ever?
Take that h6 pawn with the bishop.
I definitely would do it, but if I did it against you, you would probably be a very low-rated player because the move does not look very good right now. But I like where your head is at, and I would just involve a few more pieces before I felt confident in that move. So, like the bishop moving up, and maybe even involving one of the rooks if I can. But I like the sacrifice idea. I really do.
Get a rook on g1.
Rook on g1 would look nice. And what part of what h6 is doing, it's a really natural move. You don't want to let the knight come to g5. And it's not a problem right away, but it does create a hinge on black's kingside pawn structure. At some point, if you push g5, black can't just sit there anymore. He's going to need to react to it. He does have h5, which would block up the position, so it's not great right now. But, if you had something like h4, h5, not saying that's accurate, but then g5 would force black to open up the kingside pawns.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Alex. g5 allows h5, so I'm actually a big fan of your suggestion. I'm equally a big fan of what Voyboy is doing for two reasons. First of all, g5 now cannot be met with h5, and the knight also covers the f5 square, but also pawn to f4 and pawn to f5 is another way to continue to involve more pieces. This is a way of involving the rook without moving the rook. Instead of moving the rook to an open file or one that could be open, you just say, well, I'll leave the rook where it is and play f4, f5 and open the f file for it.
Yeah, as a French player, these are the kinds of positions that are really scary to play against. Whenever you really have to defend, it's kind of terrifying. Rain, I know you said you don't like playing the French, it's annoying, but whose side would you prefer to play with here?
Well, I think Voyboy, sometimes I call him Soy Boy, is in a way better position. He played it masterfully. I want to kind of go back and study this game and see exactly what he did. I don't know, was there something SonicFox missed? Because I feel like there just was a little less pressure, on that queen side.
So Sonic has set up a beautiful idea with this last move that Voivod has missed, which is knight takes on d4, utilizing the pin. But also to answer your question, Rain, bishop out to b4 and just voluntarily trading is what has created that strong pawn structure. So that was what Sonic did, which was no good, which is why we ended up here.
But he did find this trap, so now he's actually going to be a pawn up. And even though the engine likes Sonic's position a lot more, I'm actually not sure about it because it is going to be really difficult still to deal with the attack against this king.
Yep, I agree. If I put a variation on the board, like, you know, the queen moves out of the way, the knight captures on e2, and we look at this open file, I could see a lot of the ideas that Rain was highlighting, like sacrificing on h6. All of a sudden, you move the king to the corner, you bring the rook over one square to the g file. This could result in a really quick checkmate. So be on the lookout here and don't believe everything the engine is telling you right now.
Yeah, I love being an engine Andy, just taking a quick look, but it is never that accurate. I remember when I would play chess as a kid, my dad would be looking over it with an engine. He'd be like, how did you miss this and this and that? I'm like, Dad, you don't even see that without an engine. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and the engine has come a long way since, even the last 5 years, let alone the last 20. Now you're talking about the depth that the engine can see. It's producing these crazy ideas that humans could never.
Right. Rain, do you ever use an engine to analyze your games?
I don't. I'm not good enough to do that. I wouldn't. It's humiliating for me. Actually, I go back on that little chess.com thing that they have where you can kind of go back and it gives you all the question marks and exclamation points and stuff like that and kind of replay it in my head in a real loose way. Wow, yeah, that's I saw that. I'm surprised that he took that, I guess he is threatening that, the rook there.
Yeah, this is again
On the A
some
file.
engine stuff because pawn takes on h6 is the move that the computer is actually screaming for, meaning that that blue arrow that just showed up means if you don't take on h6, SonicFox is going to be right back in this game. But it's a really hard move to play. Like, how on earth are you just going to lose your rook in the corner to capture a pawn? Like, that seems totally crazy. So this is kind of back to our discussion about how powerful the engine is nowadays. Pawn takes pawn, and who cares about that rook, says the computer.
Wow. Okay, well, that would be definitely a crazy find. Probably the more natural moves are just things like bishop d2, attack the queen, defend the rook, or bishop b2, which he does play.
Mm-hmm.
I like that bishop d2 stayed defending the g-pawn and still putting pressure on h6.
Correct. Yeah. I think if the queen slides all the way over to h3, that would be pretty nice, attacking the knight. But this is an equally good move. Attacking the queen and long range across the chessboard, attacking the knight as well in a desperate attempt to get a trade because SonicFox is realizing they're up 1-2 pawns here, and a queen trade just puts you in a great endgame position. So Voivod makes the right call and does not entertain that queen trade.
Yep, queen h5 was the only option to not trade and defend the knight, and it also puts pressure on h6. So this is a really nice multifaceted move, which, as Amon pointed out earlier, is the kind of moves you want to keep an eye for. You want your moves to have as many purposes as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're getting close to an attack here. I would not want to defend this, me personally. I'm just going to put it out there. This is a position the engine is saying, oh yeah, we're up pawns. This is great. Thank you very much. But I'm over here thinking, white's position looks pretty fun to play.
Yeah, and that black's white bishop is just stuck back there, not helping at all.
Exactly, and the rook, as a result of that light bishop, is in the corner, also not participating. So it's like, there's 8 points of material just not involved in the game at all.
Yeah, what about the knight to f5 at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight f5, I imagine, is going to force Voivod to capture, and then if the pawn captures back, guess you continue with pawn captures on h6. So I'm a little bit nervous about allowing the position to open there and doubling the pawns, but you would be able to trade the knights and probably the queens after. So I think it would probably reduce your advantage, but it might trade the queens off. So from a safety
Ooh, what about
perspective,
knight to
it's good.
g6?
Probably better. Probably a
Better,
little
right?
bit better. Yeah,
Right,
a
Alex?
little bit better.
Yeah, no, I
This
like
is
it.
a
The more
great
enthusiasm,
one.
the more accurate it is.
Yeah. If you just said knight f5 with the same level of enthusiasm, I would
You would have been into it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious, Rain, do you have any ideas for things you think would make PogChamps even more entertaining?
Besides nudity,
We've already got that
Um,
suggestion.
Yeah, it's up there.
not from the women. I'm not being sexist. There's grandmasters with some really sweet bods.
It did work for Magnus and Fabi.
That's right.
Oh, we got some action going on here. What's happening? Gonna trade.
Surely nothing more exciting than this conversation.
Oh, we could do pool champs. You know, back when hot tub streams were really popular, people have to stream
Yeah.
from that.
Oh, that's right. What if there was someone like right behind SonicFox and Voyboy right now with like squirt guns, like eggs, and
Every
like,
time you make
whoopee
a mistake.
cushions? Or you're just constantly distracting them, like you start, trimming their hair, or, I don't know.
I love that we already stress out casual chess players. I think if we stress them out even more, that could be the answer.
Can you
Definitely a
picture
way
a
to do it.
tarantula climbing up SonicFox's shoulder right now? It would be amazing.
I did blindfold my sister and make her hold a tarantula before, so I'm 100% down for those ideas.
You're in.
Yes,
Hey, listen, guys,
always.
I gotta go, but it's always a pleasure to swing by. Alex, I adore you. Aman, thank you, and thanks for the 44 people who have donated to Lide Haiti. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for supporting education to some folks who really, really need it and could benefit. So every dollar goes a very long way with Lide. We want to make a difference this holiday season. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much, Rain. Wonderful having you.
Peace out, guys. Thanks so much. Uh-oh. Double question mark.
Double question mark. Rain is calling. It's his final call before leaving. Alex, making sure to keep it professional and all about the chess. And yes, the double question mark is 100% correct because the knight is hanging on e7.
Oh no. Yeah, that was a really painful blunder. Damn. Well, I mean, darn, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the thing for Sonic that has not worked out is the lack of development. Rain said a lot of important things about Lide, but I actually want to just call back the fact that Rain was spot on with knight g6. The move, first of all, the only
Wait,
move in this
Aman.
position.
You have to say, can you say it with more excitement, please?
Knight g6?
Yeah, more, come on.
Knight g6!
Yes, there we go. That's energy.
Amazing. Such a good move. And you know what? That was his best call out. And what just occurred on the live position? Did we see a follow-up blunder and then a resignation? I mean, what was that? I mean, Rain Wilson leaves and just it's over.
Everything falls apart.
What? I didn't realize he was
No.
holding the broadcast together.
Oh my gosh. Sonic is at least laughing at this blunder. It happens. It happens.
We are on to the next game just as quick as that. And Boy will happily take that free material. This is the finals, right? This is to crown the Consolation Bracket champion. And Boy is one draw away.
Yep, all he needs is a draw, but he's stuck playing the Hertz defense, which, as we've seen, is really hard to play for any rating.
Yeah, the one thing that is, I guess, true about this position compared to others is the C pawn can move. We've seen the knight develop to C6, let's say in the last time, and be careful, everyone, that is a tarantula on SonicFox's shoulder. So just
Wait, I'm on quick question. How do you feel about tarantulas?
let's just say I would continue to decline my SuperPogChamps invitation if those were the rules.
Would you ever put a tarantula, holding a tarantula on the line, asking for a friend?
You mean like as a punishment for losing a bet type of thing? Probably not, unless the other side, like what I could win, the upside would have to be significant. I'm not
Okay.
into the, I'm not into the snakes, not into the spiders, none of that for me, please.
Okay, fair enough. And here we see a6. Pushing b5 is a really common idea in this kind of setup. Usually you see white not allowing it right away with a move like a4. We'll see if Sonic goes for it.
Yeah, Sonic is just fully committed to the bit, I feel. Non-stop attacks, but what he's forgetting, don't you think that it's a bit ironic that Boy Boy doesn't always castle, and Sonic, they always want to attack the king. So we have a situation where the attack's being launched, but the king's not there.
Yeah, no, that's true. Finally an advantage for not castling your king. And he gets b5 right away. Usually that's why you want to stop it. If you give white the momentum, then it's a nice plan to have so early on. They get a ton of space on the queen side, and it is a little bit annoying too, because after a move like b4, the pawn on b2 is a little bit weak. The bishop is pointing towards the long diagonal on a1, and it can be really tricky to deal with. And also it's going to be awkward, because where does white castle? Now if he castles on the queen side, black already has an attack. If he castles on the king side, the h-pawn is already a weakness.
Exactly right. Not sure where either king is going to go. Knight g5 is always a fantastic move once h5 has been played. The only other way that you can kick this knight out is f6. f6 is terrible for so many reasons. It allows knight e6, it blocks the bishop, you'd also have to displace your knight to do it. So f6 will never be played, which means the knight can permanently stay on this great square. So that's why I think in this position, Sonic can be pretty happy. You want to complete development, which means bishop e2. Probably not bishop d3, because it seems to run into maybe some pawn advances. So bishop e2, and potentially if this knight needs to move, you could play knight d1 and maybe knight f2 in the future.
Yeah, that's the kind of positioning you want to do for this pawn structure. I'm sure Sonic has some familiarity with it, but I do think it's a little bit of advanced repositioning, because it doesn't feel natural. But if you're forced into it, if your opponent plays b4, then you don't really have a choice.
That's right. And maybe knight c4 is threatened, but for now, Sonic can always take that with the light square bishop, which is really, really helpful. So honestly, a really a fair game from both players so far, and I do think it will be difficult for both sides to continue at some point unless we see decisions made about castling. And I'm convinced now that neither one wants to pull the trigger on queen side or king side castling.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dance. They're waiting to see where the other will end up castling. If for some random reason black decided to queenside castle, it would actually be safer for white to do the same, because it's harder to attack where your king is also castled.
Yep, I definitely think this one is definitely a mistake, but the main reason it's a mistake is black's last move had the intention knight c4, which was not necessarily dangerous. This move makes it dangerous, and goes back to what I said in the previous game where Sonic played this opening. Number one piece must maintain for the white pieces is the dark square bishop, and what do we never do? Trade it for a knight, and that's exactly what's been happening right here. So unfortunately, Big advantage for Boy because of this knight c4 move.
Yeah, the bishop on e3 is really crucial to helping defend a lot of the dark squares for white's position, not just having the bishop pair. It's also the more active bishop currently, but queen c1, it's not going to be a mistake that loses you the game, but it's going to be a mistake that makes your strategic play a lot harder.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious if we're going to see something as crazy as knight takes d5 or knight g4, which add pressure to the bishop as well as threaten a potential bishop takes on b2. Don't really know, how good or bad those moves may be, but luckily, simple and good is knight takes bishop. You cannot go wrong with that. Advantage Voyboy, even though it doesn't show on the material count.
Yeah, totally. And Voyboy also has the safer king side. I actually think we're going to see a Voyboy castle soon. His plan's also a little bit easier because he just gets his king to safety and he has so much space on the queen side, which he can just start pushing his pawns and try to create some trouble there.
Do you think Voyboy gets annoyed when he realizes that castling is a great move? Like, it's like an identity crisis. He does so well not castling. I feel that he probably does the best of any competitor in that situation. But then it's just frustrating when you just kind of know that castling's the best move. It's like, it's time. It's time. You have to do it.
I think you're onto a strong theory, Iman. And if for some reason we don't see him castling, that will confirm it. Queen c3, a question mark move. I'm assuming it's a question mark because of the power of the bishop on g7. Maybe you could even push b4 and just get a tempo with your queenside pawns here.
Yeah, I think b4 is probably the number one reason why this move is no good. And there's danger, as you mentioned, on the b2 pawn, thanks to the bishop. Also on the diagonal to the king, thanks to the queen. And also, it's just a loss of tempo. Instead of maybe pawn to c3 or queen to d2, maybe going straight into an endgame, this does not seem ideal. And my next recommendation, I believe, would be bishop d7, potentially to play bishop a4 and try to dislodge that queen even further.
Yep, we've seen one queen trap already today. I don't think we'll see another one right away because the queen does have the escape square of e3, e3, c4. However, it is a nice developing move for black, and he is still delaying his castling, so we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, this one I have to forgive because it is a great move, but let's see on this next one, because now we're getting to the crunch time moves.
Well, this is exciting because there is a discovered attack from the queen on a5 towards the white king, and if the queen moves away, which it has to, b3 comes in with check, and then black is able to win the c2 pawn.
That's right. And you might be able to win the c2 pawn anyway if the queen goes to e3, just outright. So in order to maintain it, queen c4, queen d3 are the only moves that come to mind.
Yep, and they're still not going to be enough. Queen d3, he's trying to hang on.
Yep.
Voyboy usually doesn't miss tactics, so I think he's going to see it.
Yeah, you kind of know that something is up here. But there's something about b3 that's just not very convincing to me. I would probably guess that knight d7 is the correct move here. Just pressuring this pawn, if it gets defended, it sets you up even better for the discovery of b3 check. Whereas if you play it now and I play c3 or I play queen d2, I just find myself not that impressed by the outcome. So it's almost like, it feels like a bit of a bait that maybe this isn't the best move. Whereas activating that dark squared bishop, I'm getting the feeling that that's what the computer is screaming about at the evaluation level we're currently at.
That's fair. That's the kind of slow, when you look for a good move, find a better one that the computer always tries to hammer in. Bishop b5. Interesting. Seems like he's going for but you don't really want to take the bishop on f1 because you moved your bishop so many times that you would wasting a tempo to just go and trade it off for the bishop.
Yeah,
But he
I
does
think this
anyway.
is a achievement for Sonic. It's like, thank you very much. Also, the queen is in the way of this tricky discovered check, so it's no more. This knight is pretty bad on g3. It's like a knight that you would have in the cow opening, and it's doing absolutely nothing here. So I would want to take with the knight. I'd want to bring my knight back into the game, and maybe even put it on the c4 square if I can.
Yeah, that would be really nice repositioning. You want to think about which of your pieces are worst placed. If you look at the knight on g3, it isn't attacking anything. It has only 2 squares they could actually go to. He takes with the rook. Not as good, but again, it's a strategic mistake, not one that is going to cost him the game. The pawn on b2 is now under attack from the bishop on g7. If he defends it with the rook on b1, like Aman was showing, then the pawn on a2 is hanging. If he moves queen to c1, then the discovery checks are back, but they actually don't have a serious threat. So the correct way to defend might be retreating your queen here.
Yeah, and also knight f1 preserves the idea of castling, which is nice. Then you get castled in one single move after you fix the knight. So I don't like rook f1 because now the only way is to kind of play the cumbersome king f2, king g1, and it's not even clear that you can do that safely. Queen c1 keeps everything defended. Maybe it's possible to play rook b1 and sack the pawn, but those are uncomfortable decisions that SonicFox has to make now.
Yeah, I mean, this entire position for Sonic now is going to be him untangling his pieces, trying to get them on less awkward squares. I mean, basically every single piece of his, other than the queen, which has to retreat, is on an awkward square.
That's right. That's correct. So, advantage Voyboy, even material, and of course, Voyboy still has not castled.
Yep, neither has Sonic, but I think
Are we
not.
going to get
out of
0
lack of
castles
wanting
this
to.
game? Are we going to get 0, 1, or 2 castles this game?
I think 0. Well, no, I think 1. I think Voyboy is going to castle eventually.
Yeah, I hope for SonicFox's sake that they don't castle. I'll say that, at least right here. But it's looking like 1 is likely. However, I know that if the queens trade off, all of a sudden, maybe Voyboy is thinking, okay, I don't have to. But I agree. I think 1 is probably the best bet here. How do you not castle as black, right? Like, it's got to be the correct move.
Absolutely. And I see the comment from chat that bishop is so good. Absolutely. That bishop on g7 is one of the things that makes people still play King's Indian or Pertz-like systems. Sometimes it's really hard to play, but occasionally you get that long, powerful bishop and it feels really nice.
Yeah, big think here for SonicFox. This is an uncomfortable position. I was saying, like, tough decisions have to be made. If you play rook b1 and queen c1, it's fine, but you have to be comfortable and aware that you're sacking a pawn there. If you play b3, you realize, whoa, tons of materials dropping. c3 is the same problem. Queen c1 doesn't feel great. Plus, you have to calculate maybe knight e5 and knight c4. So queen f4, and this is the Voyboy spot where castling surely has to be a consideration, if not the move.
He is being forced into castling. Queen f4 is threatening to take f7. And it looks like a nice aggressive move, but the problem is it's really easy to defend against. Castling is something that Voyboy wants to do regardless, and then he still has to deal with the b2 threat.
It's funny that you say castling is something Voyboy wants to do regardless. I'm not sure I believe that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And he doesn't castle. He goes for b3. Anything to delay castling.
Yeah, bishop takes c3 is at least something to consider here. Knight e5 covers mate while threatening knight to d3, so knight e5 to me is a very reasonable move.
And it is a move that it doesn't involve the castle, so it might just be played. I actually like this idea as well. I think it was nice that Voyboy could just be up a pawn, but he loves these aggressive, tricky situations.
Yep.
If he took on c3 just to make it interesting, I wouldn't mind as a spectator. But objectively, he could just castle or knight e5 and both get him where he wants to be. And also now there's the threat of bishop e5 at some point, which would pin the queen and the knight. So something Sonic's gonna have to watch out for.
Yeah, castling is definitely the move because of bishop e5, but I will say knight e5 comes with dual purpose as well. Both of those moves look good, and bishop c3, the best way I can describe that is unnecessary.
Checking in on the time situation. They're both still doing okay. Boy up a little bit more on the clock, and he plays, of course he plays 95. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, easy to forget about this and tunnel on the fact that the knight is covering queen takes f7. So kind of important because, for example, if that rook was back here, maybe you could castle out of danger, but even king f2 doesn't get out of knight d3, so you really have to reposition things like king e2 or queen d2. You're going to have to make a move that you don't really like here.
Yep. And you could play queen d2, just bring the queen back, but a little bit admits defeat that your queen f4 move didn't do as much as you thought it would, so it's not as comfortable to do that.
Yeah, queen d2, knight c4 also looks really dangerous looking. You can play rook d1, but at that point you're really running a risk there of dropping that a pawn, and here comes king d2, which is very inviting as well.
Yeah, knight c4 looks extremely tempting here. You're forking the king and the pawn on b2. And you're also opening up your bishop once again. But of course, if Voyboy does that, he can't forget that the f7 pawn is no longer defended, so he can't take b2 right away after.
Yeah, it's funny that we talked about f6, and I was saying, well, you'll never see that. But this is a case where I think f6 just wins because of bishop h6, pinning the queen to the king. So in a rare case, I think f6 was actually just winning at least a knight there. Rook b8 is, of course, a good move, but I think it's possible that you could have won some serious material there. It is all Voyboy, though, at this point. Knight c4 is crushing, f6 is crushing, castles is, I'm just going to say, playable. It is there, just making everyone aware. It's a pretty good move, but no, he's moving in for the kill. No castling, all attack, and this is looking really, really good.
Yeah, f6 is a really nice tactic you spotted there. I'm assuming that Voyboy is tunneling. Once you have an attack going on the king, it's really hard to think of alternative plans like f6 and looking back at the king side. That being said, he has so many good options that there's not a lot of ways to go wrong here.
Yeah, in a weird way, king e3 might be the only way to not sort of blunder something, because queen e3 runs into knight c4, king e1 and c1 run into knight d3, so it's quite difficult to not blunder a knight fork here, while also somehow dealing with queen d3 and a full invasion of the position.
Yeah. Wow, the king has been on a run the entire game, and it's taking its toll. Sonic is down to a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and honestly, just being that one move up from not castling always seems to be favoring Voyboy. Like, he's a creative player, really natural instincts. Like, when he's on the attack and it's flowing, he kind of knows where the pieces belong. And this is a pretty good example. Like, everything is situated so beautifully. He just needs the finishing touch now.
Yep. And rook d1 is defending, not in the way you think, because if you play queen d3, you can't play king c1 because of c2 checkmate. So the only move white has is king e1, but at least it would instantly kick out the queen.
Yep. Queen d3, king e1, and then the queen could continue to invade, like queen c2, for example, but I'm just saying, it'd be nice if we could move this knight and maybe do some other things as well, but we're tied down to this pawn, which is why f6 and castles continue to come to mind for me, because it's not just about, oh, let's castle. It actually frees every other piece in the position to suddenly work.
Wow! A castle! Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
I never thought we'd see the day.
Amazing. Where are we at here? Move 24. Boy has castled. Now that that's happened, I think just wrap it up from here, right? That's the
Yeah. And I heard
That's
some
the castling
music
music.
playing. Yeah, there you go.
yeah. I haven't
Change it
actually
up
heard
a
it in a
little bit.
while. We only play it when Boy castles.
Hey, he finally got that. Pawn on f7 is being defended. Sonic now 20 seconds on the clock. He could try a move like king e1 now, but then you have knight d3 forking the queen and the king. Same problem with king e1. So the only squares king could even go to is e3, which feels a little crazy.
Okay, here comes the invasion here. Now queen c2, rook d2. There is knight d3. So queen d2 needs to be played, but it's tough with that time pressure.
Boy up an exchange now.
This is not that bad. Rook f1 is not the move. If you lose b2, it's all over, and it looks like could be the case.
I was gonna say you could even take on c3 because now you're gonna have that pass pawn on the b file where Sonic doesn't even recapture. Wow.
That is such a good move by Boy. Bishop d4 to prevent king g1. And now queen b1, the king is going to be stuck in the middle. You can also just grab that pawn, which is phenomenal. I mean, Boy, when he has the advantage, I think is the best player in this tournament. Truly, the technique is remarkably good.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what Boy's Puzzle Rush score is because his tactics are also extremely impressive. Here he has checkmate in one. He's smiling. He looks relieved. Look at him. He knows that he's done it. Boy, PogChamps winner #1 coming back to take down the Consolation Bracket. Aw, that's so wholesome.
Totally. And you don't make it this far without completely earning it and deserving it. And that's just, I think those emotions are just pouring out right now. Good vibes on both sides of the screen, though. I think, if we had I feel like a sportsmanship award, like SonicFox would be our #1 pick, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we have one more quick announcement. We'll just first take a look. You guys saw it. Boy and Sonic, they battled their way all the way from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, placed top 1 and 2. We will be having a break to interview Boy, see how he feels coming off of this win. But first, I think we have one quick announcement. And perhaps we don't have a graphic for it. So, Aman, I'm going to read it and you just mime it out. Are you ready?
Yep, got it.
Okay. War is over. We have a special place for you. War is over. The chess-themed winner of last year's Oscar for Best Animated Short was released this week to the public. Based on John Lennon and Yoko Ono's iconic anti-war anthem, the short tells the story of two soldiers connected through chess. In one of the most chaotic moments in world history, we shave a preview for you here, and be sure to use command "War is over" in chat to see the full short. Okay, honestly, I think we should just have him on mime every single call out from now. We'll be right back, you guys, with the interview and then going into the championship bracket. See you guys soon.
Tyler 1 is definitely playing the most chess, looking at his chess.com, but he is playing just 1-minute games, so I don't know if that counts as training. I think he's just like malding and having fun, like we all do. So Botez Chess Camp was my absolute worst chess tournament. I almost lost every single game, and there was a woman who beat me by the name of Linda Diaz, who is in the tournament. She's probably the strongest USCF rating. Now she is retired, but she's terrifying because I don't like playing people who have beat me on the board before. I'm hoping that I'll be faster though.
I mean, I do have fond memories because I played a lot. I played in summer camp, but then I got really into it in high school. I was on a chess club, so we definitely played a long time. I was actually a more hardcore bug house player. I'd go to clubs and then we played bug house a lot of times, and I was really good at bug house because I used to play shogi as well, which is a Japanese version of chess. So it was a little bit of reminiscent of that, where I could actually reuse my pieces. So Crazy House, I guess, is like that. I think the memories are just like going to that first tournament. I did go to a tournament, and then it was like an amateur open or something. I forgot what it was, but it's and then just having to record and playing with people like you never met before, and it was a very interesting experience, I have to say.
Merry Christmas, girls.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mom, Dad.
Hey, Boo Boo, what's up?
Nothing. Merry Christmas.
What's wrong?
Well, there was that one really big present I wanted for Christmas.
Honey, there's a pretty big box right there you've been looking past all morning.
Is it really?
Go see.
Well, if it isn't my favorite student.
My old chess coach! Who's here? I want to go for chess.
This Christmas, everybody gets a chess coach. Pick yours today at chess.com/coach.
And we are back. We are joined by the Consolation Bracket champion, Voy Boy. Voy Boy, you also won the first PogChamps ever. Which one felt better?
The first one was really fun, especially because I was basically getting back into chess for the first time since I was a kid, and it was when chess was starting to kind of become a thing on Twitch and started to grow a lot online, which was really cool to have a small part in that journey. But I would say this one feels better because I feel like I'm a lot better of a player now. To be honest, I actually didn't really play much chess since the first PogChamps. I would just play like once every few months, a few games here and there. But then they invited me to this, and I was like, okay, like I'm down to play some chess again. And then I saw who I was playing against. I saw like how stacked the roster was. I playing against Andrea, Masi, all the goats of the event. So I was like, wow, I actually have to get like a lot better to compete. So like the last month, I just started like playing more. I started like actually trying to improve, and like I started to really like the neurons in my brain started to fire. I started to like understand like how to become a better player. So I'm obviously like not that good, not there yet, but I see the path, I see the vision, and I had a lot of fun with this one. So yeah, I would say this one feels a little better.
That's a fair answer. It's good to see that you're back in chess. There's probably something that needs to be addressed. We couldn't help but notice. You played amazing, but there was one thing often missing, which was castling your king. How intentional is that? Are you trolling us, or have you just found the new technology?
I was like the meta inventor in League, so I like to start new styles, new metas. But the at least my thought process behind delaying castling, sometimes it kind of makes it tricky for my opponent to like figure out exactly what how to attack, what they want to do. If I haven't castled yet, they might like start putting resources on like attacking my king side or something like that, and then I'm like, nope, and then I like switch, I like do a reverse, so switch a route to the queen side castle or something like that. But obviously there's a time and place. Like that last game when I did castle, like I had to like continue my attack. So it just kind of depends. Obviously I know I'm not like doing that perfectly, but I hope the idea at least is there.
And do you have any predictions for who's going to win the championship?
If I had to guess, it's going to be Masi versus Andrea in the finals. Oh, they're both really good. I think I'm going to give it to Andrea. I think she'll just clutch it out, even though Masi's been so clean. Like, my games against both of them were relatively close. I think I had, like against Masi, there was, like, one move that I missed that could have, like, cracked open my attack on his king or something like that. But, he was just like really controlled, really solid, like didn't really make any mistakes. Andrea's just so good with like tactics and like, blitz, like going for your king and just like cracking you open. And that's, I lost to her through a nice combo like that. So I think it'll be really close. I mean, obviously anyone can get to the finals. I don't know. We'll see, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, that's a pretty good prediction. I also want to give you a bit of credit here. Your little saying, I could do a bit better with my chess, but I actually thought that when you got the advantage in your chess games, you were flawless in your conversion. It was really, really nice to watch. You traded pieces, you found all the tactics. So how do you feel your chess level was? You said you weren't playing for a while, but are you happy at the end of this event, looking back?
Yeah, I appreciate that also. This was a tough event for me. Honestly, like, especially in the group stage, I didn't feel like I played, like, my best chess. I started to, like, crack, and I just started, like, wondering, and I was like, wow, this is, like, what chess players, like, you guys, like, in tournaments and stuff have to deal with, like, all the time, like, on such a regular basis. So I was like, this is exhausting, this is hard. But it also, like, helped me gain a lot of respect for, like, what all the, goated chess players around the world go through. But yeah, I improved a lot as a player. I actually was playing on like a secret Smurf, and I peaked like I actually peaked at 2,000 like a few days before the event started. So I'm not that consistently good, but like I went from like 1,600 I would say when I was like not playing at all to just like playing for like the last month, like quite a bit every like other day or so, and then just I feel like I'm still like so bad in my head, but like I know what it takes to like improve. So I've started to kind of see the path to improving and becoming like an actually good player. So hopefully I'm like making some good progress there, and yeah, I'm really proud that at least I was able to come out on the runner-ups.
Well, you very clearly have the foundation to be an incredibly strong player. your tactics, your attacks. I want to just echo what Aman said. We were really impressed. Congratulations again, and thank you so much for participating.
Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Also, I just want to give a quick shout out to my friend, my coach. He was helping me out, especially like the last week before I played. He just like helped me like kind of like figure out where I'm like weak as a player, and I just really took. His name's I Am Zurability. I Am Zurab. He's a really good player, like pretty much GM level, and yeah, I think he does coaching and stuff. So if anyone ever sees him, hit him up. And then
where
also,
can they reach out to him?
On Twitter, I think it's Zurability. Yeah.
Yep.
And also, I just wanted to, just give like a heartfelt, honor to Daniel Naroditsky. He was like really one of my biggest inspirations as a kid, like growing up and playing chess. And I actually like played a simul against him when I was like 10 years old at like my like Berkeley chess school where my parents would take me all the time. And yeah, I was just like, how can such a young guy be so good, so amazing? And yeah, I have a lot of love for him, and the great goat. I definitely miss him, but yeah, I'm gonna be donating some of the prize money to his memorial foundation as well. So yeah, shout outs to Legend.
Thank
That's
you
amazing.
for sharing that.
Yeah, that was really special, boy. Obviously, congrats on your victory from us, but on so many other things as well, especially donating some of the prize money. Just truly so generous of you. So thanks.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of the event.
You as well.
All right.
Well, I guess rest of your day.
Alex is great. It's like when the guy says, "Enjoy the movie," and you say, "You too."
Exactly.
Bye, boy.
Okay, guys. Well, we are going into the quarterfinals. We're going to see Masi Oka, who has been performing with a perfect score, going against Sardoche, the highest rated player in the field, to see who makes it to the finals. Afterwards, we're going to see Andrea versus Samay. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back to get started with this game. And by right back, I mean right now. Whoa, surprise.
We're back. Shocker, everyone. As, honestly, the next two matchups, in some ways, you could see both of them as a final matchup. Like, the bracket were done differently. I could see both of these matchups be the finals. That's how strong the players are. We're now on the championship side of things. These are the players that had winning records, and now we're finally seeing kind of the titans of the SuperPogChamps event facing off against one another. Sardoche, Masi Oka. This is going to be our first matchup, and of course we have Samay against Andrea coming up. And Boy also made a prediction. Alex thought that your sister was capable of taking it all.
That made me really excited to see and hear. Come on, at least we're going to have a sweat going into this final. And we are off to the races. We have a Sicilian from Sardoche, Masi Oka playing from the same chair he was last time. Really loving that white brown background.
Yeah, keeping it simple. I mean, I'm looking at the moves from these two. We're not just dealing with PogChamps. Like, even I feel like SuperPogChamps doesn't do justice to the quality that we're seeing in this game. Bishop out to b5, knight e7, clearing the way with rook e1 and dropping the bishop back to f1 is really high level understanding of how this opening can be played. c3 to play d4, and let's immediately see how Sardoche reacts, because bishop f1 with the idea of d4 works really well against this knight. Bishop covers the f4 square, and e5 is also an idea.
Yeah, I mean, this is SuperPogChamps. They are both over 2,000 rated in rapid chess. They're not quite experts, as FIDE would call it, but at least in rapid chess, they are at an extremely high level. And I know that Sardoche has been putting in a lot of time training Masi, I don't know as much about, but I can see from his level of play that there has to be something going on there.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't get that good without, a lot of self-study, resources, and probably natural ability. So let's really get into things here. Masi Oka up on time initially, as we see the intention to play d4. That's probably what Sardoche is taking some time on, wondering how do I deal with this move when it happens. d4, and we're probably about to get our answer. Is it going to be pawned to d5? Because that would be my expectation.
And is this a line in the Sicilian you see pretty often?
I wouldn't say pretty often. No, definitely. Like most of the open Sicilians are much more common than this. It's probably an unlikely move by white, met with an unlikely reply from black. So we're kind of down a little bit of a rabbit hole here. But at the highest level, I've certainly seen rook e1, bishop f1 played a decent bit, as you'll hunt for sidelines once the main lines are so explored. So I wouldn't say it's that unusual, but at this level, I would say yes.
And we do see d5 here, the move that we expected. If white takes on d5, it's going to open up Sardoche's bishop. And if he pushes e5, it's going to look almost like a French.
That's right. Yep. If e5 happens, the only difference with that French is that the knight is on g6. Normally, it's on the f6 square, and you'd expect it maybe to move back. But the knight on g6 is interesting. If we're thinking about how to handle it, normally g3 and h4 tend to be good ideas, but let's not forget about development, right? Have to be playing knight c3 and getting all those pieces out. g3, Alex, with the bishop on f1, that has a lot of synergy, and you can use bishop g2 or bishop h3 in the future.
Yeah, and black's knight here, as you mentioned, you don't usually see it on g6 in the French. It is a little bit awkward here. He doesn't have many great squares to go to. f4 is already under control, but what it is helping in is putting pressure on e5. So I like that we see f6. This is a move you often see in the French as well. If white takes, black is going to have a backwards pawn on e6, but in exchange, he's going to have that isolated target on d4.
That's right, and I would say we're likely to see that. It's definitely not forced, but allowing this capture puts a lot of pressure on the f2 square, because the d pawn probably need to take back at some point. So it does make a bit more sense to capture, maybe develop the bishop, go with g3. And what we see from Masi Oka is something a little unusual here, moving the bishop not just once, not just twice, but a third time in this game.
Yeah, and now Sardoche has a few options. He could take on e5, which is attacked two times, and then try to keep putting pressure on it, maybe with moves like queen c7. He could do kind of a weird move, f5, which feels weird to move the pawn twice, but it does close up the position. He decides to take on e5. That makes sense. Sardoche is really a player who likes to attack, so he probably doesn't want to play one of those closed, slow games.
Yeah, the concern here for Masi Oka is, for example, knight takes on e5, the knight could capture, and then if you take with the rook, which I presume is the whole point of this, from white, then the bishop comes to d6, queen h4, and I don't know that I like it anymore. This, however, is completely different. I do think Sardoche should have just taken and played that, but he's got other ideas, and this is definitely worthy of some consideration.
How worried are we going to be about the double kingside pawns for Sardoche?
I mean, I think Sardoche is a little bit worried, and that's why maybe he didn't go for it. I'm not that concerned because we have the bishop pair for it. So it feels like, yeah, of course, they're weak. They're not ideal. I don't prefer them. But if I'm getting something in return, in this case, the entire center, bishop pair, I feel like that's an exchange I'm willing to make.
Fair enough. I mean, maybe Masi Oka just considers retreating his bishop here, keeping the pair, and then both of his bishops would be pointing towards black's king here.
Yeah, I think at this point there are a couple considerations. Knight takes on d4 is an obvious one, but then you start to look at bishop takes on h7 as a desperado. Let me give up that bishop, and then if I'm going to lose a piece anyway, let me take a pawn and then do it. So you could keep the bishop pair as well with bishop c2. There's really a lot to consider here.
And Masi Oka is taking his time. He goes for the pawn on h7. Once again, we see Masi taking his time and then playing 2 moves in a row really quickly. You could tell that he's actually calculating full variations here. He's up a pawn, but the computer eval is actually still giving an advantage to black, which shows you how valuable that bishop pair is.
Yeah,
Although actually, quick count, he's actually not up a pawn.
The reality is this evened things up, and I'm not sure that it was necessary. I really like Sardoche's position. I think that the bishop can, develop. You've got this great bishop pair, mobile pawn center. It's not the end of the world for Masi Oka at all, but it's all going to come down to how mobile these pawns are. If you advance the pawns like this, you give away maybe some squares for the white pieces to utilize. If you advance the pawns like this, you give away some dark squares for the white pieces to utilize. So let's pay attention to how these central pawns advance, because I think that's going to determine who has a big advantage here.
Right, and here, white's more natural plan would feel like, oh, you want to attack the king because he's missing the f pawn and the h pawn, but there's not a lot of moves to do that. You can't go for a rook lift like rook e3, rook g3, or h3 because the bishops are pointing towards the rook, and even that doesn't have enough threats because the bishop on f6 is holding things together. So in terms of other plans, maybe he could try to trade off his dark squared bishops for one of Sardoche's bishops, so at least he's not playing against the bishop pair.
That's always a great option. It looks really tough to achieve. On the one hand, I would love to play bishop f4, bishop e5, and then that would be how I would control these 2 pawns. But the tough part is bishop f4 runs into bishop takes on c3, and you lose the bishop on that square. It's loose. You can't play it. So bishop d2, I think Alex was the only move available. Bishop e3 running into d4, you don't have much of an option, and you have to develop your pieces.
Yeah, for now he probably just wants to develop. Maybe he can just keep an eye on trying to trade the bishop long term. But why don't we take a listen and see what Sardoche is saying to his stream? Very interesting conversation so far.
Yeah, that's actually a good. That's actually a good listen in because it's literally showing the focus. Like both sides are probably so locked in here.
Aman, your French will come in handy here.
Oh yeah, I got us on the translation. The thing about this position is I think knight captures the pawn in the middle of the board is potentially just a draw. I don't know if either side wants that, but that's a really big consideration.
Right.
So pointing out a lot of important things was Sardoche, but it just depends what the mindset is. I'll just put knight takes d5 on the board to show what I'm talking about. The king's under attack, it's check. Bishop e6 is not possible, and rook f7 is probably a huge mistake. Don't want to be checkmating yourself in a couple moves. Meanwhile, king h7 or king h8, it doesn't really matter which one you do, and we might repeat the moves like this. So just saying it is an option, but certainly not a very ambitious move.
It's a move that Masi should consider if he feels uncomfortable with his position here. I wonder if that's what he's evaluating. He also is down 1 minute on the clock, but it's not the kind of position that is so dire that you feel like you need to push for a draw. The other thing that I would consider as white is that g6 square looks really juicy for the queen. Obviously, attacking with just a solo queen isn't enough, but there's always this thrill of excitement when your queen is close to the king. If you could somehow get your rook to h3, your bishop to h6. Oh, he does go for the draw. Maybe he doesn't like his position.
I think that's fair. I was saying I don't care for it. The bishop pair and the 2 central pawns look really strong. This move has the benefit that it could also work out even better than a draw. But of course, Sardoche, with all this time and the way that we've seen him calculating every variation, very likely we'll see a draw here, taking us to the next game. The only other way to continue is queen takes on b2, if you want to just, kind of keep fighting. But I see absolutely zero reason to do that when you could make the draw like this.
There is a player who has that personality where you'd rather get into a worse position than take a draw. Myself, one of them. Do you think maybe he falls into that?
I don't think so, because we're talking about playing with the black pieces here, and you're going into game 2 with the white pieces. Everyone's more confident with white. I just see no value. The only reason he would play that is if he doesn't really see that this is a draw and might think for some reason that he's losing. But yeah, as long as he calculates at the level that he has been this event, I think he might be a little frustrated that it's only a draw, because he liked his position. But once he comes to that conclusion, I think you got to just take, and we will see a repetition.
Chat is suggesting that Sardoche is really irritated with the perpetual. They're translating for us in real time. One of the words was bleeped out, so that will give you some indication of how he feels about this. But at least he knows it's the best option.
That's the great thing about listening in French, is that we don't have to bleep anything.
Le truc c'est rouage, c'est trop H8 aussi. H8, c'est plus risqué.
Well, he seems to have calmed down a little bit since we got that intel, but we appreciate chat for keeping us in the loop.
Nice. Repetition here.
Mieux que la perpète aussi.
This is the kind of thing that you can only see at SuperPogChamps. Never would I have, in my years of commentating PogChamps, seen a forced perpetual like this.
Yep. There it is. Maybe that's annoying, but the reality is you can't be that upset. You played with the black pieces. You played well enough that the best white had was a forced draw, and now you're into the next game playing with white. I think Sardoche can only be happy here. However, I can relate to how frustrating it is to play against someone, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah. No, it never feels good when you don't have the choice.
Sorry to interrupt. What is this opening? This is a horrible open. You know what? I'm almost feeling that what happened here is he thought he was playing against the Sicilian, where I know there are some variations.
J'ai misclick, les gars.
Oh, he misclicked. Uh-oh.
J'ai misclick, les gars. Bon, bah écoutez, on va jouer un truc avec 45 temps de moins. C'est pas grave, je vais commencer à dire. J'ai misclick. J'ai misclick avec F3. J'ai une prépa de fou et je l'ai pas joué. J'ai confondu.
Oh, he got confused. Well, okay, it's not that bad. Sure, he's down a pawn, but it is a double pawn. It's not a full piece. It's just very frustrating.
So, yeah, at this point, there's no point in wondering, like, what did he misclick about this? Could have been knight c3. Like, who knows what the misclick is? It's obviously just something's been confused, and we can leave it at that. I generally agree with you that this is recoverable, but the reality is it's probably not going to be the case in practice, because I know if I've mouse slipped, I will like disproportionately let that affect the result of the game, just like for no reason. So let's see if he calms down here. Knight d4 was a huge miss by Masi Oka on that previous move, but Sardoche is going to be feeling a whole heck of a lot of confidence, right? If you make that mistake, you know you're way behind at the start, and you start to mount that comeback, it starts to feel really empowering. You really start to get behind it. So let's see if that can actually work in his favor going forward, because I know what it's like when you mess up early. You lose all confidence, and you're just like, to heck with it. Like, I don't even want to play anymore.
Yeah, and here he must be calculating, can he just grab that pawn back? does knight takes e4 work? But there are, okay, he didn't. There were a lot of traps there, maybe with knight d4, trying to get the queen to recapture, but I guess we'll move on since he didn't play it. He was probably afraid of it. He's pushing d3 instead. Usually when you're giving a pawn back, you're getting enough piece development back, but this move doesn't really do that.
Yeah, I think the one thing his, let's just call it, bad position has done for him is, for sure, it's kind of got Masi Oka a little bit uncomfortable. Like, Masi Oka has made more mistakes in this game than any game, like all games put together, is how I feel. A lot of big misses. In this case, not having the confidence to play pawn takes on d3 and being up material, playing knight here, and now after queen e1, if you take, the bishop is hanging on e5. So suddenly this knight move looks like it's gaining a tempo, but has just handed the pawn back to Sardoche. And yeah, this is suddenly getting a little bit scary. Bishop f4, king b1, you can take on d3. But there's going to be a lot of counterplay for Sardoche, and this is heating up.
I wonder if Masi thinks he walked into some weird opening trap or something. Because when your opponent plays something like this, you might be thinking, oh, what am I missing?
I think, unfortunately for Masi Oka, there's no shot. Because if you're thinking that it's an opening trap, maybe, you would immediately say, no, never mind, when the guy goes back, knight g1. It's like, you might think for a second, and then when the piece goes back to the start, I mean, you can't convince yourself that that's an opening trap.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. But he did let him get his pawn back. So now the material is even, but black has a lot more space. His knight is positioned basically on the dream square, and he plays queen a5, which feels like a really natural move. You're, trying to put pressure on the white king. You're hitting the knight, the bishop and the queen are working together. Your rook can come to d8. But the engine doesn't like this, and I'm trying to figure out why. Aman, what do you think?
General. This isn't specific, I wouldn't say. This is more general. I like king b1 all the time as a move here. It gets away from a pesky check. It guards the a2 pawn, so the knight's free to move. White wants to play something like potentially g3, f4, e5, which looks very difficult to prevent. Basically, black's pieces are artificial because they look dangerous, they look centralized, but as soon as I get f4, it's all going to come undone. Even knight f3 might be able to trade some pieces, but I really like the idea of playing for f4. So I would just take it, chill, king b1, g3, f4, and I think white's advantage is going to come from that, and there might be an idea in the future of knight d5, which is a common way to maybe take advantage of this loose queen on a5, but for now, I think it's a slow burn.
Nice, and he sees it. He plays king b1. His king is getting to safety. His position is improving, as I'm sure so is his confidence. If you're Masi here, I'm wondering if you could make a move like b5 and try to go for the queenside attack as quickly as you can.
Yeah, you can play b5. You'll have to at least come up with an answer to knight takes b5, which kind of is the same tactic that knight d5 is, just a random knight move that trades the queens and helps out. So knight takes b5, unfortunately, looks very strong. The reason that I find this position good for white is I don't really know how to continue as black. Bishop d7 to play b5 could be possible, but it's 2 moves away from me really feeling like black's getting pushed around.
Yeah, and a6, b5 feels slow for the same reason. I wonder if he could do any slow repositioning. His dark squared bishop, for example, would be better positioned. Oh, yeah, he went for b5. I understand why he did that. Now we're going to see if Sardoche finds this tactic.
Yeah, let's listen in and see if this is on his mind. Oh, I see knight d5 played. That's definitely not as good as knight takes b5. Decent move, but missing the big winner.
Ça me rend fou. En fait, la dame est en l'air et la mienne non, donc en fait je peux prendre intermédiaire et s'il prend, je gagne. Juste, il y a peut-être des tactiques, mais non, des fourchettes, je suis dans la merde.
I understand merde.
Ça marchait pas le coup
You
d'avant
heard
parce
that
qu'il y avait
one?
dame à 2. Et là je défends, donc c'est pour ça que j'ai fait roi B1. Je pense qu'il avait pas vu, mais. C'est triste quand même. J'ai misclick knight F3.
Wait,
Allez,
did he
hein.
say he misclicked again? Wait, is
He's-
misclick
Je sais pas,
just
vous
a
pouvez réfléchir
meme when he
quasiment
says
obligé de
it?
faire dame prend. Il peut aussi reculer à dame,
I-
j'attaque.
I think he's talking about the second move of the game. He's basically just kind of saying like it's too bad because you know it's sad that at the start he misclicked knight
Il a
f3.
pas F3 à la fin
Move
de la
two.
ligne, je peux jouer avec F4, E4, F5.
It's clearly
Position
still
nice.
getting to him, even though his position is better, and that's the problem. When you have a bad opening, you don't even realize that you're actually fine.
Yeah, I have to like I don't really understand the misclick knight f3 because the blunder was b3. So
Yes.
I have to say like, I'm not fully understanding it, but like I said, clearly something went wrong and was not normal, and you know there was a double question mark on move 3, which is far different than the level of either of these players. So let's see what happened. Knight d5, I think he kind of rushed into that. It is a beautiful tactic, knight d5, but he could have done the same tactic with knight b5, obviously picking up a pawn, even better. But he's recovering the position, and again, as soon as f4 happens, it's going to be open season on the position. Knight back to c6, bishop takes b5. Sardoche is back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the position is really starting to collapse. He has no way to stop f4 because he has to deal with the knight threat. And after f4 is played, you might even get e5, pushing the... I guess you can't get e5 right away because the pawn on f4 is under attack. So I guess white can just continue with something like g3, keep the pawns there for now, develop his pieces, and then go for the attack.
Yep, exactly. Knight f3 once the knight moves is going to be huge, but the reality is you should probably take pawn on b5, which is why Masi Oka is not moving that knight. It's thinking like, do I have any other tricky moves? Can I... anything available? And I'm just not seeing it.
Yep. He plays knight c6. He wasn't seeing it because it wasn't an option, and he takes on b5 right away. He defends his knight, makes sense.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at rook d7, hitting the bishop, and then the knight would be loose as well, but how do you say no to knight f3? Completing your development, hitting the bishop. Yeah, this is definitely a great move, and fully recovered. Sardoche played, for his level, probably the worst opening of the tournament. You know, count the misclick, whatever. This is the worst start to any game that he's probably had in a while, and in the end, he's beating Masi Oka pretty comfortably at the moment. There's still a game ahead of us, but he has to be thrilled with the way that this has gone.
I think he's still in his head about the mouse click, and now you have c4, which would start to try and open up his position. It's probably better not to take the free pawn at that point because you don't want the open b file. Ooh, Masi Oka understands he wants to attack on the queen side, but he did miss it, and now c4 attacks the queen with tempo, has the sniper bishop looking towards the king, and stops the c4 idea. He still has to be a little bit careful because a4 is coming in at some point, and it is still hard to defend against, you know, the two semi-open files against his king, but...
Yeah, there might be some... this looks like a very good move. There's an extra pawn here. Black is going to, you know, play rook b8, play a4. These moves are going to happen, but the reality is b3 cannot really be attacked more than maximum twice. That bishop just cannot find a way. I know this is opposite bishops, but I actually feel that this is probably 100% winning. Like, if you think about opposite bishop endgames, it might even be easily winners, because what's going to happen is maybe white plays a4. I would actually have maybe recommended a4 there, and black would have c5 and a5 pawns stuck with no support. So all you do is just trade off all the rooks on the d file, and then say thank you very much, bishop a3, and yoink all those pawns, and a completely winning game, and the black bishop is 100% useless. So not playing a4 by white is definitely a miss, but the endgame remains good because eventually the c pawn will fall.
Well, one of the most likely to draw endgames are opposite color bishop endgames, and they could be a draw even up to 3 pawns. Why would this one not be a draw?
Well, I would say when you're up pawns in an opposite bishop endgame, there has to be something else happening in the position. The pawns have to be disconnected or blockaded, but in this case, the pawns would be all on their own, connected to one another, and it's impossible to stop the pawns with the support of the king as they move up the board. They truly cannot be stopped. So the reason that rook h4 is getting a question mark is because what you should do here as white is literally just trade everything off and probably win the opposite bishop endgame. But you're right, there's this like feeling that opposite bishop endgames are drawn, which might be why he didn't go for that.
And it looks like he's trying to go to double his attacks on the H file, but the problem with that is they're kind of easy to defend against, although maybe not so easy, because let's say his rook goes to H1, Masi Oka plays a move like H6, and then he goes rook G4, all of a sudden H6 is now a threat as well because of the pin. So maybe he's just trying to go for aggression instead.
Yeah, rook G4 is a nice move. G6 would be terrible. Basically here, black wants to play F6, H6, E5. You do not want to play G6, H5, for example, because then this bishop would have so much control. General rule with opposite bishops is if there's other pieces on the board, you kind of want the pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop, because then they can just do nothing. And then maybe when you get to an endgame, you almost want them on the opposite color, because then they can't be attacked at all. So sometimes different rules, but very, very situational and tough to really just do the exact same thing every time. But right now, white's got a big advantage because that bishop is so useless. It can do nothing.
Right. Here, Masi probably wants to consider trading off one of the rook pairs, just because then he doesn't have to deal with any attacks. He gets the open file, and even though his bishop is useless, at least he can defend the pawns and start bringing his kings in here.
Yeah,
Maybe
this...
rook a2.
I'm not seeing anything for black to do. Rook h5 is a tremendous looking move. I really don't see the way to deal with it. And this move, oh my goodness, this move could have been close. I won't say losing, but man, that move is very suspicious. Because you almost worry that you're going to lose the game. Right? It's very close. So that's all I'm saying. Very risky move, rook g4. And, okay, he played g6. He probably should have played g5. And we're back to this.
Yeah. Well, now Masi can just play h5. Oh, you don't want to do that because now his king is going to be tied to the defense, and g4, g5 is coming in. It's not that big a deal because he could push h5, but his king is just much less active now.
Yeah, these endgames are really difficult, to tell you the truth. Both sides are making pretty serious mistakes here, but that's to be expected. The endgames are very difficult. If black played h5, white would play g4 anyway with a checkmate threat. The position is opening up, and definitely we are going to see some back and forth moves that might not be the most accurate, which I think is going to favor Masi Oka, because the position itself is really, really good for Sardoche. He would rather a position where nothing happens, right? Where it's like, oh, everything's chill, I'm just going to take my extra pawns, march them up the board. But it looks like things are going to open up a little bit, which probably helps the defensive chances.
Yeah, although Masi is getting a lot lower on the clock. He's down to 2 minutes here, which it's not common. You see Masi Oka being the one in time pressure. Sardoche takes back with the e-pawn. Nice, he takes with the e-pawn as well. Otherwise, g5 would have been a threat.
Yep,
Still,
G5, h5 now.
Yeah. He could try g5 and then g4, but then there's bishop takes f3, so that doesn't work out for him, so it's better to just take on f5. But then his rook on h4 is a little bit misplaced.
Yep. Well, black is going to be able to generate some counterplay here. For example, rook g8 is a pretty nice one right now. Rook d8 to d6, I think, is almost necessary here to remain in the game because rook takes h6 is so deadly. But that's like a couple 2-move tactic to play defense. And when your tactics are defensive minded, it's not a great sign.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And both of the kings are not very active right now, but perhaps the white king would actually have an advantage in getting closer towards the center because the black king is still stuck defending the h-pawn.
Yep, and Sardoche has so far shown generally very, very good high-level technique. These pawns should probably not move that much for the rest of the game, and you can use your bishop and rook to either win this pawn or this pawn. So I think it's all about piece play here, keeping things defended while going for an attack. Bishop e3 looks like the next move, and Sardoche is absolutely crushing this position.
Wow. So, Aman, what happens if Masi doesn't even make it to the finals and Andrea does?
Well, then Andrea, no matter what, finishes further ahead, right? It's
So
guaranteed.
That means I would win somehow. Whoa.
Yep, even though Masi Oka won the match, I feel like, could have claimed the victory there, but to be honest, it was about the overall result, so I think that's fair.
Well, don't worry, Aman. It's going towards a great cause, which, reminder,
Exactly.
you guys, command Lide if you want to learn more about the charity. It is supporting girls and women in Haiti with educational resources, chess, health, and all of the good things.
Rook h2 is kind of the nail in the coffin that just shows the kind of the full circle technique. Rook h2 is a really, really pretty move. Keep this defended, and you can just see how useless this bishop is, right? Has not done anything. Like, absolutely nothing. It's been sitting there the whole game. Amazing, amazing job by Sardoche. He's just going to pick that pawn up, come back to e3, keep the pieces tied down while these pawns just steamroll on the queen side, not to mention the time advantage.
This is not the game I would have expected seeing the opening that we did. But yeah, really, really good comeback.
I feel like it threw Masi Oka off a little bit because Masi Oka plays the opening generally pretty quickly and missed a lot of opportunities. Like when you're gifted an advantage early on, you got to make sure you don't just hand it right back. Like I expected a much better job defending that pawn in the middle. So Sardoche is going to be really feeling the energy of a potential win here when it happens, because that's just going to be an incredible result.
But let's not get our head of ourselves, because he still has to finish converting this. It is really a tough position, but what would you say Masi's best chances of defense are?
This is probably a part of it. I was going to suggest either f4 or bringing the rook over and play h5. Effectively, you have to get out of your defensive responsibility of defending the h-pawn so that you can at least use your pieces. That's about it. Once the pawns start moving, if Sardoche is up to the same technique level that he's shown so far, what you'll see is the pawns go together, e4, and then you'll see b5 on the light squares. Then together with c5, and then on the light squares with c6. Pawns want to be on light squares, while the bishop controls the dark squares around them. So let's wait and see how Sardoche advances these pawns, but for now, move the rook, probably play h5, like rook f6, h5, and finally get to using these pieces.
And what's the craziest swindle you've pulled off? Like, how down were you?
I can't really say exactly, because there could always be a worse one. For sure online, it could be absolutely horrible. Like in an online game, for sure I've won, like down a queen and more. Like it's been really bad. But in a tournament game, I've probably easily won, down a piece for some moderate compensation. But if we're talking about anything recent, I'm not winning more than like a piece or something, right? By the way, rook takes h6. Really,
Such
really
a nice
classy move.
That is beautiful. And there's no intermediate moves to get out of it. Like rook d3
I can
check.
see. Yeah, I mean, it was a check, so can't really react the way you want to. Black would be lucky to even win one pawn in exchange for everything that's kind of gone wrong here. The technique has just been pretty much perfect.
On the bright side, his king isn't tied into defending the h6 pawn anymore, so he could at least try to march over the queen side and at least put some resistance to the pass pawns.
Yeah, there's no material left to defend, which is the reality. And if you don't have any material, then you don't have to defend it.
Well, it looks like he's going to get the b3 pawn back, so that's a little something.
Mm-hmm. This will be the first pawn that he's looking to grab. And if you're thinking about defending that, king c3 definitely stands out to me. There's no rook c1, king c3. I think that is the best move. Masi Oka is he's gonna fight his hardest, but there's only so much you can do against good technique. You need a mistake, and Sardoche is not making one.
Yeah, no, sorry, Sardoche is locked in. Oh, we have a little sacrifice. He's simplifying. And honestly, it works. He has 4 pawns. He can't fight them all. Oh, wow, he did it. Wait, he didn't fight?
Let's go! Let's look at this! Let's go!
I'm happy for Sardoche. I cannot believe that resignation. It means so much to him because of the start, right? Worst start imaginable, right? The tilt, the mistakes, the mouse slips. To earn it back after that is truly so impressive from a mental standpoint as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. What a crazy game. What a crazy resignation. This means that Sardoche is going to the final. Masi Oka has been knocked out, and Sardoche will be going up against the winner of Andrea versus Samay. What a crazy finale here.
Oh, it certainly will be. I will. Yeah, the last thing I'll say is I do think that was quite an early resignation. The objective reality is it wasn't. That's a winning position and a great idea to sacrifice material, but you feel like you'd keep fighting there just because it's a ticket to the finals. There's so much on the line. But that aside, Masi Oka seems like a chess purist, kind of understood. He's outplayed that game. It wasn't going his way. And so he said, you know what, I've fought long enough, and now's where I'm going to decide to resign the match. So Sardoche comes away with the victory, is in the finals, and is sat waiting to find out who his opponent is going to be, Samay Raina, or is it going to be Andrea Botez? This is going to be a very exciting one because what we saw here, Alex, in this match, it was razor-thin margins to determine the winner.
Absolutely, and we'll be right back really soon with Andrea versus Samay. But before we go, a quick little info on the upcoming Speed Chess Championship. You can get your tickets now for the Speed Chess Championship Finals. It's going to be live in London. Magnus, Hikaru, Denis Lazovic, and Ali Reza Faruja will be squaring off in front of a live audience. You can have front row seat to the action. Use command TIX in chat to explore the range of ticket options from general admission to VIP experiences and meet and greets. Diamond tickets are entirely sold out already, and there are only a few left to get inside the arena, so be sure to get them soon. We will see you guys very, very soon with my own sister versus Samay Raina.
When your opponent's piece goes out for his first move on the 2, and then you can obviously take that pawn and en passant across.
There's a pawn, and the pawn next to it looks like 2 squares, and then you just like take it when it's like right next to you.
Or it's when you literally, it often happens with the knight, is when the knight attacks 2 pieces at the same time, or like a pawn
literally attacks two pieces at the same time. A piece attacking two pieces at the same time, where you're forced to lose it.
A fork is when one piece is attacking two or more pieces.
Oh, I knew this, but I don't remember.
Oh my gosh, do I remember this? Well, I know it, but how do I explain it?
I mean, my best guess is with the bishop just having like a long diagonal look.
A piece on a diagonal. Not even. No, wait. Okay, wait. Pause. Oh my gosh.
Skewer is when a bishop literally is lining up itself, or a queen is lining itself up against two pieces where you're probably going to lose.
Probably something to do with, I don't know, with a bishop or something.
One piece attacks two pieces along like the same file or rank or diagonal, and that piece in the middle can't move without either like losing an exchange, losing a piece, or like it just simply cannot move because the king would be in check.
Windmill? I have never. Windmill?
It's fine. I've never heard this.
No, I've never heard that before.
Windmill?
I've never heard of a windmill, but I'm gonna assume it's probably adjusting your knight.
I have no idea. Is it when you like castle your king by hand? Oh, I forget what this means, but I once knew. Okay, wait.
When you are forced, every single move you make is a bad move, no matter what. No. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember. Can you tell? Wait. Okay. Wait. No. I have to try.
Zwischenzug is when you have like it's like an in-between move where you can attack something. Whereas
Is it when like a piece is like immobile, basically on the board, like it can't really move anywhere?
Oh, I know that one. It's when it's your turn and whatever move you do is a bad move. So like you usually want your opponent to make the move first, but since it's your turn and like you're in the sixth one, like every move you do is bad.
Maybe it's like the reverse, so you don't ignore the move that the person makes.
That is when you make an intermediate move and force your opponent to make a move that they don't want to make. I never knew this, just for context. But is it when,
Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at it. You're forcing someone to move that leads to checkmate.
Never heard of it.
See, not. I have literally never heard of this. See, not.
like when your opponent is forced to make a move that will checkmate themselves?
Andrea has to make something happen. She's throwing swings out. Dina running around. She's got to be more gas than the other. Oh, that's it.
I also discovered XQC because of you. I just don't understand all this language. Walk dances at the end.
Checkmate! 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 Oh! Oh!
This is very smooth baiting technique, by the way. Good job by Sonic.
For sure.
Nicely done.
Here we go.
Stalemate, by the way.
I did. That's why.
I've played a long time, ever since I was a kid. I really appreciate the great players. Just like, you know, in basketball, people come to watch the best players in the world.
No! Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh my god.
When the pressure's on, you crumble!
He still has really good chances
no.
here.
Oh,
He just resigned, Hikaru.
No, it choked its game. No. I can't believe it choked.
Oh, you put a 32-minute blood on my show! Let's go! Yes! Yeah!
And we're back. About to watch Andrea versus Samay. But first, you guys get a real treat. You guys get to hang out with Damon and I for a while one of them figure out their tech issues. I won't say which.
Yeah, it's really a toss-up actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I know that Andrea's playing in the house. Alex, is she nervous? You know, now that the moment has crept up, semifinals, finals. I know it's kind of like, you know, she shouldn't be, but at the same time, there's a lot of pressure to kind of finish in first place for her.
Yeah, so she spent the entirety of the time preparing for Masi Oka, so we'll see how this goes. I think she had tried to predict who was going to win. And guys, we're also so close to getting $12,000 in donations. We're at $11,741. Thank you again to everyone who's been supporting the cause. We really appreciate that.
Look at that. Yeah, I know that chess.com really came up to the plate big time, but it's the needle has moved even since then, since the beginning of the week. So it's good to see. We had Rain on earlier talking about Lide, and we know that number is going to be a little bit higher at the end of the show from us, no matter what. So there's that, and then, you know, the community on top. I think we can push that number a little further.
And in the meantime, Amon, I have a game I've really been wanting to play, and since we have a little bit of a time, perhaps you'll humor me.
Perhaps I will. Perhaps I won't. Let's find out.
Okay, so it's an improv game where you're basically only allowed to respond with a question, and we get a scene from chat. So chat, you guys can suggest a scene, and then we'll see who wins.
How do you win? Just if like you keep going and the other one messes up?
Yeah, so you lose by not answering with a question. Does that make sense?
Does it?
Okay, well, we haven't started yet, but you get the general gist. Define a scene. Come on, you guys know what a scene is. Let's see what creativity you guys have in here. Bank heist. Okay. you're the robber, and I am the general, and I'm the banker.
The
Okay, ready when
general.
you- Sorry.
What did you say? Sorry, what are you?
I'm the banker, and you're the robber.
Okay.
All right, go.
Am I starting?
Yeah, you're starting. You're the robber. I'm not gonna be like, hey, robber, how
Wait,
you
I just
doing?
won.
That doesn't count.
What are we talking? Just won.
No, we were clarifying. We were clarifying.
You
That
said
doesn't
go.
count. Oh,
You said go.
well, it looks like we have Andrea
Masi
and
was going
Samay
to
on
make it to the
screen.
finals, so now you are trying to be the strongest because he already beat the finalist.
Can't outsmart a grandmaster.
Green tea with steroids. Creatine doping is allowed. I actually read, my friends were giving me advice, and I was like, my brain is so foggy, I get tired. And they're like, just take a ton of creatine. So I'm not lying, I have like so much creatine in here, and I'm just drinking creatine, so you better be scared. No, creatine is like, I'm kind of being dramatic. They're not steroids. Yeah, well, the joke is that I'm on steroids because I'm on prednisone for my ear, but don't worry, Samay, they're not like actually doping drugs. Hey, thanks for the prime! What? Ah, shoot! Okay, wait.
Okay, I need
Okay,
to
do
turn
you have
down my
anything to
audio,
say to
or
the
I'm
chat
also
before
gonna
you're
go deaf in an
gone
ear.
forever?
See, you understand now.
Ah! Okay. You're... Okay, but... Yeah, but you're... Alright, chat. My argument was going to be I'm Canadian, he's Indian, so it doesn't matter how much I've played chess, but that's a fair argument. Okay. Goodbye, everyone.
Oh God, she's so loud.
Okay.
I had to
We're
keep
back.
turning down the volume for Andrea and turning it up for Samay, and it was a very dangerous situation.
That's right. That's right. You know, the pressure that I was talking about for Andrea is actually related to their, lighthearted discussion there that Samay can lose to Andrea and, that's okay. Whereas for Andrea, I feel like the stakes are just a little bit higher.
Yeah, if Andrea loses, she is retiring. So, oh, and he's playing the Sardoche opening, B3. At least she's going to get some practice against that. Although, I don't know how much theory Andrea knows against B3, and I know she's not comfortable when she's out of her theory.
Interesting. Well, yeah, this is a really common way that players usually start online games, is when you fianchetto, let's say, against one another, and then the knight comes out, then all of a sudden what happens is bishop takes, white plays c4, and what white tends to do is knight c3, rook c1, e3. Usually the bishop goes even to g2, and the knight goes to e2, and this is just a setup that at some point you become familiar with. It's easy to play, and maybe, if I'm guessing, Samay might have done a little tiny bit of research on Andrea's openings, said she plays fianchetto systems, so it's possible if I start with this move, maybe Andrea will just play into this, and it's an easy setup to play. It's not a special advantage. Matter of fact, the engine is even liking black's position.
Well, Andrea's already thinking over a minute on move 3. Why don't we listen in and see if she knows what's going on here?
But, is there anything wrong with this move? Probably a lot of things, but I don't know, it looks solid to me. Bang, I mean, it's probably, no, because he's going to go e5 before. Oh, shit. You know what, fuck it, we just castle. I'm sorry for my language, I'm so panicking right now. Why do this, but what's the point of this?
Okay, as we thought, she's not sure how to reply to
Why not
this.
d5, maybe?
If she plays d5, that will be an example of panic
I need to get out my other bishop.
somehow turned into the right answer. I do believe d5 is the correct move.
Also, Andrea put her stream title as a 100K chess tournament. I'm pretty sure it's only 50K, but hey.
Ah!
Oh god, okay.
Ah, I'm raging!
Well, you know what? Some players are winners, some players are losers. You know, some players get it done, some players don't. Whether that made any sense, whether, you know, it sounded confusing, panicked, Andrea got it done. D5 was the best move for sure, and then moving back. I'm impressed.
Yep, she took her time. She raged a little bit. She got it correct. She also thinks she's playing for 100K, so the stakes are even higher than any of us thought. And we'll see how. Oh, okay. So D4. Oh,
That was not the move that was played. But D4 is definitely question mark move for a good reason, and Andrea definitely knows it. D4 was a very, very bad move.
yeah. But don't you think Samay would have studied the main variation here? I'm curious why it was misplayed. Maybe he forgot.
I will say that this is why I was so impressed by Andrea in that moment, is that D5 is a move you have to play now or never. You don't play it there, the knight comes out, you never get to play it. So most players just kind of autopilot bishop G7 and castle, and then it's a much different position, kind of the moves that I was showcasing earlier. But D5 is a move that often you kind of skip by, and we're seeing exactly why it's such a big deal here. Andrea should continue to open the position, put pressure, C5, Queen A5, Rook D8, Knight C6, those kind of moves.
Right. And Samay, I guess, is just trying to castle as quickly as he can. He's developed on the queen side, but his king side pieces look like they're just starting the game. And I don't know if he's going to have time to do that with the C5, Queen A5 idea, which I guess is not being played right away.
Yeah, this move I actually don't understand too much, because Bishop G2 will make a nice threat, and I guess the idea is to win the rook, but let's just think about Bishop B7 because it'll need some fine tuning. I'm suspecting that Andrea is committed to Bishop A3. So let's see if Samay plays, you know, E4 or something that reacts to Bishop F5, or if he plays Knight F3, thinking, no big deal, I'm going to castle next, and maybe runs in to Bishop A3, winning the rook.
Goes for E4, which in the short term looks. Oh, wow. Okay, you could take on E4, bishop takes, then I'm guessing rook E8 just gets the bishop back. Yep. F5 is incoming and it's already under attack. Oh, Andrea doesn't take it right away, but she sees the idea.
Yeah, I will say the ideas unfortunately are different enough that they don't just transpose, because if it transposed fully, this would be just as good. The problem is you give white that extra move to play F3. That solidifies everything, and Samay might realize the knight is pinned, so how can I defend this pawn? F3 is a great way to do it. However, Queen D3 may also come to mind, and then Andrea has the opportunity to play it now, and I think she will find this because it makes much more sense.
So he did just play Queen D3. That wasn't you showing us what he might do.
This one is a double question mark, much like the previous one was a double question mark, but this one was not me.
Noted. Okay, so let's see if Andrea sees that she could take on E4 here. Although she's looking towards C5 instead, she's more focused on the D4 pin.
Which is good. I mean, by the way, the bishop doesn't have to move, so you have time here to play C5, Knight C6, but Knight E2, Knight C5, I believe is what she's angling at here.
So now Samay can play Knight G E2, which does a lot of things. One, it unpins the E pawn, it defends D4, it defends the knight on C3, it develops the knight, and it helps white castle. A lot of positive moves involved. Sorry, a lot of positive impacts from that one move.
Agreed. The thing is, Andrea didn't just play Knight A6 for no reason. Knight C5 is a really crafty way to involve that knight, and pretty much just win the e-pawn. So it's hard to imagine a situation where Andrea is not up significant material in the middle, and maybe even more. Like knight c5, and I'll just put this move on the board. I think Andrea will play it. Queen to c4, and if I play the crazy move b5, if you take my bishop, I have knight d3, and otherwise the queen is trapped. So this could be a pretty big problem here. Let's see if, first of all, knight c5 gets played, but I believe that she's probably planning it, but maybe we can drop in and see if that's actually the case.
I did mine. I put it like this, but why would I do that? So I'm gonna do this, you do this.
Oh, let's see if she sees it.
I even have so many tricky moves I can do this, but that's okay. Bang, bang, take, check. Bang, bang, check. No matter what you do, I'm gonna take.
Okay,
No
so
matter
she sees
where-
the first half, but
I'm
not
gonna do this
b5.
no matter what.
Yeah, the thing is, Andrea has
Here, I just take it.
pawn that
How
she'll
can I
win
take,
here,
I take, and I'm
so she's focused on that and not looking for more, which is fair.
trying to think if there's like any intermediate moves, but there's nothing because you're in check. You're not gonna take my bishop. You're not gonna sack your queen. There's no tricks for your queen. I mean, this is funny. Take. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm feeling good about this. I don't know how I got an opening trap and an opening I never seen, but maybe that was like a good line.
So was the mistake for Samay when he pushed e4? Because it looked like such a natural move, but all of his troubles started happening then.
Yeah, e4 was definitely a mistake. Also, d4 was probably a mistake earlier. The position for white is supposed to be way more solid. This is really loose, and
By
it's
the way,
all
guys,
before white has
Samay
castled.
beat Sardoche, and Sardoche has just beat Masi Oka. So Samay is very strong. He's 70 clean. He might have retired from chess content, but I was really terrified for his prep. Okay, let's start calculating. I think to save time, we need to do that. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is just really good. So after I take, you take, I take, you'll probably, I mean, this is so bad. I don't know what else you do. I don't know what else you do as white.
It's always a good feeling when you
Back,
don't know what you would recommend for your opponent.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, no, it feels incredible until
I'm
you're like,
laying
oh, they
this
have
pawn.
a move that I totally
You can
missed.
go back. Ooh, wow, this is insane. I do this. I take. You have to take the knight. If you take with the rook, I win the pawn. So I come here, you take here, you take with the rook. It gets tricky for sure. Queen takes this pawn. Wait, no, that's a pretty queen.
What?
Okay, no, you
Yeah.
take with the rook. I just said I take this pawn. So you're gonna take with the knight. If you take with the knight, queen takes. So, bang. Wait, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, I cannot take this pawn. Do this. Wait, but you're pinned. Just kidding. I can't take this pawn. I think I just take. I mean, you got 2 again pawn, so I probably take here. Yeah, why not? Of course. Putting the pressure on the diagonal. Okay, you go back, I just take. Is there anything else to consider? This? I mean, same
What's
thread.
the
This
word,
bishop is just a monster.
Alexandra?
Now I
Sometimes
understand
they
why
have
my move
maybe
order
like
for this line
chaotic
doesn't start
neutral
with
and these
G6,
types of
but
words.
G7, but it starts on
Andrea's one of
Chaotic
those.
good, chaotic neutral. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
the diagram. I don't
She's
remember
definitely
which
one of them
she's at.
because it sounds crazy, it sounds like it doesn't make sense, but at the same time, she arrives at the right answer so far in all the critical decisions. Knight takes e4, absolutely crushing. I think what has to happen here is knight takes, bishop takes, and then castles just to survive the position.
Yep, and people are bringing up Samay's nickname, BM or Blundermaster, but he hasn't really been blundering. It was just a tricky opening where he was making natural moves. So you guys, maybe he's not quite living to his name yet. It is just a tough position and a higher rated opponent.
Yeah, that seems harsh because really d4, e4, 2 natural central moves, and then queen d3 to guard both of them. I mean, it's hard to fault that. Andrea had, 2 pieces kind of pseudo hanging due to 2 pins in the middle of the board. That's tricky stuff.
Yeah, no, it totally is. And we did get a castle from Samay, so good on him. He saw the urgency. He's just down a pawn, and one of Andrea's pawns are doubled. Of course, he also has that isolated pawn on d4, but his position isn't that bad. I don't think it's as bad as the engine is saying.
Agreed. Yeah, this is definitely the best case scenario for Samay. Really, you almost have to be impressed. That could have gone so much worse. Andrea had much better options, but down a pawn and time even up on time for Samay, this is really, really good considering what it could have been.
Yep, and now Andrea's thinking, does she want to trade the bishop on g2? Does she want to keep it on the board? How is she going to continue after? Her bishop doesn't have a lot of great squares to go back to. If she comes to d5, then she has an isolated pawn as well. If she comes to f5, that's kind of an awkward position, whereas white has that nice fianchettoed bishop. So she doesn't take right away, but she keeps the tension with the bishop on a4. She is now freeing up the d8 square for her rook to help put pressure on d4. Black recaptures the bishop, then she takes with the rook, and d4 is really in trouble. So I like that she's keeping the tension here.
Yep. The one thing that we say about isolated pawns is you want to control the square in front, so d5, which is why the move queen b6 does not seem like a great move. It's a good move, but maybe not a great move. The simple queen d7 and rook d8 felt correct because you want to control this square before you attack this pawn. In this case, as an example, if I play rook to e1 and black trades, and then you start to bring pieces into the middle of the board, it's not as convincing because maybe I could trade the rooks and push d5, get rid of that pawn. And that is something you don't always want to allow, which is why we keep talking about controlling the square in front of the pawn. I know it feels like a weird concept, but before you go and attack it, make sure it's stuck where it is. Right now, it can still move.
Yeah, no, that's actually really instructional. And again, the D pawn is Samay's biggest weakness here. If he trades it off and Andrea's only up a double pawn on the king side, that improves his drawing chances greatly. Here he goes for b4, which is an interesting move. a2 is defended by the queen, so he's pushing the black queen away, which was actually finally doing what Amon said. It was defending the d5 square so that he can't trade off his isolated pawn.
Yeah, if you play queen d5, I would consider it a pretty serious mistake. It would allow white to trade everything and play rook to c7, and one pawn down in that endgame. Why does that not matter so much? Number one, because white has the activity, but also it's a double pawn over here on the king side. It's not really, like if it was on e6, this would be so much better for Andrea, but this is still a close game, and I think that a draw might even be the most likely result compared to a win for black. Definitely white is far from winning this game, but I do think a draw is still quite likely.
As you were saying that queen d5 was a mistake, Andrea was considering it. She drew some arrows, though, figured out it was not the best plan. Now she played queen f5, keeping the queen on the board. And it's not really about keeping the queen on the board, but it's just not fixing the weakness and opening the c file, like you said. Queen f5, I kind of like the position of the queen. It's holding d5, it's looking towards f2.
I like it. Yeah, it's controlling some important squares. Rook d8 feels natural, and Samay is looking to expand where he has pawns he can push, right? You don't want to do too much with the pawns in front of your king, maybe h4 at the most, but I like where he's decided to play. Also, queen c5, it seems weird to trade queens when you're down a pawn, but the pawns are double, and it brings us closer to a rook endgame with great drawing chances.
And I'm so impressed by Samay's chess progress. He learned how to play during the pandemic because he was bored. He was playing with a lot of Indian chess players. He's a comedian by trade, and he's already almost 1800. He beat Sardoche in one of the games. It's genuinely being incredible progress because he also doesn't have that much time to focus on chess. So, yeah, just want to give him some love for his insane progress.
Absolutely. It's really, really impressive because he dominated his group, undefeated, maximum points, and he was definitely not the highest rated in that group either.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You see Masi Oka defeated Andrea, loses to Sardoche, who lost to Samay. It just goes to show you how evenly matched this group is.
Yep, and styles change everything. The one thing about this position is the time. It feels like nothing's happening, like just kind of shuffling. I really like the move queen c5. It's a tough move to play because it offers a trade, but I do think it's worth considering. Other moves, it's kind of difficult. Andrea's done a good job at preventing both d5 and b5, and for the moment, there's not that much else I can really think about other than maybe queen c5 to trade here. So I'm expecting either queen c5 or potentially rook e2 to try to gain control.
Okay, instead we see rook ed1. The computer doesn't like it, not because it's a bad move, but because it misses a better move, unless there's something that we're not seeing here. I do wonder how Andrea should continue here. She is up a pawn, so there was a moment where she can consider trading, but she didn't want to do that because then it would give the open e-file to Samay. So instead she brings her rook to d8, and she's stopping the d5 pawn from pushing and continuing to pressure the isolated pawn, which makes sense to me. Doesn't queen c5 work here as well, though?
Queen c5 is playable, but I think taking and playing d5 is likely what Samay is going to do. Now, this move may not be fully effective here, but I bet that it might be for a reason that we're not expecting. For example, this is why I was saying it's so important to nail down that isolated pawn, because now Samay sees the opportunity, and if you imagine like something where everybody trades on d5, then we're getting closer and closer to that draw.
Yeah. Is there any option for Andrea to not trade on d5? She could try rook d8, and then white can't capture on c6 because the rook is hanging.
Very dangerous, right? You play rook d8, I play d6 and queen c5. I start to get ambitious there. So I do think this is all kind of correct, but Andrea understands that, you know what, because these pawns are attacked, there's no rook d7 because it will be defended.
Yeah, so she's going to take another pawn, and this pawn is even more important than the one on the queen side because she's going to be able to create a pass pawn. And
so I think a critical variation might be rook d6, because if you take the pawn, then maybe I take this one. If you take another, I go back to b6 and take on b7. But now, after this, unfortunately, I think poor check, now Andrea is really in the driver's seat. I do expect to see a win here for black.
Yep. b5, and now Andrea can capture the pawn on a4. Samay takes, and then if she takes with the pawn or the rook, Samay wants to get his rook behind her pawns, either on b8 or a8. That's the best chance for him to try to stop it.
Yep.
And those positions usually are winning for the side up a pawn. In this case, she's up 2 pawns, so it's going to make it even more complicated.
Yeah, you have to show some understanding, putting the rook behind the pawn. For black, with a pass pawn here, the best place for the rook would be actually where the white rook is, behind. The next best would be beside, and then let's say the worst, but usually the most common, is in front. So, for example, if the white rook moves away, black might play rook e4 to play rook e6 and improve it at least to the side. So right now, white's done just about everything you can in order to try to achieve the draw. Unfortunately, taking is not ideal, but let's let the players play this one out. Maybe we can drop in with Andrea in this critical moment of conversion.
I do want to note Andrea does have a minute on the clock, and time pressure is something that she does struggle with, and she doesn't have full confidence in her endgames either.
Attack, I push, I take. From here I push. I just have to trade the rooks. I can push, or I can bring my king up. But I feel like pushing is pretty straightforward.
Good move. Very good move.
Samay cannot trade off the rooks because that would be a loss for him, so he's going to have to go back.
So my king is coming, and so are my pawns.
So this is a moment where I would say the rook should have gone to the side of the pawn. But this is perfectly fine, and I think there's multiple ways to convert because of the 2 extra pawns.
Right. So one thing she could try to do is trade off one of her pawns on the king side so that she has 2 pass pawns. It's really hard to defend against both because then while the white king is busy defending one, she could just bring her king into the support of the other one. That's one
right.
idea to do it. The other is to just try to bring her king closer to the pass pawn already. But I think this is just easier.
Very under control. Exactly what you want here.
I wish we had a Samay cam, but he hasn't moved at all, so this is probably better to stay on. There's the Samay cam, guys. But he's locked in, and that's what he needs to be doing.
So I think the best way to do things is to move the black king over the square to the side, and then actually move the G pawn directly forward.
And why do you like that better than just pushing the F pawn?
Well, I'm wondering what's going to happen after the F pawn. Everything wins, so Andrea is perfectly fine here. If you push the G pawn, you're threatening G3, which will win the F pawn. So that's a nice addition. Okay, the king going back is really helpful. Andrea is now in full control.
Yep, she's gonna have 3 pawns.
I guess you're gonna pin my pawn, but
Full control here. Well done.
here I've got a rook.
No stalemate traps here either. I guess there could be potentially. If Andrea somehow pushes the pawns, White's king has no square, and then Samay can sack his rook.
It's possible. Feels unlikely, but you're right to start thinking about that because of the serious material deficit.
Yeah, and Andrea being 30 seconds on the clock. Although, if that happens, just get ready with your volume.
Yeah, giving up a pawn here should really be no problem, because even with just one of the pawns remaining, it's probably winning.
Just keeping an eye out for stalemate tricks.
Yeah,
None
I think
yet.
this is totally locked up. F2, F1 is just unstoppable.
You can't escape because I check it. But I still don't have faith in myself, but I know this is the thing. You bring back.
I guess
then I
F2, F1, and Samay could play Rook F3, and if she takes, it's a stalemate. But she won't take, she'll
push,
checkmate.
Check. I just
That's
run
right.
with your rook. And then I've got 2 passers. But if you bring your king, yeah, it doesn't work. This wins.
But it's a good habit to take it seriously even when you are this winning. You don't want to slip
Got 2
up.
passers. I will sacrifice one of them. And now I do the ladder.
And good to Samay to not resign.
Walk. Ooh, look at that king walk. Oh yeah.
King walk is correct.
Like he's on the runway. Which no fashion without a chest. Oh, he is such a scandalous king. Oh no, Andrea, you show your colorful. The king is coming out. He's going on a walk alone. It's after dark. He's got no pepper spray, but he's on the run. What you gonna do now? Alright, I think this is pretty good. I'm
I feel like if you don't win the game after that pep talk, like,
not gonna lie, if I could
Yeah.
only win for straight game, I
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
would not to play. Let's try. I don't think you can do much now.
Wait, Spargo
Oh,
is still
scandalous
playing
king.
chess, by the
Oh,
way.
scandalous. Oh,
really?
what's on the
Yeah.
other side?
That's actually really wholesome. He's locked in now, and good for him.
Oh, Sandra's game. I really like that. I think that's how I would be commentating this game if I was my sister. Oh, it's so scandy.
I don't have to because you're doing it.
Out. Okay, he is realizing that this is
Rook F3, right? That's the move you're supposed to play
he's gonna keep
after
going.
queen.
Yeah,
Just
you
to-
just might as
yeah.
well try.
Your idea, right?
Why not
What is he
try
doing?
it?
Really?
Oh, yeah,
Really?
come on. Oh my god,
Really?
Mike's crossing his fingers.
Do you
That's so
think-
funny.
Guy was yesterday.
That's hilarious.
Really? Okay, you should resign out. Okay, well, alright.
Don't
How
give
many
up,
queens should
Samay.
Should I get another queen? I don't even know. Alright, I would just keep it simple. He can resign. Okay, he's still
Don't
playing.
resign.
Really? This
But
is
I wonder-
almost disrespectful. This
Volume,
is
we need to work on it.
I will say. He thinks I'm going to stalemate. You are a very funny comedian, Samay. You make me laugh. Okay, good games. Alright, chat! I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yarky, yarky, yarky.
Hey, Andrea.
Just
takes
like
the
that, she
first
was gone.
Yep. I mean, Oh. Okay, yeah, well, if they restarted, Smite should take whatever time advantage he has.
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering if she doesn't come back and make a move within like a minute or so. Does the game you know what I mean? The game sometimes auto aborts.
Yeah. No, that's true.
I don't know
it
if
was
that applies
FIDE,
in a. Yeah.
Sometimes they have the rules where if you're not on your board when it starts, you lose. I remember they implemented that during one of the Olympiads. It was really stressful. If chess.com had that for their PogChamps events, so many people would lose just from tardiness.
All right. I think we're back. There we go. We have a move, and Andrea.
Ooh, a Dutch from Samay. I'm curious if Andrea prepared this, but we'll know really quickly whether she tanks for another 30 seconds or so.
Interesting. This is, I would say, quite an uncommon move, but it's actually pretty much one of the main moves that I play.
And then you play it with G3, right?
Well, it depends what happens, but yes, often with G3. Not usually with this move, but it really depends on black, because if black plays G6, then H5 is very tempting and a lot of fun. But if black plays E6, then, because the bishop is so locked in, you know that it's going to B7, so you play G3 and bishop G2 and try to get there before black can put the bishop there, and it's a little bit awkward.
Okay, interesting. I can tell from Andrea's expression that she isn't too sure about this plan that she's going for, but I think she's feeling confident from the first win and being the rating favorite here.
Yeah. I also think that this is probably rooted in some truth. Whether she remembers everything here, I don't think she's playing D4, H4, bishop G5 for no reason at all. Clearly, she's looked at something similar to this or this exactly.
Yeah, and I wonder if Samay has still been getting opening advice from Levy. I know last time he messaged Levy sent him a 30-minute video. He watched it, and Levy predicted all of his opponents. So Andrea might be going up against a very serious opening prepper here.
That's right. I'm thinking about just the obvious development, knight f3, knight c3. It seems like Andrea's happy to keep it really solid here with the white pieces. Remember, only needing a draw to advance to the finals against Sardoche.
And Chad is asking if she draws this, she wins, right? Yep, that's all she needs here. But I think Andrea's ego would hurt if she drew Samay, who has been playing for a lot less than she has.
Yeah, it's all a mental battle as well. This kind of has that solid feel that you get when you play a d4 opening. Now, I actually have not seen too often e6 and g6. I was busy saying one or the other. This is both. And you can see why the engine is highlighting h5. Andrea is going to have zero problem playing h5. That's the whole idea of this opening.
I'll take. I think this was the only trick that I had in this idea.
Oh, so she did prepare. Very nice.
I think it.
This is a big problem here for black. Big problem.
Yeah. What can black try to do here? Maybe bishop g7? He already played.
Yeah, taking was what Andrea said. Utilizing that pin. Black will probably play bishop to g7, and then Andrea should retreat that bishop to h4.
Keeping the tension here. And now it's going to be really awkward for Samay to castle kingside, even though he might have to use Andrea's pawn as a blockader of his own.
Yeah, you could play bishop f4 just to keep an eye on the h6 pawn, maybe dissuade castling, but bishop h4 also very, very good. Knights should develop, bishop, and white's king, of course, should castle on the opposite side now that we have all of this information.
Yeah, and Samay, I'd say he's looking uncomfortable, but he still hasn't moved. He is locked in. I'm trying to think what could possibly be the best attempt to come back from this from his point of view. Does he have to castle queenside? Can he play like Voy Boy, keep his king in the middle of the board, develop his pieces, and try to go castling queenside? Because if he did somehow get out of this, the g6 pawn is overextended. It's doubled. Maybe he could win that back later on.
Yeah, I definitely think that the bishop probably belongs on this square. The knight maybe on d7 or c6, the queen out, and then castling. So Samay can at least play the next series of moves fairly quickly because, I think they're pretty expected. The bishop c4, knight c3, going to castles from Andrea will make perfect sense.
Yep, and now with d6, bishop c4 is going to come with an additional threat on e6 because it looks like Samay wants to put the bishop on b7 and d7, but he's going to have to deal with that now. Good news, though. We hit 12K in donations towards Lead Day. Thank you guys so much for those of you who donated. I really wish we could call out your donations. We cannot see them individually, but you are doing a really nice thing, so thank you so much.
Yeah, amazing. Nice to hit, just for some reason, our brains, right? They're just so satisfied by those round numbers. So hitting that 12K is such a meaningful milestone.
Yep. I thought Samay's camera was broken for a second. He was resting his eyes because he was thinking he could see the board with his eyes closed.
Yeah, there was, at some point you'll try anything to try to see the board better. The Queen's Gambit taught us that.
Can you see the board pretty well blindfolded?
I think so. I can play blindfold pretty well, but some people, they're on another level. They can play multiple blindfold games and retain them. I struggle with that. I can hone in on, I feel like, one direct thing, but it's almost like multitasking with multiple boards. That's difficult.
Yeah, no, I don't understand how some people can do a simul blindfolded. Andrea's taking her time here. Bishop c4, as we talked about, seems like pretty easy move to continue with. I wonder if she's worried about d5 or something like that, but that would give her knight a really nice outpost on e5, and that would look towards f7 as well, so you can't really push that pawn. In fact, it might be good to tempt him to do so.
Yeah, I'd be really happy to see this.
She is actually concerned about it, or that's what she's calculating as I look over to her screen.
Yeah, definitely deep in thought when the reality of this position is there's not much to think about because the position is so good. So knight c3, bishop c4, even if you don't like bishop c4, bishop d3 and trying to play e4 is another way to do things. I think that no matter what she does, it will be a good position for white, so she has that going for her. Even c4, perfectly fine, and it looks like we'll get developed like this.
Yeah, the only thing she doesn't want to do is castle kingside because she wants that h file to continue staying open, putting pressure on h6.
Yep. Knight c3, almost for sure. You don't normally play pawn to c4 without the intention of playing knight c3, so I guess we'll see that. And it is kind of a race to just get the pieces out and castled. It was a little bit of a miss for Andrea not to play bishop c4 because there's not really a good way to defend this pawn. It could be defended, but it would be awkward. So Samay could be happy that I think bishop e7, queen e7, and long castle is going to occur, and then suddenly e5 shows up, and there will be a little bit of counterplay.
And someone's saying Samay needs strong coffee. Well, in his defense, it's 4 a.m. right now, Indian Standard Time, and I only recently learned that India has one time zone, which is crazy to me. But still, very late for him.
Yeah, you think
Did you know that, Amon?
I guess I could say no, I didn't officially know it. So that's interesting. But when I think about the country and the way that it's oriented, it does make sense. Canada is kind of like very east-west, whereas India is a bit more north-south, which, yeah, you can fit sort of in one time zone a little easier that way.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It's a vertical country, not horizontal. That is true. Okay, so Andrea plays queen a4 here. It's not really doing anything directly, although in a way I guess it is, because it's keeping the tension in the position by pinning the knight on d7, and she's creating space for her king to castle queenside, as well as putting pressure on a7 so that if black ever wants to castle queenside, his pawn would not be protected anymore.
Right. Yeah, there's something about queen a4 that I don't really care for, and I think it's the fact that I'm concerned about what Andrea might think she's up to. Like, maybe I'm a little concerned that she's trying to do too much on the queen side. I'm like, no, Andrea, like, just put the pieces out normally. The position's good. But honestly, I think it's going to pay off here with queen c6. I'm a little confused why Samay did not play bishop b7. I didn't see anything wrong with that.
I'm going to chalk it up to him being tired. I think that's a reasonable reason.
Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. Queen c6 is definitely an extremely good move here. The rook has to move. The pawn can probably be taken. I don't know. It looks a little risky, but there's always knight b5 next, so I would definitely consider taking that pawn. And if you don't play queen c6 and you just play normal move, then Samay's back in the game with bishop b7. So this is a big moment for Andrea to kind of put the nail in the coffin on this one.
And she just saw queen c6. She had a nice little reaction. Why don't we listen in on her stream and hear what she's saying?
Okay, so, I'm going to be taking one of your pawns regardless. So maybe I prefer taking like this. That was the reasoning. Commentators, I didn't miss the free pawn. I wanted to take it with my knight because I'm a grandmaster.
Okay.
So if you did
Amon,
this,
do you
then
buy
I do this.
that?
Now you can defend this. Make it off grandmaster, but I can still do this because you don't really defend.
No.
This still works. So then you'd have to go back with your queen. Yeah.
I hope that she
that's
doesn't
not-
buy it either.
He's burning a lot of time.
Do you think sometimes you overthink and play
I
worse?
think this move would have been cool.
Often. Oh yeah.
No, I
I wouldn't even say like that's a thing that happens sometimes. I think that happens often.
I do feel
I would
like
love
knowing
to
myself
know
in a position like this.
almost like
There's
studies
some
that
risk
is an
I mean,
optimal time allotment per move.
Actually, yeah, I don't know. Okay. So now I have this. What are you gonna do? Castle? No. Queen back? Maybe? Queen back I like because I just say, okay, but then you're gonna push. Right. So it's not getting that much done.
Do you have any advice for not overthinking too much in chess?
You don't have anything, and you're not gonna and castle.
No,
So, like, what
because
even
I
is
do
your
it.
plan? Pushing.
If I
Inspiring.
had any, I'd probably
Maybe I just
have to
castle. I let you
follow it.
push. If you push this, then this is even better. So I think I should just castle. I just like be happy. Like, I've got a really good position. Like I don't even know what black does. I don't even need to do anything.
That is true. Even if Andrea's not finding the most accurate
Can't
move,
castle.
her
Mhm.
position
Try doing
is
this
really
first.
good here.
Finally, this guy.
True.
But then you create more weakness if you do ever want to castle. But maybe a
But yeah, I
is,
would
like,
definitely
the
say
only idea it's gonna be.
if we take a look at the board, the
Just for
pawn on a6, I think, is kind of a key ingredient here for Samay to stay alive because knight b5 is frustrating to deal with. And then I think e5 is going to be the source of counterplay, but you can't castle because you're a pawn. So a6 and then castling is what you want to do. But what I think Andrea is planning, if we just put a couple moves on the board, let's say a6, like bishop e2, castles, I think the move c5 is definitely a scary move to face. So I don't know if this is exactly what Andrea is planning, but I know that she's up to a few ideas that involve kind of almost baiting a6 and castle, because she's been talking about these moves saying, yeah, I'm just going to, develop my pieces. My queen's in a good spot for when black castles, and if black castles the other direction, I think we can all see why that might not be so good.
And she successfully baited a6. It has been played on the board now. Do you think it might just be better for Samay to keep his king in the center of the board now?
Yeah, so I almost might consider e5 first, just because e5 starts to at least generate something in the middle of the board. I think e5 is a potentially good place to start. What's really annoying, actually, is I'd like to play knight e4, but it's pinned. So I was considering maybe moving the queen and jumping the knight in. But understandably, Samay has done everything right, developed all the pieces, played a6 to stop knight b5 and defend the a-pawn, castled. So now the question is for Andrea, is there kind of like a big punch here, like a knockout blow? Is there a c5? Is there something? Or are you just going to play like rook e1, for example, which is a great move, but definitely lets Samay kind of breathe and get the pieces to good squares.
So let's say Andrea plays a quiet move. She plays rook h e1. Samay could then play e5 still, give himself a little bit more space.
Couple good moves. e5, c5 is another one that I'm kind of liking, and also king b8 as a follow-up to castling queenside. King b8, king b1 are always fantastic moves. So those three come to mind.
Yeah. And how much... Oh, I think Andrea just played c5, so we'll see how difficult
C5.
it is to deal with this move.
I like it. I highlighted it for a reason. I think it's a great move. The move that, honestly, you might have to play as Samay is b5. Not necessarily because it's good, but because Andrea, I think, is forced to sacrifice a piece here. And when you're in a bad position like Samay, you want your opponent to have those tough choices. Like, hey, you want to take the advantage? I think you got to sack your piece to do it. Pretty scary for humans to do. Of course, the engine is probably like, oh, no problem, sack that piece. But maybe you can listen to Andrea. She's probably considering all the sacks at once.
Or I could take this. Let you take my queen here. And that's about a trade. I'm up enough material that I can get away with it, but I don't have time. Okay, make a decision. Does the sack look sound? I'm sure. Okay.
See, this is what it does. It's such a tough choice. She knows it might be the right move,
What if I just
but
leave this, but then you take, right?
And I think Samay gave us a little smile. He didn't have his camera on, but I think he knows he's at least putting Andrea in a tough position.
would
Okay,
chat
I'll win
sack
another
here?
game, I guess.
Chat, would
Obviously,
you guys?
they're going to say
That
yes,
gets
but
me
what if
back.
it was your own game? Everyone wants to see the sacrifice, but what if it was your game? You've got an extra pawn, you've got a better position. Would you sacrifice and maybe it doesn't work out and you ruin everything? Or would you play the safe move that maintains the advantage? In this case, if you play knight takes, this looks like a lot of fun, but it can go wrong, right? There's not a guaranteed knockout blow here.
Didn't you do a series on advice for bullet chess where you were talking about how you don't want to do crazy sacrifices when you have a low amount of time?
Yeah, I did a couple. I did a bullet habit series, but I also did like a quick tips for bullet, which is just released on chess.com, like actually within the platform. So there's a couple, and I think that's generally good advice. That you know you don't need to make the craziest moves, but a lot of people think there's some responsibility to do so.
Don't be a hero, chat. Just win
a
the
hero.
game the easy way. You don't have to stress yourself out. A win is a win.
Exactly right. I do, by the way, think Andrea made the right call. Might not be the fun call, but it was the right call.
Yeah. No, I like it. Be a hero, always sacrifice. Easy to say when you're the producer. They're both getting close to a minute and a half on the clock. Andrea is still up a pawn, but her pawn is randomly on g6, not doing very much. The black king is more weak than the white king because Samay had to push his pawns forward to fend off Andrea's attack. And Andrea's bishops are also more active. If she brings it back to g3, it's looking towards the queen. Right now it's pinning the knight to the rook. Samay goes for b4. I don't love that move, but I also don't blame him with the amount of time he has left.
Yeah, also, I mean, you gotta do something. And
Yeah.
it's really tough to sit there sort of impatient, waiting for things to happen. Bishop e4 is a threat, so I know that Samay might be considering that. What concerns me is this move. Bishop g3 is a huge idea here now that the knight is out of the way. Easy to miss as well, and the knight can't really move because of the pin. So I'm wondering how you continue here, because bishop e4, queen c4, all over this position. Time is, I think, roughly equal, it's fair to say. So it's not really anything, nothing between them in terms of the clock either. It's all about the board.
Mon, when people are watching you play chess, do you ever feel pressure to make pretty moves?
I assume you mean like streaming and not just like in a tournament.
Yeah. Like sacrifices or making it more fun.
Oh, that's a guarantee. But I actually don't feel pressure. I just do it. So it's not like I feel pressure to do it and I don't want to. I want to.
You want to, yeah. And you justify it because people are watching.
Exactly. I get to play in the way that I secretly want to, and I get to use chat as like a crutch in order to allow myself to do it, and I get to blame them when it goes wrong. So it's just phenomenal all around.
Yeah, no, I like that. And here, bishop g3 is actually starting to look like a threat, because if Samay traded off the bishop, the queen couldn't have gone to c6 after to defend against the checkmate. So Samay is trying to get his king to safety with king b7. He has 30 seconds on the clock.
This is a really good move, very thoughtful. Keeping in mind bishop g3 has an answer now. Probably for Andrea, I would recommend something similar, king b1, to maybe bring the rook over to that square, make use of it. Knight d2, knight b3, and you can bring the knight into some useful attacking squares. Andrea has a huge advantage here. It's almost +4, and you're only up a pawn.
I like that Andrea always seems so much more nervous than the computer is for her.
That's right.
That's how you know that she's taking it seriously.
There's no question that rook g1 is an overreaction, because who cares about the g2 pawn, basically? But I can understand why she did. I think that's probably trying to be a little too perfect, but it's okay. She came up with a great idea. Knight d2, knight b3, or knight c4. The knight is rerouting in a really good way.
Yep, and I like that Samay is bringing the rooks to help defend. I don't like that he's pushing his own kingside pawns. In 20 seconds, though, I like that he's at least trying to complicate it, so...
Yeah, I agree with the complications. It's really tough to play the position Samay has had the entire game. So
yeah.
I get it.
Coming in with a check is painful because now there isn't that pin on the queen and king anymore.
But it's gonna open anyway, so we're gonna go here. Take discovery and tag. Alright, we got one of those. Okay. That's pretty nice. Oh shit. Fuck!
It's a very nice move
Yeah.
by Samay. Very
Yeah.
clever. Andrea is panicking a little bit. Should probably just take that knight, but let's see what she does. Panic is
Panicking
real.
a bit is a nice euphemism here for the amount of panic she has. Oh
Panic is very
no!
real.
She blundered.
It's a tough move to see, though. Super tough.
Yeah.
Played. Oh my goodness, what a find. Queen takes. An unbelievable tactic.
Okay, I'm turning down my volume.
My goodness. This thing is sticky. Did not play queen
Wait, we
takes
need-
C3.
Oh my god, I just lost.
Okay. That.
Fuck!
Wow.
I'm so bad!
Ah! God darn it! I tried
How
to
did
turn
you
down
not
my
expect
audio.
that?
I turned it down and then I turned it back up. I don't know what I was thinking.
I did.
A win by Samay. That is an amazing tactic, well deserved. He put the pressure. He played C5, and you know what? You called it, Alex. He just wanted to open things up. It wasn't the best move, but it was absolutely the best practical move, and it is tied 1-1. We are actually going to tie breaks from a game that Andrea was better in the entire time.
Wow. I mean, kudos to Samay for pulling that off and seeing it. It was a hard tactic to see. He only had 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to see which player has the higher accuracy score. We're going to get the white pieces, and it's going to be the same thing as usual, where if there's a draw, they keep going. 5 minutes, 3-second bonus.
I can't believe it. Look, I there's part of me that just feels bad. You know, your sister was just probably a couple variations or calculations away from moving on to the finals. But you yourself said you're always a fan of more chess, and we have more chess, Alex. So there's still a chance for Andrea. She needs to reset. But Samay back against the wall. Position looked bad. Time low. Finds an unbelievable tactic that, you know, you're only going to see stuff like that from grinding those puzzles.
And I have something that I personally would not have predicted. Samay actually has the higher accuracy, 81.15%. Andrea's at 78.3%. So Samay will get the white pieces against Andrea.
Wow, and I'm wondering which game it was from, because there's a weird thing. I feel like this last game was relatively inaccurate by both, maybe. But sometimes there's a weird thing where you make mistakes early in the opening, and then your position is kind of, let's say, quote unquote, bad. So your move quality from there doesn't have to be super high because the eval is already against you. And so your overall actually ends up being quite decent. And I was wondering if it was one of those, or maybe Andrea, you know, even her wins have been converted just, you know, as much crazy fashion as before. So that's surprising, but means he gets the color he wants.
Yeah, and for him, it's getting close to 5 a.m. India time. I hope he took a nap. I hope he's ready to go. He's definitely going to be running on adrenaline now.
And what about the prizes, though? Let's be real, Alex. Would you be up at 4, 5, 6 a.m. for a first place prize of $10,000? Because, you know, I could set a few alarms. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I would be up there. I would be fighting $10,000 for first, $7,000 for second, $4,000 for third, and $3,000 for 5. These are crazy cash prizes when it comes to chess tournaments, so you got to take the hit for that.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Well, we are back in action. Samay has played the same opening let's see. I mean, to play the same opening, Alex, you'd probably have to agree. He's looked at least something. But the move A3 is telling me that's actually not the case. I have to take it back. A3 is telling me he just wants to play this opening, remembers what happened last game, and is changing it. So that's something. But definitely not changing it for the better. You know, this is not how you're supposed to play this. So Andrea has I would say, pretty healthy advantage out of the opening here.
And it makes sense when you've played a game you lost out of the opening, you just don't want to deal with that because he didn't have time to review with the engine in between. And here he pushes C4. The computer doesn't like that because of D4, which is already starting to close off and take more space for black. If E takes, then you could take with the queen, actually.
Yeah.
Force the rook to come up to A2. And this is what Andrea's going for. Yeah.
That's the right move. As white, if you play knight F3, it's maybe more tempting to take, but black will just respond knight C6, and you're in the same predicament. So knight F3, knight C6. If you play bishop E2, and queen E2, this is unusual. We have a knight that cannot move. We have many pawn moves in the opening, and then we have developing the queen first. That is surprising to me, but it's kind of worked out. I'm not going to lie.
This looks like an opening I would get when I've been raging in bullet and I'm just pre-moving everything and all of a sudden I have no space. But I agree, it's starting to improve a little bit, although piece development, yeah, it's not too awkward. I like knight c3, rook d1 first, but it always feels weird to not develop your kingside pieces first, because then you don't have the choice to castle as quickly. But there's not a lot of pressure on the white king here, so.
Yeah, basically the d5 square is so good. I'll just describe what Samay would like, and TBD if he's actually able to achieve it. But g3, bishop g2, knight probably into the d5 square, and then this knight, you know, if we're being honest, I'd almost love to develop it to h3 and f4, and then castle. Now, if we can achieve all that, you know, amazing. I think white's doing well, but I do think knight c3 is not going to be that easy. There's this bishop coming to g7. There's queen coming to a5, and actually the queen just goes directly to a5. So we're probably going to need to play queen d2 in this position. Let's see if Samay can make that choice.
If we do get into an endgame, however, Andrea's pawn structure is a little bit worse. She does have the bishop pair, but the bishop pairs are more of an advantage when you have an open position, so this is not here yet. Who do you think the endgame favors?
Definitely the black pieces. The double pawns are a bit annoying, but they can actually gain some great space with f5. So black will enjoy more space. Yes, things are not fully open, but in general, the center of the board is open enough that I probably prefer the bishops, but I would be very, very careful about my bishop pair. If white can trade bishop for bishop, all of a sudden we might get in a position where white is bringing knights to d5, and I can't get rid of them.
Yeah, no, playing against a blockade of knights, especially when they're supporting themselves, is really tricky in the end. And I've talked a lot about Samay's pieces not being developed as much, but Andrea has the same problem. And if she does trade queens, he does at least get to capture back with his knight with tempo. And if Andrea doesn't capture back, she did sort of just lose time putting her queen out to a5. Because now the white bishop is also free.
Queen c7, not my favorite move. Why are we going to a square where the knight is most likely just going to bother the queen again? And if we think about how I mentioned developing white's pieces, there was a queen on e2. So Samay has got to move the queen out of the way to make the pieces able to develop, but Andrea has sort of helped out with that check. So I don't like queen a5, and then I don't really care for queen c7, because now it's a race to d5, and I would be looking at knight e2, knight f4, knight d5, I'd be looking at maybe bishop to f3, and well, you can see the same kind of idea, all about that d file and the d5 square.
Yeah, and Andrea doesn't have a good way to help defend against the d5 square. Her knight, it would be too slow with ideas like knight d7, knight b6. So I guess you sort of just have to accept it and go on your way, develop your pieces. Uh-oh, she's delaying her castling, and she was afraid of knight b5, which wasn't the real threat.
Yeah, it's an understandable move. It's definitely a helpful move, but it's only helpful if we're talking about later in the middle game once everybody's developed. So it will probably turn out to be a good move, perfectly fine. Both sides need to just remember the point of chess, get their king castle to safety, everybody make a good decision, and very tough for Samay to have played knight e2 instead of knight f3 because, let's be honest, knight f3 is the most common, the best move to place your knight. In this particular case, I was interested in knight e2, but I completely understand why we didn't see that.
I am starting to get a little bit nervous. I know Andrea doesn't do well with time pressure, and while I still think she's the favorite just because she's a stronger player overall, the stakes are so high for her. She cannot lose to Samay and feel okay with that.
Yeah, you're describing it like it's a matter of shame at this point. It's not just a
And
chess
it's
game.
not because Samay isn't good or it's not incredible how quickly he's gotten to this level. It's just, you know, Andrea's been playing chess for a much longer time, and I'm basically re-quoting her own words here and Samay's own words.
Yeah, I think, you know, Samay makes the jokes in jest when they were speaking to one another about, you know, how crazy, I'll be fine if I lose to you, you won't be if you lose to me. But deep within those little jokes between one another is from Andrea's side. Like, she wouldn't be joking about it if she wasn't a little bit nervous about it happening, which is, you know, a sign of respect to how much better Samay has gotten. And I don't think Samay would be joking about it if he didn't believe there was that 10%, maybe 5% possibility, probably much higher, that it could actually happen. So that, I think within those jokes is obviously some mutual respect.
Yeah, no, and I like that. I think it's the way it should be in chess. You should always give your competitor the most respect possible. And here, the position is looking pretty level. Samay puts his knight on e4 instead of on d5. He's attacking the pawn on c5. But it is a weird square to put your knight. So now we could get pinned by the bishop.
Yep,
And
I do think
don't see
d5
where
was
it's
the
going.
square. Yeah. It's not an anchored square, put it that way. d5, I would have liked to see the knight move from the f3 square. That would really help me play knight d5. But in this case, made a threat, defended the threat. Maybe let's listen to Andrea as the time gets lower and the stakes get higher. I mean, you know your sister better than just about anyone. How is her demeanor? Is this really panicked? Is this just, you know, as nervous as you should be?
I do this.
She's a little panicked.
She's done well with panic so far. She's found actually all the best moves, so it could work out in her favor.
Yeah, I don't think she's gotten to the point where the panic is hurting her yet. I think it's just the right amount of panic that helps you focus more.
Got it. Yep.
But it won't be if she had 30 seconds, it would be the kind of panic that hurts. So that's where the boundary is.
Okay. Nice pin. This should really prompt Samay to move the other knight, I think.
Takes, back.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, knight fd2 makes sense to help develop, but it feels weird to block your own rook on the open file. There's just not other options.
For sure, and we just move this
Maybe trade the rook first and then do that idea. That could be a nice way of solving it. It looks like we might see that on the board. Okay, nice.
Here's here. There's no other ideas.
At this point, it's all trusting yourself. You can't overthink these. You can't calculate your way out of danger here. It's just, you know, there's no big tactics, no big threats. You're just trying to make small moves that improve the position, but nothing more than that.
Ooh.
I spy tactics.
D3.
I spy tactics. Bishop takes knight. F5.
What are your moves in this position?
And knight F3 wins and sends Andrea to the finals. I'm going to put this on the board. Any piece could take, let's say, this F5, and this uncovers the bishop long range. If Andrea finds that, that is a ticket to the finals, and there's nothing Samay can do about it. Andrea's obviously strong enough to win in that position, but is not thinking tactically and actually moves the bishop away from that queen diagonal, which does not seem smart at all, because I'm actually starting to get nervous about black's king with knight on f6.
Yeah, that makes two of us. Uh-oh, man, I don't like this. Okay, knight g4, at least she has an outpost for her knight. She's defending f6. But bishop f8 was kind of just a waste of a move. Where is she going to put her bishop elsewhere?
That's right, but she might just get it back where it belongs. I think now it's setting in that it needs to be there. And bishop g7 is a really good move because you know what? It kind of threatens the exact same thing again. And if Samay does not play knight f2, then that is going to work all over again.
I am starting to get stressed myself.
20
I don't
seconds ticking down. Ooh, I don't think that's
yeah, 22
ideal.
seconds. Uh-oh.
But bishops, right? These are really dangerous pieces.
Who is more stressed, Alex or Andrea? I don't feel good about either of us right now, honestly.
Let's play who's not stressed. Right over here, huh? Yeah. Over here. Not stressed at all. Having a great time, as a matter of fact.
Knight g5, it looks like a cool move because you can't take it, but I don't see where you go from there. Maybe you put your knight back to f3.
Yep, I think king f2 is a really nice defensive move for Samay. The knight probably wants to go back. This move, you know, I'm getting a little bit nervous for Samay that at some point the knights are just bumping into each other in a weird way. This is a good move, and I think it will cause that piece to move.
Oh.
Yeah. This will be the end of the game, I suspect.
Well, Andrea's hovering over her bishop.
Oh my
Nope,
goodness.
nope, Andrea.
Oh my goodness, missing a free piece, Andrea. You gotta be kidding me right now.
Oh god.
It's just sitting there.
Okay, I don't feel good, Amon. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! She missed the mate!
Oh my goodness. She just lost her queen now. From up a piece.
Ah, she didn't even say it was a dog.
I don't know what to say about this turnaround. Samay Raina is going to the finals. He beats Andrea, who had a free piece to capture, elected not to, obviously didn't see it, and the result was a couple moves later, losing the entire queen. What a result for the underdog Samay. As the Botez, I feel like both of them are in shock.
Oh god. Can we hear what they're saying? Because I can't hear.
Thank you so much for joining us. Well played. We're going to be in touch with you and their channels.
Good luck, Samay. Bye, guys. Well, that went awesome. I can't figure out how to leave this call. Yeah. I don't. Bye, GG's, well done. You're good. Best of luck. You must take him down. Good luck, Samay. Well, chat. That was possibly the worst throw ever. I'm so ashamed. I have nothing to say. There's nothing I could say to make this better. In the third game, the bishop's knee, I don't know how I was. It doesn't matter how strong he was. No, I mean, I threw two queens in a real chat. There's nothing I could say. It was hard. Whatever
like
prize
we're
fund I
watching
won, I will be donating it to Command Donya. That was really sad.
I feel bad because I know that
I'm gonna ban you. Now is not the time.
she was taking this event really seriously. It clearly meant a lot, and you know what? She'll be looking back on that free piece like, I can't believe I didn't take it. And when you look back at your own mistakes, you literally can't explain them sometimes. It's like, how did I not play that? It's unbelievable. And Samay, we have to hand credit, right, Alex? Taking down Andrea is a heck of a result. Like, that is remarkable, especially when game 2 was bad And game 3 could have also been. So to come back, not just and win in general, but from bad positions is really a sort of a different skill, right? To beat a stronger player from a worse position means you really have some defensive capabilities and just keep making the next move, right? You don't always have to find the best one, but just keep playing, and maybe time pressure will help you out.
Yeah, and again, I think the pressure probably negatively influenced Andrea because she had so much pressure to not want to lose.
Right.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Samay. I hope that's inspiring for anybody who is newer to chess. And if you are newer, you can check out chess.com courses. Chessable is now fully integrated into chess.com. So finding and trying courses from the best players and coaches has never been easier. If you want to master a specific opening, deepen your understanding of positional theory, or just absorb the wisdom of Magnus Carlsen, check out go.chess.com/courses or use command courses in chat. Let us know which authors you're most excited to see on chess.com. We will be back shortly with our finals, Sardoche versus Samay Raina. Don't go anywhere.
Wow, well, that's a great question. I should probably know this too.
I would say my favorite piece is probably a Fiend kind of bishop.
Probably the knight.
I would say the rook.
Well, the first thing that came to mind was a knight, because I feel like, especially in the end game, when or middle to late game portion of the game, I feel like the knight can be so handy because people either underestimate, the squares that are dangerous with the knight. So I would say knight, to be honest.
10 minutes.
5.
3, 2.
I mean, I usually just play 10 minutes.
I love 10 flat.
I usually play way worse at night. That's usually when my losing streak starts. So I prefer to play in the morning.
Usually at nighttime, actually. I always come here into this world at late at night, and I just like to be playing chess all night with the full community.
I'm a night guy.
I don't have favorite time of day. Whenever I play, I'm suffering. It doesn't change. Night, morning, it's gonna be rough, but it's okay. I'm still gonna do it.
Mainly on my phone. Yeah, I'll do some streaming stuff. I'll do it on my phone on my laptop when I stream, but I'm mainly on my phone.
I usually play on my computer, but I sometimes play on my phone, and I find it to be better with a phone because it's easier for me to get distracted if I'm on my computer.
I usually play on my phone the most, with VR chat being the second most. So it's lately been back. I play with VR chat here the most. It's a fourth option now, so VR chat the most, and then my phone second.
On the computer.
Kind of basic, but I like the Italian because it's like, I don't know, it's like easy to learn for me.
I'm a French player.
My favorite player is Magnus.
Ooh, I have to say Magnus, but I would also say Judith Polgar.
Daniel Naroditsky, MSSO, and Dr. Chess, my favorite chess players.
I've always loved Anand.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. The finale you have all been waiting for. The SuperPogChamps champion is about to be crowned. It's between Samay Raina and Sardoche. Keeping in mind, Samay Raina is really fighting. It is almost 5 a.m. his time. Sardoche has been playing incredibly strong. He just took down Masi Oka. Let us know who you think is going to win. We're going to get started any time now. Mon, how are you feeling?
Oh, this is going to be an exciting one because you've got two players here who probably can at least admit that they felt perhaps they might be the underdogs in their matchups. I feel like everyone has been talking about Masi Oka. You know, what incredible chess we saw from him. He finished on top of the group, but Sardoche just came in and didn't really treat him that way during the match. Didn't treat him as someone who's much better, even came back from an incredible mouse slip blunder in the opening. So both players really earned their right to be here, especially, of course, we just watched Samay take down Andrea. I mean, taking down probably the most experienced chess player in the field to get here. And on top of that, Samay was on top of his group with the best score. So both players definitely earned their right to be here. And although there's a rating difference, these are the two best players at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if there would have been a prediction market for PogChamps, Samay Raina would have absolutely been the dark horse here. So incredible. And here we see a Benko Gambit from Sardoche. Oh, and he does play the Benko, actually. He studied a lot of theory in it, and he knows some incredibly tricky lines, I know, because I played them against Sardoche. And I think he actually got me in one of the games. Or it was a draw, but close enough.
Yeah, and Sardoche is not playing what I would say is the conventional Benko, where you play g6, d6, bishop g7. Instead, a real gambit here with e6. Of course, this pawn black will take back. But the idea is black takes the full center, plays bishop d6, castles, and takes this pawn. e4 is a move by Samay which immediately draws your attention because you look at it and you're like, huh? Isn't this a free central pawn? The answer is honestly yes, and I think it probably should have been taken, Alex. Is this a little bit of a bluff?
Yeah, that was a bit confusing for me as well. I think maybe it was another mouse slip, as Sardoche would say. Samay at least corrects it after. He plays knight c3, he's defending. And here Sardoche is thinking, does he take back on a6 right away?
Yeah, the thing about bishop takes a6, I do think e4 is a move that this entire opening for black is based on not allowing, if that makes sense. The move e4 is hanging, so it can't be played. But because white's been able to achieve it, there's a few differences from the main way that this gets set up. Number one, black's supposed to be able to take this when the e-pawn is still kind of on e2. The second thing is black's supposed to have d5, and the pawn shouldn't be on e4. So there's two big differences, and I think they're actually very meaningful. So somehow Samay has, I think, just a really good version of this opening.
Yeah, but it's still really tricky to play against the Benko. Even when you have a better position, you're never fully comfortable because that's part of what the Benko is. You have a slightly worse opening, but you have so much compensation. There's so many tricks. So let's see how it's going to unfold here. He goes for d5.
Yeah, so this is concerning. Alex, this is why I was saying Sardoche is not used to this, I think, because d5 is a move you're supposed to be able to achieve in this opening. So of course he plays it, but the way that white played the opening was not correct, and so white kind of got away with something. I think it's throwing Sardoche off just a little bit. Bishop b5, you can see, a very important move to play. It would require probably bishop d7, and having it not played is a little bit concerning here. Sardoche, I think, will be happy to not have faced bishop b5 there.
And now he can get out of it. He can castle his king, so that pin is not going to be an issue anymore. Also, I'm getting word that Sardoche is also playing really on an early time zone right now. He's in South Korea. It is 8 a.m. for him.
Oh, wow.
I gotta say, neither of them strike me as morning people, so this is definitely a struggle for them to both stay awake, I'm guessing.
I mean, yeah, like, who is a morning person in the maybe PogChamps sphere, online personality sphere? Who strikes you as a morning person?
I can't say we are the most well-adjusted group of people, chess players in particular. I know a lot of them that wake up at like 11 a.m., noon or so. But coming back to the game here, Sardoche pushed d4 here. He was trying to defend his d-pawn because if Samay took the knight, he'd eliminate the defender and d5 would be hanging. Oh,
right.
Interesting. Okay, so Samay is going for some tactics here. It doesn't work probably because of a move like bishop d7, which defends the knight and creates discovered attacks.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I would even consider just taking and playing bishop d7 and then continuing to take. Like, that's always an option, and it looks like a pretty decent one. So if that's even a concern, on top of that, you also have bishop d7. I do think that was missed there. Pawn takes knight. Bishop d7 played, but now, of course, we do have that possibility of saving the knight. Not to mention bishop b5. Suddenly, it's not the exact same thing.
Okay, so do you think the best move here is bishop b5?
I'm liking bishop b5. Yeah, it seems solid. Maybe safer might be bishop takes knight and some kind of knight d5. But I have to say, bishop b5 it feels pretty good, because if you take everything here, the rook comes into the center, which applies really nice pressure.
Okay, yeah, so bishop b5 or bishop takes f6. Are there any moves that look normal that are just bad? Something like knight b5? I can't imagine him playing his knight into a pin. Okay, bishop b5. Nice.
Yeah, this is a hanging knight here, so Samay's demonstrated over the last couple of moves the ability to find these in-between moves, these moves that are not that easy to play, because if you think about chess like in its simplest form, okay, the knight's attacked, gotta move the knight. But, Samay's taking it to that next level, sees the knight's attacked, and makes a counter-attack on the black knight, and continues to do that now. So Samay is finding a level in this game right now that is honestly required, probably if he wants to beat Sardoche.
So now Sardoche has to decide what's the best variation for him. Should he take the knight? Can he try to defend with a move like rook c8? Is he in a really disparate situation where he has to play something like knight b8 and just trade off? He does have a few options.
Maybe castling.
Castling would be interesting.
Yeah, I liked your rook c8. Makes sense to just guard that knight and kind of renew the threat of this. The more I look, the more I'm not liking taking the knight because of bishop takes and rook d1. And it's actually been played on the board. And as I say it, yeah, it does have a question mark tag on it. I do think that this really favors Samay, but let's see how all the calculations work out.
Yep, so bishop takes c6, queen takes c6. You cannot play queen d7 because the rook on a8 is hanging. If you play knight d7, that does work for now. And the bishop on g5 is also hanging for white, so they'd have to figure out what to do there.
Yeah, I can put a few variations on the board. Like, in this position, if you imagine the capture, and then maybe the knight goes back to d7. The honest truth here is that you could play a move like queen e6, which 100% locks down the pieces. You could also, I'm willing to bet, castle and say, go ahead and take. Not only can I just simply recapture because the rook is loose, but even a move like rook e1 and rook d1, just like bringing all the firepower in, knight e5, like this is just an amazing, amazing continuation as well. So I think that Samay is genuinely on pace and takes rook d1. Has happened, by the way. He's actually on pace to win this game, and let's see if he can win some material as well.
Wow. Well, we didn't get into the variation we looked at. Instead, Sardoche is trying to castle away, but here he's actually losing a piece. After bishop takes f6, if he recaptures with the bishop, then d7 is just hanging. If he takes on c6, then queen can take, and the queen is under attack and he's up a bishop. But honestly, this works as well. He's just trying to have it so his queen isn't under attack after bishop takes c6.
Yeah, there's a few tricky variations here. Like, if the white queen ends up on c6, black sometimes has queen takes d1. Knight e5 is definitely going to be incorrect here. I can understand this, but there's a couple things that are not working. Number one, the king's in the middle. This is the giveaway. This is the real issue here. You cannot do all of this with a pawn one square from queening and a king in the middle. So that is something missed, but the game continues. It's not, it's not like it's bad all of a sudden, but we miss a lot of winning chances.
Bishop d2, attacking the queen. The pawn on d7 is still hanging. A move like queen c7 would help defend the bishop on d7 and put pressure on the knight on e5 as well. So that might save him. But then you have to think, what happens if white makes a move like knight f7? Can you just take and recapture the bishop?
Yeah, there's also the rook on a8 hanging. Right, there's like so many things hanging in this position, and on top of everything is b1 equals queen. So you can never have, your pieces move too far away. This is an absolutely crazy, crazy position. I don't know who it's going to favor, but if the best move is bishop f4, I can just go ahead and say I don't think that move is about to happen.
Yeah, I don't know about bishop f4. If Samay plays bishop f4, you just gotta hand it to him at that point. That would be a crazy find.
Yep. And even still, I don't imagine that, because we can see the evaluation is about equal. The bar is right in the middle of the board. So imagine that. Finding an incredible move like bishop f4, and what's your reward? Equal.
Yeah. No, I mean, when the computer eval is dead equal, it's either a position that is dead equal or that is so imbalanced and so crazy that it's complicated in ways that is very hard for us humans to understand.
Yep, exactly right. We definitely have the latter here. I think a more human response is probably knight takes on d7, or bishop takes, for example. Bishop takes runs into queen takes e5 check, which is why I thought of knight takes. Rook takes f7, bishop takes a8 is where I think we might be going with this. Because if you take back on f7, I think you're pretty close to losing. Because you don't want to lose two minor pieces and only win a rook.
Yeah, definitely not. But then, even if he does take on a8, the position is starting to swing towards Sardoche because Samay is behind. He has to castle. And they both have two passed pawns, but Samay's passed pawns are double pawns, whereas Sardoche's are actually pawns that could get connected. Ooh, and that is not a good move here.
No, it's really difficult to play knight f7 and then take the rook. I mean, that's quite an advanced tactic, I'll say. But look, we still have a fight. It's just that bishop takes c6, you win two pieces for the rook. The bishop's defended. I don't think this is the way you want to play. Even queen e5 check, then bishop c6 may be just the most correct move here. So this is a mistake. Black is, you'd think that black is only slightly ahead. I think black is really far ahead in this position, and I don't like this for Samay anymore.
Yeah, you can't capture the bishop on e7 because of the rook forking the queen and the king, so he has to castle and get out of here. Bishop e6 is almost winning a queen if the bishop on e7 was defended.
Yep, you could try to set something like that up.
What do you think is the most lethal plan forward here for Sardoche?
For black, I don't think there's anything lethal, if that makes sense. Like, I think the position and the material is what's lethal. So as long as we kind of defend things, like just capturing pawns, maybe try to connect these pawns together, just make sure you don't blunder these pieces. Based on the material count, you're just ahead. So I don't think you need to do anything crazy. one of the reasons why I like this move is it's easy to, I don't know, underestimate. Maybe you play something like bishop c3, and you're thinking, okay, this is a nice double attack. Black plays the move bishop e6. And you freeze for a second because you're like, wait a minute, am I losing my queen right now? You know, there's bishop takes h2, but fortunately that funny a pawn on a6, the pesky pawn, is bailing white out with queen b7.
I think a crazy move was just played. Bishop h6. Samay is saying, hey, you can't take my bishop because I play queen takes f6 with with check and also attacking the bishop on d6. But Sardoche doesn't have to take the pawn. Maybe your plan here could... Okay, so he takes on h2, which is defending the knight on f6, but also this is kind of a funky plan.
It is. You know, Samay gets a lot of credit. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. I was going to say Samay gets a lot of credit for bishop to h6 from me. That's a really cool move. It's a resourceful move. Bishop takes h2. If the king takes, I think knight g4 was kind of the intended move, but what was becoming more and more clear to me was that the bishop would be hanging in the end of a lot of those lines. So we have a double exclamation mark on the board, but this is and remains the craziest position that we've seen in a while.
Yeah, and now Samay actually has to move his bishop back because the threat is to take on h6 and threaten checkmate on g2. Don't know why he didn't take the bishop. Both of them look a little confused or tired.
Yeah, those expressions from both are the perfect example of what is going on here, which is, I don't know what's going on here.
Sorry guys, my camera will be back. It's just not turning on right now. I think it needs a second to cool down. And yeah, it's also getting heated from these crazy games.
Yeah, it feels like you look like a Canadian from South Park now. So we have your image moving along with your voice, and it's almost lifelike.
My dream. What about bishop g5 here? I guess
feel
it
like
doesn't really...
I'm speaking to like some like omnipresent, you know, it's just like a voice from above. What do you think of bishop g5? 5.
What do you think of bishop g5? 5.
I think that's a great idea, brain.
No, that's a pretty good impersonation. Maybe we should both have this kind of animation.
Hey, you know, my job's a lot easier off camera, I'll tell you that.
No, that's true. Sardoche is an engineer, by the way. Yeah, I don't know if now's the time to ask him, but I appreciate the intel.
Yeah, rook g8 basically undoes the brilliance of bishop h6. It's almost a shame that Samay didn't get credit for a double exclamation mark on bishop h6. I thought it was very resourceful and a really good attempt. Let's see what happens here, because I'm not sure that this is going to be enough. There's just no trickery on, you know, the h6, g7 squares. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, and the time pressure is not going towards Samay's favor either here. There are some tricks though. He could retreat his bishop and try to play, he can't even play g3 because his pawn is pinned his king.
Yeah. Exactly. g3 is really strong. The bishop can be taken multiple ways now. I think bishop e3 is most likely to happen here because, I mean, I guess you could take with the king, but bishop e3 keeps some material, and the best shot you have now is try to play a7 and just hope that something happens with your a pawn.
Yeah, and ironically, if you would just look at the cameras, Samay looks a lot more comfortable than Sardoche right now, even though that's not reflected. There we go. We're both two talking heads. Feels good, man.
So you mean if I start talking, then mine will also move? This is amazing.
Production working overtime here.
Honestly, production is working overtime. And you know what? When production's working overtime, I get to work less and less. That's why I love this.
Okay, bishop e5 from Sardoche, and we get an instant move from Samay. Rook e1. Look, my camera's back. I don't know how long it's gonna last, chat, but fingers crossed here.
We had to both
I-
become 2D images in order to be back in 3D land.
Yeah, now chat is gonna appreciate it more. We've become VTubers. Oh my gosh, would you ever do VTubing, Aman?
Apart from what I'm pretty sure I know, is there anything to it? It's like you create sort of like a character that you become.
Yes,
You know,
exactly.
yeah, probably not, because it's more entertaining for me to just be myself and then become any character I want whenever I want to. That seems like way better.
I actually think you'd be a really good VTuber, though.
But don't you think I'm so restricted to one thing? Now I can be myself and I just switch to whoever I want, but doesn't it feel a little bit locked in?
I see what you're trying to say here. Maybe one day we'll get Aman the VTuber. If we hit our donation goal of $50,000, we'll get Aman the VTuber. Does that feel fair?
I'm not sure that it does, actually. if I'm really thinking about it, you guys will never see me again. Isn't that kind of like a life commitment? Kind of like
Wait,
being like
a blunder. Uh-oh.
I was pointing out
C3.
rook e8. I was pointing out rook e8. Samay with the insane comeback. Sardoche with the hand on the head. There's no way out of this.
Is Samay BM the blunder master because he makes other people blunder?
Seriously, he thought of this move, I guarantee it. Then he said, black makes a queen with check. So he played king h2, and he was setting this up the entire time. So tricky. And I think Sardoche did not believe it. There's just, if you play queen a8, then queen takes checkmate. You play queen d5, then rook takes checkmate. You play knight f8, well, the rook takes, and we have the same problem yet again. There's no way out, and he's in complete shock right now. He's in disbelief that his winning position could be undermined in a single move. And you know what? This is one of the most shocking things to ever happen in chess, that you have an advantage the size that Sardoche did. And it's not just, oh, you blunder into maybe a worse position. You blunder into forced mate.
Wow. It's crazy that there's no way to defend here. The chess gods are with Samay today. This has been the craziest PogChamps I've seen. Everybody's really strong, but Samay has been close to being beaten so many times, and then he comes back. I don't know how this is happening.
This is, for anyone talking about, like, Sardoche still has the clock running, I don't think you understand the level of what's just happened. I myself am in shock. It's so rare for this to happen. The turnaround in one move from lost to forced mate, so unlikely. I would be in shock as well, just unable to accept it. Sardoche is, he's sitting back in his chair. He's not even calculating because he knows it's over. He just can't believe it.
Yeah, should we take a listen on Sardoche's stream, or is that too harsh?
That's what we do here, right? When Andrea lost, we were straight in. So that seems just about right.
Bon, c'est pas grave. C'est pas grave. C'est my bad, Boyada me prend, j'ai vu évidemment. Il va le voir, s'il le voit pas, c'est très grave. Ouais. J'avais gagné, je suis vraiment une merde. Oh là là.
You know what? I'm just gonna call out. C'est pas grave is what he said. It's not bad. It's not the worst. He called that out when he mouse slipped, and he proceeded to win that game. So I feel like that's his lock-in phrase. That's his, you can call it what you want, but I really think that he's finding a way to carry on from really tough moments. This is just going to be yet another one of them.
Okay, and now he is doing that thing though where he's blitzing his moves, which makes me think he's still tilted and perhaps say grave, you know?
Yeah, the reality is, of course, it definitely is. But if you tell yourself that it's fine, then it just might be fine.
Well, I'm on webcam. I look a little grayscale. Aman and I look like we're completely two different colors, and that's all right. But
Yeah.
we have something.
What is this? It looks like we're from different. Honestly, it looks like the day that they invented color on TV, and they're like, this is what it used to be, and this is what it is now. Amazing what the human race can accomplish.
Exactly. But okay, coming back to this position, what is even going on here? Okay, so somehow Sardoche has his knights on very unusual squares at this point in the game. He doesn't recapture with the knight from the rim. He brings in his bishop, which makes sense. He wants to develop, look towards the black king.
Mm-hmm.
Whose position is better here? Probably Sardoche's, because he has his knight on an outpost. Black has a backwards pawn on d6 and an isolated pawn on a6. So a slight advantage for Sardoche, I'd say.
Yeah, and not that this is anything intentional by Samay, but the reality is he's a slightly lower rated player than just about everyone he's been competing against today, and as a result has been playing off the back foot for the majority of his matches, which that's just the way it's going to be when you're a lower rated player sometimes. And the best thing, the skills that Samay has is he's playing all of these positions to the very, very end. And that last one, he didn't quit. He didn't even just keep playing just to play. He was playing on and creating ideas and truly not giving up on the position. And we might need to see that again from Samay here, because I do like the opening, and it's quite possible that knight takes f6 and even queen d5. You start to get ideas like bishop f7, queen d5. There's some loose pieces here for Samay.
Yeah, for bishop e7 to have a question mark just shows you how cramped and hard this position is to play for black, because it's such a natural move. You're just developing, you're preparing a castle, but pushing the queenside pawn so early like he did has created those weaknesses where his knight on c6 isn't defended anymore, his pawn on d6 isn't defended anymore. But Sardoche just goes for the castle, which is okay, but he did not take advantage of the mistake, and now it's not going to work anymore.
Yeah, I think the reason we're still seeing this blue arrow is not, a groundbreaking tactic, but just something simple. You want to control that d5 square. You want to get your pieces there. If the bishop, for example, moves in, the knight could use c4, maybe knight c2 to e3 to fully back that up. And also, the knight is attacking the e pawn, and eventually, I am going to take it.
Yeah, and do you think there's any adjustments Samay should make to his game that would give him, let's say, higher chances to at least draw, or do you think playing for a draw is playing for a loss?
No, definitely don't adjust, especially when you're playing a higher rated player. I would say that playing for a draw is something that most, pretty much unless you're an IM or above, most people can't do. It's like quite a difficult thing to do, playing for a draw. Like, people might think, oh, you just trade pieces, but if you don't really truly understand what playing for a draw is and how to accomplish it, you're going to be doing all the wrong things. You're just going to be making trades that are not good trades because you think that trades are what you have to do, or you'll be trading queens because you think, oh, I'm not going to lose without my queen, but not all positions without the queens are survivable. So no, I think that's pretty much something I'd reserve for pretty much the top of chess. And then anyone else who's trying to play for a draw is honestly just kind of using that as a phrase that they'll just repeat without a clue of how to do it, if that makes sense.
I think that is really good advice here. We've had rook e1 from Sardoche, which doesn't do that much right now, although it defends the pawn on e4. Perhaps he could have defended the pawn in better ways, but honestly, I actually think it's solid, even if the computer didn't like it. Samay also activating his rook. Sardoche pushes it not because it's under attack now, but so that he can develop his bishop and that his bishop isn't tied into the defense.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think this knight activating is going to be the difference maker. Whether it's to e3 or bishop b5 and knight c4, the knight needs to join the game. Black has the more standard position, all the pieces kind of developing in normal-looking squares, and the knight even jumping into a central square. I think Sardoche has the better position, but it's a position that you have to work a little harder to prove. Knight c2 here would be my choice. Trade that knight off and, basically enjoy a position where you got a backwards pawn and white has a potential outside pass pawn on the queen side.
And Samay doesn't have a choice here. He does have to trade knights because if knight takes d4, even if he protects it, he cannot have those two doubled pawns on the d file. So he will take on c2, and then he has to decide where he wants to develop his bishop and at what point. He can play bishop e6, he could try bishop e7. Where do you think he should develop his bishop? Ooh,
two good options, but at this point, I don't see the benefit to doing it first. So I really like that Samay forced the bishop to move up, and now either bishop e7 or bishop e6 are perfectly good moves. If the pawn takes back, not only do you support the center, but you also open the f file, which I think is probably a good thing. Advantage Sardoche, but we're talking about a very, very small advantage, and I think it's completely disappeared, if I'm being honest, because I do not like pawn captures on d5. I would have wanted queen or rook to d1 or capture the bishop.
And Samay sees it right away. He takes the bishop on d5. I think he did want to get rid of the tension in the center, so that makes sense. And now f5 is played. Finally, Samay has some space, and he's starting to use it. The rook on e3, which was supposed to help white create an attack, is now going to give Samay an extra tempo with f4. He could play rook h3, which blocks the f-pawn from moving because of the queen h7 threat. Maybe the rook will get misplaced at some point, but for now it feels annoying to deal with.
Yeah, this has definitely backfired. I'm feeling that Sardoche is maybe feeling the moment a little bit. He has to win. Those are the facts. He has to win. This is the final of SuperPogChamps, and if he doesn't win this game, we're not going to tie breaks. So rook e3 kind of feels like a ultra aggressive move, and you're calling rook h3, but the reality is there's not a threat to be made if Samay just kind of sits there and doesn't react to this move. So it feels like an overly aggressive move that might pay off, but at the moment, it is handing the advantage over to Samay.
I like queen d7 and just bringing the rooks to the open file for Samay. Once he kicks the queen off of the diagonal, then he might start being able to push his pawns as well.
Queen d3 does hit the a pawn and stays on this diagonal, but really what should be occurring here is the pawns should be making their way onto light squares, bishop to f6 to hit the rook. So queen d3 for me walks right into e4.
And then after queen d3, would you play bishop f6 or e4 right away, or do you think black has more development to do? I guess they have to first defend their pawn.
Yeah, bishop f6, queen takes f5, unfortunately comes with a lot of checks right after, so it would have to be e4 first, but e4 looks really, really good. Bishop f6 is another great tempo, so I'm loving e4, bishop f6. Queen c7 has a threat, but probably would have preferred e4 first, but Samay's playing really, really well here.
Yep. Sardoche cannot be tempted by that a6 pawn because the c1 bishop is hanging with almost back rank checkmate. I guess the queen can come to f1, but you would still end up losing a full bishop.
Yep. Exactly right.
And then bishop b2, or a move like that, does allow queen c2. And then Samay would have a huge advantage because he's ready to double his rooks on the open file, while white's rook is stuck on h3.
Yeah, you're calling it. Queen c2 is well, obviously queen c1 is the main idea, but queen c2 is probably the secondary idea. It's just as good. Trading the queens while you're ahead at the moment, one pawn advantage, and it's a really, really, it's not even a one pawn advantage, but I'm telling you, it was starting to feel like it for me for a second. I was thinking of e4, not a 1-pawn advantage, but the computer is representing -1, which is almost like you're up a pawn.
Wow. And I see some people in chat saying, come on, Sardoche, Alizi. Other people saying, Samay, Chad's sleeping. It's really good to see fans of both.
Yeah, different commentary for both. Why don't we do Sardoche a favor and jump in to his stream in the middle of the game when truly things are undecided and there are some critical decisions to make here to try to keep some intrigue in the position as he needs a win. We don't have to, just a thought, like just came to my head, but now skip it actually.
Okay, bishop e3. Question mark from the computer. Queen c3 is an interesting move. Yeah,
Same idea.
I guess
Want to
Sardoche.
trade the queens.
Yeah, so Sardoche can try to keep his queens on, but he has to play what? Queen d1. Queen f1 looks too weird. At least Queen d1 is supporting Rook c1. Or honestly, either of the moves.
Queen d1 maybe has Queen h5 in the sights, so probably if I had to pick, I'd play Queen d1. And if you keep trying to trade queens like Queen c2, then Queen h5 looks great, and after h6, I'm telling you, I'm thinking about sacrificing there.
Yeah, I wouldn't hesitate. I would take the pawn because it feels like you're winning. At worst case, you get a threefold repetition.
Okay, so deep in thought is Sardoche, but you know, I really don't want to hear his thoughts right now. I think we should stay here and just guess what he might be thinking instead. Queen f1. This makes sense.
Well,
Right
he
decision.
saw the main point. It's slightly worse than Queen d1. As you've been saying this entire time, you want to be finding moves that serve more than one purpose. Queen looking towards h5 was one of them. But it accomplishes the most important purpose. So, acceptable.
Yeah, Queen d1 was feeling a little bit better, like multi-purpose, but Queen f1 does have one benefit, which is the rook can make it to a more centralized square on the next move, and let's not forget the nice benefit is the pawn is still attacked. So there are pluses and minuses for both, and Queen b2, another good-looking move from Samay, who continues to play at a very high level, and certainly one much higher than whatever lie 1752 is.
Yeah. 1750. What would you guess Samay's actual rating is?
Oh, probably very competitive with some of the people here. If we're seeing 2000s, easily 1850. You know, that goes without saying. It does feel like, you know, Samay was the objectively, you know, maybe weaker player than Andrea. Andrea was just over 2000. Sardoche kind of the same. So just a different style that I'd probably say could easily be at 2000, but is currently maybe just 1800 plus and rapidly improving.
Yeah. And here, he is making space for his rook. His rook could potentially come to a square like c2. The only thing with a move like that is it looks good. It doesn't do something right away, but it gives him space to double his rooks on the c-file.
Yeah. And the time is starting to matter. It's 3 minutes, 20 seconds for Sardoche. He needs a win. You start to get desperate. That's just how things work. When you're looking at this position, you're seeing that the rook's attacked, so your queen can never do anything aggressive. A4 in order to try to fix that.
Yeah. Can you play queen takes b3, bishop g5, and then queen b7?
I think so. I definitely think that's possible. F4 has been played, which is a fine move. The bishop does not have great squares. Maybe at this point, though, I play bishop b6, I play a5, I lock that bishop into a safe square, and I desperately do not play this move and hang the game. Oh,
if you have the chess.com membership now, you could use the rook emote. would be a good time. Wow, the Blunder Master strikes again. I think he does make his opponents blunder.
It's going to be a straight resignation. He has to acknowledge Samay not only is going to win that rook, there's going to be a queen trade. And pouncing on the opponent's blunders, Samay Raina is your Super Pog champion. An incredible result. And he was not the highest rated player coming in, Alex. This is really amazing.
What a dark horse result. I think if you would have looked by rating, Samay was around the middle of the pack, maybe even the bottom half, and he came in to win the whole thing. Congratulations, Samay. We are going to get him on for an interview potentially. Yeah, we are going to get him on for an interview, but just to show you guys again, this was the long journey they took to make it to the finals. We'll be right back after a short break, and we'll bring them on both for an interview.
That score is not correct. Just for people wondering, Samay did win. Just in case you happen to, maybe you just joined, you'd probably be very confused right now. But Samay actually just beat pretty much every strong player in front of him. Beat Sardoche 2-0. Beat Andrea in a tiebreak 2-1. Had the highest score in the group, 15 points. A perfect score, won every single match in the group stage. So when you really start to think about it, it's just incredible what Samay has done from start to finish in this event, beating Sardoche and Andrea in the final semifinals, and then beating everyone in the group stage. A flawless victory.
Yep, hats off to Samay. Sorry guys, don't worry, the camera's coming back in, but nothing takes away from this incredible performance.
Yeah, so, I'm impressed. I think Samay has a lot to be proud of, especially at this time in the morning, right? We're quite early or late, depending on how long he's been awake, but totally deserved. And Sardoche, gracious in defeat, had to acknowledge, you got me on that one. A couple blunders too many.
Yep. Well, guys, don't go anywhere. We are bringing them in. If you have any questions you want to give Samay or Sardoche, put them in chat. We'll be taking a look and we'll be asking them.
Wow, but that's a great question. I should probably know this too.
I would say my favorite piece is probably a being kind of bishop.
Probably the knight. I would say the rook.
Well, the first thing that came to mind was a knight, because I feel like, especially in the end game, when our middle to late game portion of the game, I feel like the knight can be so handy because people either underestimate, the squares that are dangerous with the knight. So I would say knight, to be honest.
10 minutes.
5.
3, 2.
I usually just play 10 minutes.
I love 10 flat.
I usually play way worse at night, but that's usually when my losing streak starts. So I prefer to play in the morning.
Usually at nighttime, actually. I always come here into this world at late at night, and I'm just actually playing chess all night with the full community.
I'm a night guy.
I don't have favorite time of day. Whenever I play, I'm suffering. It doesn't change. Night, morning, it's gonna be rough, but it's okay. I'm still gonna do it.
Mainly on my phone. Yeah, I'll do some streaming stuff. Obviously, I'll be on my phone on my laptop when I stream, but I'm mainly on my phone.
I usually play on my computer, but I sometimes play on my phone, and I find it to be better with my phone because it's easier for me to get distracted if I'm on my computer.
I usually play on my phone the most, with VR chat being the second most. So it's lately been back. I'm playing VR chat here the most. It's a fourth option now, so VR chat the most, and then my phone second.
On the computer.
Kind of basic, but I like the Italian because it's it's easy to learn for me.
Queen's Gambit.
I'm a French player.
My favorite player is Magnus.
Ooh, I have to say Magnus, but I would also say Judith Polgar.
Daniel Naroditsky, MSSO, and Dr. Chess, my favorite chess players.
I've always loved Anand.
We are back, guys. We are joined by Sardoche and Samay. I know it is really early for both of you. I'm sorry that you have to play so early. Sardoche, you put up a really good fight. It's hard to see those two blunders. Samay, you took down everyone. Congratulations, man. How are you feeling?
I can't believe it, man. I feel so happy, and I can't see you guys on a full screen. By the way, I can see 4 screens. Is that happening only on my end?
Yeah, there's
no,
more of
there
us
are
here.
4 screens. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Dude, I'm feeling so good. I cannot believe what has happened. Sardoche, what a great fight, man. I was so nervous playing you. The first game, you had me, man. You had me. I don't know how I won. I could not believe it. If you look at my expressions at that moment, it's on my face. I could not believe how I won that game. You are such an incredible player, man. I had so much fun playing with you, and I cannot believe it. What has happened?
Honestly,
Amazing.
I think you were like the worst opponent I could play because I'm pretty sure out of all the players right there, you were the most tactician, the one who calculates the best, and I'm pretty sure against anyone else, all the tricks I was trying to put will work, and I think you're the only one who could just refutate everything, and you did it so well. I was so impressed. I was like, no, he cannot see it, and you see everything, and man, I don't even mind losing against you because you're clearly like representing India so well with those tactics. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, man. I've just like the last few years, I've been practicing with Chessbase India. Sagar Shah, he has taught me all the basics. Put the rook on the 7th heaven. Take the open file. Exchange when your material. Everything. All these fundamentals. It's all because of Sagar Shah, and also thanks to Levy, he taught me some openings. I used few of them today against Andrea, and against you I had nothing. I did not. You know what? I did not even prepare for you. Because I swear to God, I thought that I'm going to lose to Andre.
I knew that you will not play again what you played before because it wouldn't work the same way. And yeah, so I was prepared against your Sveshnikov, and yeah, okay. I didn't prepare much either because I thought it would be maybe Andrea, so I'm really happy we had to do this fight in this way.
I myself thought it's going to be Andrea, man.
Yeah, that's honestly fair from both of you. I love hearing the banter between you. Sardoche, coming into this event, you were one of the higher rated players. You looked really well prepared in a lot of your matches. How was the chess for you today? You took on Masi Oka, first of all, in the semifinals. You're probably disappointed knowing your expectations. You didn't win, but it sounds like if Samay took you down, you're not too unhappy about it.
Okay, first of all, I didn't think I would make it to the semi-final because Lena Diaz was a really strong player. But it came out really well. I was really lucky with some tactics in game 1, and game 2 was an easy draw because she went for a line where I can just draw. And then, semi-final, I was pretty sure Masi Oka was like the best player among all. And, well, I managed to draw with a crazy line on the Rosolimo. And then, okay, I actually blundered knight f3 because I was able to play b3 for the Papa articulate gambit. It's called like this. And okay, I was like, what just happened? My knight is on f3, and he can just take on e5. And I was like, okay, let's calm down. I will play the same opening with 2 less moves. It's just like I was playing a really bad black position, but it's my place. I can just come back, and I did it. So, okay, honestly, after this win, I was completely happy with my performance, and I didn't care losing this final. And I think I played my best on this game. I cannot say I played bad or anything, and I wasn't at my best version of myself, and it just was better. So, what can I say? Yeah. Maybe we can have a revenge.
Thank you so much for taking Masi Oka out of this one, man. I was so scared of playing him.
How did you find the first game to watch? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
I was gonna ask for both of you, are you guys gonna continue training chess from here? Samay, you could probably get to 2,000 rapid if you want to, and Sardoche, maybe 2,200 next for you.
You know, I have a life to get back to, so maybe not. I am going to retire on this one, and I don't want to play again and lose. You know, now I've won all my games. I want to enjoy this feeling for some time.
You can do better. You're so good, man.
Look, man, I don't want to be greedy. I'm happy, and I think now I want to keep this feeling for another couple of months. I'm not gonna play chess for next 3 months. I just want to be a winner for some time, man.
And what about you, Sardoche?
Okay, so you talked to me about the tournament in Reykjavik, and I think it will be my first other tournament. So,
oh wow! So you're actually gonna play?
Yeah, I think I will come here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Aman, I know that's a tournament you've played as well. Do you think it's a good one for him to start with?
Yeah, I know. So I've played that. I know you have, Alex. I actually think Reykjavik's a fantastic choice. It's, first of all, beautiful, playing hall beautiful, but it's also a chance where you'll play some people kind of lower rated, your rating, and you also have an opportunity to play some world-class players as well, depending on the pairings and how you do. So I think it's a great choice, and I'm excited to follow.
Yeah, and it will be my first tournament because after PogChamps 3 I haven't really played except for chess boxing events. And we have World Championship in France of chess boxing in next year. So of course I will fight for the first place because I'm still boxing and training chess for that. So yeah, many things with chess next year, but overall I will play mostly video games, like maybe Street Fighter or stuff like this. But I will play aside my chess, and hope I will improve, and it will go well.
Very nice, very nice. I also wanted to ask Samay. I mean, I got to give you a lot of credit. You were not the highest rated coming in. Your back was against the wall against pretty much all of your opponents. But as you just highlighted, looking back, you really didn't lose a match in the group stage as well. You were truly the most impressive pick for your rating. I mean, does this send a message to some lower-rated players? You really came in fighting, and I think you inspired a lot of 15, 16, 1700s out there.
You know, I'm a performer. I go on stage every day, and when I go on stage, when I get the first laugh, I go into some another state of mind where I just am logged in. And usually when I play chess by myself, I blunder all the time. I do all kinds of mistakes. But the fact that I know in my people are watching in India, Sagar is streaming, so many of you guys are watching, that just puts me in a zone that it reminds me of stage. I just get into this zone and I played some chess that even when I see this later, I'll be like, how did I play this? So I think it's just that I'm just a people pleaser. I just want people to be like, yeah, this guy's great. So I think I do it because of that, and I think that's what it was, man. This whole tournament, I was so logged in. Like there were times where I was playing and I was being like, wow, what a smart guy you are, man. I was impressed by my own play, but I know that I can't. Like if I play a game right now when I'm sleeping, I'm going to blunder. I'm going to lose to a 1400. I know that also. So. It was just incredible, man. This whole event was incredible. Sorry, Alexandra, for beating your sister, but I enjoyed it, man.
I don't know how I'm gonna ever forgive you, Samay. But speaking of performance, don't you have a show in 7 hours? Are you gonna nap? How do you manage that?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh damn.
Thanks for reminding him, Alex.
Oh damn, I have a life to get back to, man. Shit.
Okay,
Not bad,
well,
though.
on
You can, retire on top. Retire on top.
Yeah, man, that's where I like it.
Well, on that note, Samay, Sardoche, we'll let you guys get some sleep. Do you guys have any other final thoughts?
Did I win anything or no?
Yes, you won $10,000, and Sardoche, you won $7,000.
Awesome.
There you go.
Awesome.
Now, do you have any final thoughts?
I hope you can, maybe we can cheer for Lead IT and just push everyone for last push. Maybe people can get some donation to help the girls right there. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Aman and I had a bet. It's not going to sound good with you two being here, but Aman thought Masi Oka was going to win, and I thought Andrea was going to win, and we bet $500. So we're both going to donate $250 since we were wrong in support of Lide.
There you go. We're gonna pay for doubting the strength of both of you.
Yes. But we were that impressed really early, but thank you guys both. Congratulations. Sardoche, I hope to see you in Reykjavik. Hopefully I'll play. And Samay, get back to your real life, but don't give up on chess.
man.
Maybe in like a few years you want to play again.
Let's hope. Let's see, man. Thank you so much, Aman and Alexandra. My whole day is messed now. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go upstairs, gonna watch the whole stream, what you guys were saying when I played moves. Then I'm going to be like, wow, and I'm gonna just ruin my shows today, man. Why did I play this tournament? I wish I lost to Andrea, man. Okay.
Well, it'll be a good content for your shows. You can tell them the honest truth. You were up till 6 a.m. playing in an online chess tournament.
Yeah, man. Let's see. I'm just so happy and so pumped up right now. Let's see how I sleep today.
Congrats.
Thank you, Aman. Thank you, Alexandra. Bye bye.
Thank you guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Bye, Sardoche.
And hey, I don't like that comment. Why isn't Alex in PogChamps laughing face? That's enough. That's enough. All right. Well, guys, just to remind you, this was a huge prize pool. The total was $50,000. These are the prizes just for the championship. We have $10,000 going to Samay, $7,000 going to Sardoche, $4,000 and $3,000 going to third and fifth place, which I'm assuming goes to Masi Oka and Andrea. They both get $4,000, and Linda gets $3,000. Again, more than Aman has made in his professional career as a GM. So very, very generous there.
Seriously, these are some very nice prizes, and you and I apparently know everything about chess and nothing at the same time, because we did not get our predictions right, which is why we're both going to be split the 500 in half towards Lide. And it's nice to hear from Rain over the course. He didn't just drop in once. I feel like he was really part of the broadcast, part of the show, dropping in every day. It felt like, just to talk a little bit about Lide, but also talk chess. And he had some great call-outs on the moves as well. So shout out Rain Wilson and Lide, of course.
Yeah, and before we go, I do want to say that even a small donation goes a really long way in a place like Haiti. What Lide does is it helps girls from age 10 to 20. It helps them with education. It helps them with healthcare. It helps them improve their literacy, their confidence, and now they're also being taught chess. And what I really liked about this charity is when you looked at the stats, there were really clear improvements, and most of the girls stayed a part of the program for over 5 years, so you could tell if they're coming back, it meant a lot to them. And don't forget, Rain and his wife will be matching every dollar donated. So nice little holiday gift if you're thinking about doing something nice.
Amazing. Yeah, very well said, Alex. It feels like a little bittersweet that SuperPogChamps is coming to an end, but honestly, thrilling entertainment. You and I picked a potential winner completely wrong. The semifinals were absolutely insane. Right when you thought you knew the script to the end, I feel like not many people maybe including Samay himself, had him winning on their bingo card, but you could tell how much it meant and even how supportive Sardoche was. That was great to hear in the interview, just both of them so complimentary of each other, and Samay just, to come into this tournament and have so much knowledge that he had acquired and learned and just absorbed over the years, just pour it into this event, and it paid off. He didn't lose a single match.
Absolutely. And before we go, we do want to remind you about one more really exciting chess.com event that's coming up. That is the Speed Chess Championship. The finals are going to be in London, England, February 7th to 8th. You can sign up for meet and greets. You can see the games live. You have 4 of your favorite players. If you want to get more information, Command ticket. I know that the diamond tickets are already sold out, but you can still get some of the other tiers, so check that out while they last.
Exactly. This is going to be exciting. I'm pretty sure that I will be there as well, so looking forward to that for a number of reasons. But the SCC is always such an entertaining event. But for now, the SuperPogChamps is holding us over in a good way. This was a lot of fun, Alex, from start to finish. I think it's just remarkable, not just to see the blunders. Of course, we all tune into PogChamps, enjoying that. But honestly, from my perspective, the progress that so many of these players made since their very, very first PogChamps event, Boy, Pog 1 winner, and then winning the Consolation Bracket. It's really nice to see that they've taken chess, and even if they haven't played it nonstop over the years, they constantly come back to it as a safe space and a comfort zone.
They can do it. You guys can do it too. It doesn't matter where you're starting. It's one of those hobbies that feels really good to get better at. You don't need to be a top player, but even just being able to beat your friends sometimes is the reward you need to keep going, or just, I guess, improving for your own sake. That might be a little more wholesome.
Exactly. Well, a pleasure. Chat as well. They were fairly well behaved, average, I would say, and lots to enjoy, entertainment, good chess, awful chess at times, of course. Cheers, Alex, and until the next one. Shout out to our producers as well. I feel like they really were working overtime on this one.
They really were. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, chat. We really appreciate you guys. Let's put yourself on camera too. They need to see the man behind the curtain. If you guys can give a little clap for Bigfoot. It is so early for him. He's been grinding. He's been dealing with the cameras dying, the talking heads. Shout out Bigfoot. Thank you so much. And appreciate all of you guys. Hopefully we'll see more PogChamps in the future. But until then, thanks for watching.